Chapter 33:10. The Emperor's order: kill him. You must kill him. Awu. This prince must kill him. Awu. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the first prince's order? That guy deserves to die. Awu. Around them, countless masters of the starry sky race wore strange expressions as they stared blankly at the three pig-headed clansmen in the middle of the crowd, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other hand, the three pig-headed clansmen were incomparably excited. Their mouths were howling like pigs being slaughtered, one after another. The three of them were Long Xiong, Zhon Lingfeng, and Shu Biqing. They were the crown prince of the heavenly Chen kingdom, the crown prince of the heavenly battle kingdom, and the first prince of the immortal dynasty. But now, they had all become members of the Pig-Head clan. Their target, Yi Xian, had each given them a dozen slaps, directly turning them into Pig-Head. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would be so cruel. This guy is simply crazy. That was the consensus of all the starry sky cultivators. So, with the return of the first prince, Long Xiong, and the others, the follow-up actions were temporarily stopped. Facing such a crazy person, anyone would be nervous. The key was that this person was too important, and they couldn't kill him, so they would be in a passive position. Very soon, amidst the howls of the first prince, Long Xiong, and the other two princes, the younger generation of the various major powers and top-notch clans who were in a daze recounted the events that had transpired. The starry sky cultivators were originally a little confused, but when they heard that Ling Huchong slapped the first prince's ears without saying anything, he even said that the feeling was different. That was too arrogant, too much. You've gone too far. The Immortal Army's commander, Kubanong, was furious. He immediately wanted to send troops to attack Yi Xian, shouting that he would destroy the entire star. The first prince, Long Xiong, had followed him to the heavenly Chen galaxy. Now that he was in such a big trouble, his face was so swollen that it could be compared to the Pig-Head clans. If he didn't give a proper explanation, he would be in for it later. So, Kubanong had no choice but to push a duck onto a perch. He had to make Ling Huchong pay the price for this. This matter is indeed too much. That brat is arrogant and unruly. It seems that it won't be so easy to recruit him. Besides, we can't sit idly by and watch the prince humiliate him. This matter can't be settled peacefully. In comparison, the Blue Fleet's commander, Hongdou Laifeng, who represented the Federation's Overwatch Council, was much calmer. But even so, he didn't dare to offend the first prince. Although he wanted to comfort him, he didn't dare to say too much. After all, this is the heavenly battle galaxy, and the Emperor is the ruler of this galaxy. No matter how angry we are, we can't do anything about it. I believe the Emperor won't just sit by and do nothing. Furthermore, if something really does go wrong in the end, with the Emperor's order, the first prince can. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He clearly wanted to pick him out. If he was the one who gave the order to launch an all-out attack, he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be the one to carry the burden. But if this matter was given to the Emperor, no matter how big the mess was, there would be someone else to hold it up. It had nothing to do with him. The elites of the various factions present were all smart people. They all understood the meaning behind this. Immediately, many people puckered their lips in secret while the gazes they shot at Hongdou Laifeng were filled with disdain. Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru even rolled their eyes because they felt displeased no matter how they looked at this old fellow because he was truly too sinister. If the Emperor really gave the order to attack, wouldn't Yi Xian in the atmosphere of the galaxy be in danger? Emperor Tianzhong was naturally reluctant to talk about this matter, but now that the old geezer had instigated the first prince, Long Xiong, to bring it up, Emperor Tianzhong couldn't turn a blind eye to it even if he wanted to. Bastard. Mph, how dare you trick my idol? Just you wait, I'll report you to the Emperor. Not everyone can provoke a bastard. Old man, you actually dared to stab us in the back. This time, you've taken the bait. The three girls' faces were full of displeasure. They muttered to each other in a voice that only they could hear. Looking at each other, they had already privately sentenced Hongdou Laifeng to death. Zhon Lingfeng, what do you say? First Prince Long Xiong clearly agreed with Hongdou Laifeng's suggestion. He immediately looked at Zhon Lingfeng, who was also swollen like a pig and roared like thunder. "Your Highness, leave this matter to me. This is a test. Whether I'm your father or not, it all depends on this." Zhong Lingfeng was also full of resentment. There was no need for Long Xiong to pressure him. He gritted his teeth and opened the star net communication. Then, there was a mournful cry that made all the Starry Sky elites collapse on the spot. "Father," there was no suspense in the final result. Although Emperor Tianzhong did not express his opinion on the spot, four extremely powerful elites of the heavenly stellar planet arrived 4 hours later. No one knew whether this was Emperor Tianzhong Wuzi's personal decision or the result after he reported it to the Empire. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the 4 elites sent by Emperor Tianzhong Wuzi were going to attack young Master Linghu on this abandoned planet. The 4 old men were all existences of the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. They came with the Emperor's decree. Their cultivation bases were only 1 step away from the 13th realm, Genesis realm. As for Linghu young Master Linghu Chong, according to the latest information, which was obtained after the first prince and the others came into close contact with him and suffered a dozen slaps in the face, his cultivation base was the 9th realm, origin rank 7. The 9th realm, origin rank 7, against the 12th realm, void rank 9 perfection. What kind of concept was this? The difference of 3 realms was more than that. To be more precise, it was 3 realms plus 2 small realms. With such a terrifying difference in cultivation bases, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if only one of these existences was dispatched, young Master Linghu was destined to be completely crushed. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. No, it was not just a massacre. The disparity in strength was so great that the latter had an overwhelming advantage over Linghu Chong's life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. If he did not want him to die, Linghu Chong would not be able to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Chapter 33:11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Zhong clan, the 4 supreme existences at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, attacked at the same time. They rushed into the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, intending to attack Yi Xian, who was only at the origin level 7 of the 9th Great Realm. Seeing this, all the Starry Sky powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how monstrous that young Master Linghu was, he was helpless. Even if he summoned that quasi-Starry Sky treasure-level private warship with a shipboard killing system, it would be useless. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. They wished they could slap these 4 shameless old men to death. However, they did not have the strength to do so, and they did not dare to show too much of their resentment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion, which would be even more unfavorable to Yi Xian. He had his own reasons for wanting to hide his true identity. Although the 3 girls did not understand, they would not make a decision on their own and cause trouble for him. More importantly, they had confidence in Yi Xian. Even if these 4 shameless old bastards joined forces, they still believed that Yi Xian could resolve the crisis. At the very least, he could always escape. Thinking of this, little girl Chuo was relieved and was no longer so worried. The 4 old men who attacked this time were at the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9. They were the top experts of the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. Even the current Emperor Heavenly War, Zhong Wuzi, had to call them his uncles. Of course, these 4 people were not the strongest in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. In fact, even their junior, Emperor Heavenly War, Zhong Wuzi, had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm level 9, which was equivalent to their strength. There were still stronger existences in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. However, it was already very generous of the Emperor Zhong Wuzi to send out these 4 uncles who were on par with him. After all, he was only dealing with an ant in the 9th realm, the origin 7th order. Any one of the 4 would be able to crush him. Now that they were working together, there was no suspense at all. Very few people knew the name of this old man, but because he was one of the elders of the Heavenly War Empire and appeared the most frequently in the Empire's affairs, over time, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire affectionately called him Zhong 1, Zhong 2, Zhong 3, and Zhong 4. Although the four of them were origin level 9 of the Void Realm level 9, because of their different cultivation techniques, they all had their own strengths. Zhongyi was the most domineering. The martial art he cultivated was a kind of boundless slaughter mantra. He possessed 3 types of slaughter divine abilities: Heaven Illusion Earth Slaughter, Heaven Exterminating Slaughter, and Boundless Slaughter. War too was a sword cultivator. Over the years, he had condensed 9 sword talismans: the Origin Sword Talisman, the Life Sword Talisman, the Death Sword Talisman, the Thunder Sword Talisman, the Illusion Sword Talisman, the Lightning Sword Talisman, the Fire Sword Talisman, the Slaughter Sword Talisman, the God Sword Talisman, and so on. As for War 3, he was an expert in the bloodline technique. His technique was called the 3 Dragon Snake Transformations, the Flood Dragon Transformation, the Giant Dragon Transformation, and the Thunder Dragon Transformation. War 4 had encountered an extraterrestrial demon during his cultivation and had a close shave with death. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally comprehended the life and death chi and cultivated the life and death Tao formula. He turned into the yin-yang face and the life and death body. He was the most mysterious among the 4 of them. At this moment, the 4 Void Realm old monsters rushed into the interior of this abandoned planet at the same time. They immediately took up positions in 4 directions in the northern ice field of the Star Realm, surrounding Yi Xian, who was standing in the center of the ice field with a sneer. "Kid, you can't escape today. I advise you to stop resisting so that you won't suffer more pain. You're too conceited. Indeed, since ancient times, there are very few young people like you who have such monstrous talent in the 3 fields of medicine, equipment, and array. But remember, you haven't grown up yet. No matter how monstrous a talent you are, if you can't grow up, you will eventually be annihilated in the long river of time and forgotten by history. The Celestial Emperor loves talents and can't bear to see you die so early, so he asked the 4 of us to come. At the same time, the 4 of us also admire you. Now, we'll give you a chance. As long as you immediately swear a Tao oath in front of the 4 of us to be loyal to the Zhon clan of the Heaven Battle Empire, we'll spare your life today. Furthermore, from now on, my Zhon clan will fully support your growth. The entire Heavenly Battle Empire will be your support. Your path to growth will be smooth sailing, and you won't have to worry about dying before you've fully matured. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor of Heaven Battle or the 4 of us, we don't often have this kind of kindness. Don't make a mistake. You must seize this rare opportunity. Bah. After the 4 old men finished speaking, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and directly spat loudly. Then, he sneered and ridiculed. What is the Zhon clan? Just now, there was a guy who claimed to be the first prince of the Heaven Battle Empire who came to recruit me. Is the Immortal Dynasty not better than your Heaven Battle Empire? You don't even put this young master in your eyes, slapping him in the face. What are you 4 dogs worth? Also, the prince of the Immortal Dynasty just came to recruit me, and you 4 bastards immediately ran over, saying that you represent the Zhon clan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, and asked this young master to swear a Tao oath in front of you, that I will be loyal to your Zhon clan. This young master wants to know one thing. Does the Immortal Dynasty know what you're doing? If they don't know, isn't this the same as deceiving the Emperor? If this young master goes out and spreads what you just said, how many days do you think the so-called Zhon clan of the Heavenly War Empire will be able to live freely? Bold thief, you dare to sow discord. When have we ever been disloyal to the Heaven Battle Empire? It seems that we can't let you live today. That's right. This kid harbors ill intentions. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, his heart is too wicked. Today, we have no choice but to kill him here. I presume that he has left behind some jade slips related to the 3 ultimate techniques of medicine, tools, and formations. The effects will be the same if we seize it. Humph, do you really think that you can look down on the world with a top-level battle armor and a small private battleship engraved with a void-killing array? Today, the 4 of us will teach you how to behave. Why talk nonsense with him? He's just a little ant, just kill him. Seeing that not only did Yi Xian not appreciate their kindness, but he even mocked them coldly and threatened to announce what they had just said, the 4 old fellows were instantly enraged and their killing intent rose. At the same time, a monstrous aura roared out from the bodies of the 4 old things. 4 supreme existences at the pinnacle of the 9th step of the void had joined hands to deal with a junior at the 7th step of the origin. At this moment, they had actually unleashed their full cultivation. It was clear that they were determined to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. Chapter 33:12. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Yi Xian went berserk. You're just 3 shameless old men. What right do you have to scold this young master? Aren't you just relying on your superior numbers and powerful cultivation? This young master would like to see if you have the ability to suppress this young master today. Before the 4 old men could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glass armor and directly entered the second mecha state. Moreover, the withered demon bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious-looking blood-black demonic blade with monstrous flames. It was nearly 10 feet long, about the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. An incomparably ferocious murderous aura instantly spread out. This was the first time the 4 old men had seen such a scene. It was too mighty. The giant mecha was 10 feet tall, and the ferocious demonic blade was 10 feet long. The two were perfectly blended together, and the momentum was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, the 4 old men were shocked, and their murderous intent grew even stronger. Heaven Illusion Kill, Death Sword Talisman, Thunder Dragon Transformation, Wither and Glory Dual Evils Wither Sky Dome. As the murderous intent rose in their hearts, the 4 shameless old men summoned their trump cards at the same time. With a roar, their figures flashed, and endless murderous power rolled toward Yi Xian from 4 different directions at the same time. On the east side, Zhong Yi summoned one of the 3 killing techniques of the Limitless slaughter mantra, the Heaven Illusion Kill. As a terrifying energy that overturned the sky and earth surged out from his body, that part of the sky turned into a murderous cage. The strong wind was endless, and it covered Yi Xian from head to toe. On the west side, Zhong too summoned one of the 9 sword talismans, the Death Sword Talisman. The endless murderous aura that surged out from his body drew in the sharp metal power of heaven and earth, and turned into a killing heavenly blade that was 500 feet long. It shone with a boundless golden light, and with an incomparably sharp momentum, it slashed toward Yi Xian. In the southern region, Zhong San had activated one of the 3 great abilities of the Dragon Snake's 3 transformations bloodline, the Thunder Dragon Transformation. His entire body transformed into a lightning dragon that was nearly 3,000 meters long. His entire body was wrapped in a boundless lightning aura, and lightning exploded as he roared and bit towards Yi Xian. In the northern region, the most mysterious of the 4, Zhong Sai, stood in place. He didn't make any big movements, but just waved his hand casually. In an instant, he melted an endless ice sheet in the northern region of the ice field. Under the ice sheet, a large number of icy creatures and ferocious beasts that were originally hidden under the ice sheet were revealed. At this moment, the vitality of these endless ice beasts seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies in an instant, and they turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in less than half an instant, countless dry bones of the icefield beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together, condensing into a white bone-withered demon beast that was 10,000 feet long. With a monstrous withered demon aura, it seemed to want to devour all the vitality between heaven and earth, and it rushed toward Yi Xian. The 4 supreme existences of the 9th level of the Void Realm Perfection stage all attacked at the same time. They used the magical powers that they were best at, whistling toward Yi Xian from 4 different directions. This scene was so shocking that even Yi Xian felt a sense of trepidation in an instant. He had no doubt that if these 4 terrifying magical powers and techniques hit him at the same time, or even if it was only one of them, even if he had the protection of the indestructible glass armor, the final result would still be the same. Perhaps, the full force of these 4 old fellows wouldn't be able to destroy the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor, but Yi Xian, who was inside the armor, was too weak after all, and was 3 whole realms away from them. In this kind of situation, even if the indestructible glass armor was undamaged, it was extremely likely that Yi Xian would be forcefully shaken to death within the armor. Back then, Hadn't he also used the Thunder Emperor seal to kill that powerful core member of the Tianji clan using this method? Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He immediately put away the withered demon bloodblade that he had just summoned. He had indeed planned to fight to his heart's content with these 4 old guys, but now, it seemed that he had been too confident in himself. Although he had the terrifying ability to fight above his level, at most, he could only fight above 1 realm. If the cultivation gap between him and his enemy was 2 realms, Yi Xian had no chance at all with his own strength and foundation. After all, he wasn't a devouring avatar. That fellow had an innate crystal body, and the strength of his body was frighteningly high. Innate, he was already in an invincible position. In this regard, Yi Xian, who hadn't fully evolved his physical body, would never be able to compare to him. Of course, although the doppelganger was strong, Yi Xian was not weak either. They both had their own strengths. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's main body could not use some of the divine abilities that he was proficient in at the moment, such as the Fallen Skybow and the Rai Di seal. Once these supreme techniques and bloodline divine abilities were used, his identity would be exposed immediately. Then, there was no need to use them at all. Rather than that, it would be better to directly activate the planar coordinate jump ability and escape. He could leave this place with a single thought and appear in the Death Star vortex in the gap between the territories of the 2 great factions of the human race. But Yi Xian was unwilling to leave. He was unwilling. If he escaped this time, unless he completely abandoned his identity as young Master Linghu in the future, once he appeared again, all the powerful factions and powerful families of the human race in the 3rd universe would immediately rush over like flies that had smelled the scent. They would quickly surround and hunt him down again. Although these guys were disgusting flies, Yi Xian did not think of himself as a stinking egg. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to beat all of them so that they would not dare to chase after him with such a mentality of absolute suppression. And to achieve this, everything had to start from today's battle. If he successfully counterattacked and defeated these 4 shameless old void monsters in this battle, then even if there were still those who were unwilling to give up and secretly coveted him in the future, at least they would not be as brazen as they were now. In short, killing might was something that was forcefully built up by relying on countless bones and endless deaths. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, if one wanted to be free and unfettered, and not be casually harassed, then the only way out was only one word, and that was kill. Ah, you 4 shameless old flies. Do you really think this young master is a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, whose anger had been completely ignited, raised his head and roared. He had decided to completely throw caution to the wind today. In order to roam the 3rd universe with the identity of young Master Linghu in the future, and in the process of searching for all kinds of follow-up gene fluids, Yi Xian was going to start a massacre today. He was going to beat these shameless guys until they were afraid. Since he was going to make a scene, he might as well make it big. As he raised his head and roared, Yi Xian's eyes were already blood-red. This was the rhythm of a complete rampage. He rarely appeared in this state after entering the starry sky, but as soon as he broke out today, he could not stop. Today, the 4 of you, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Shio. Chapter 33:13. Cauldron saw you 4, even if you don't die today, you'll still lose a layer of skin, Shio. Amidst his furious roar, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Following an incomparably ear-piercing sound, a green light was suddenly thrown out by Yi Xian. This green light was actually the Farmer God Cauldron in his knowledge sea. Of course, Yi Xian didn't use the Farmer God pestle that came with the cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was enough to make people jealous. In any case, he was only using it to suppress his opponents. There was no need to use the Farmer God pestle. Yi Xian didn't plan to use this pair of primordial treasures together. That would be too obvious. Even a fool would know what it meant. And as long as Yi Xian didn't use the Farmer God pestle, even if everyone knew that he had already refined and collected the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the tablet didn't show the Farmer God pestle's original appearance, so no one would think of that. The reason why Yi Xian decided to use the Farmer God Cauldron now was because he had no other choice. Linghu Chong was known as the peerless genius of the alchemy, crafting, and array arts masters. Now, He was a supreme treasure in the eyes of the major forces. His identity was only the young master of a fallen family. It could be said that he didn't have any backing. Everyone thought that he was a soft persimmon and wanted to reach out and pinch him. Although his armor was freakish and his small private battleship was equipped with a huge killing array, these methods could be used to deal with some Void Realm Starry Sky Masters. Once he faced the 13th Realm Genesis Realm or the 14th Realm Cosmic Light Masters, they were basically no deterrent. Therefore, if Yi Xian still planned to use this identity to travel through the third universe, he would have to display a new method of deterrence. Even the primordial domain of the 13th Great Realm, or even the cosmic light level experts of the 14th Great Realm, would be able to threaten them. The Fallen Skybow and the Rai Di Seal could do this, but Yi Xian couldn't use it. Once he used it, it would immediately be exposed. Helpless, he could only use the Farmer God Cauldron. In any case, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, even before Yi Xian refined it, this cauldron had been standing in the vast void of the Medicine King's remains in the form of a huge star for countless years, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. It was said that there was even an almighty figure of the 15th level who tried to attack, but in the end, he still retreated helplessly, unable to move at all. If not for this, Yi Xian would not have taken out this cauldron so easily. Boom! At that moment, as the green light shot out from the center of Yi Xian's brows, it expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time, it had turned into a huge planet. The atmosphere of the abandoned planet under his feet was blown away. The aura was too strong, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked inch by inch. This abandoned planet obviously could not be protected. After this battle, it would completely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. There was a huge explosion. Zhongyi had used one of the 3 killing techniques of the Limitless slaughtering mantra, the illusory murder of heaven and earth. A terrifying energy that could overturn the heavens and earth surged out from within his body. The killing cage that had been formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth collapsed completely in an instant. For a time, the wind was endless, raging in the vast void of the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, the thousands of feet-long white bone-withered demon beast that was condensed from the bones of countless icefield beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together. At this moment, it let out a low howl as if it was unexpectedly frightened. This beast's body was full of a monstrous withered aura, as if it wanted to devour all the vitality in the world. Originally, it was rushing towards Yi Xian with boundless ferocity. But at this moment, facing the Farmer God Cauldron that was descending with a loud howl, it turned around and retreated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The giant cauldron was like a huge star that appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it came into contact with the killing cage, it collapsed. Then, at the same moment that the 1,000-feet-long white bone-withered demon beast turned around, it suddenly smashed towards it without any suspense. Bang! There was no cracking sound of bones, only a low and oppressive bang. The 1,000-feet-long withered demon beast's entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. It was blown away by the terrifying qi brought by the giant cauldron that descended from the sky, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ding! At the same time, the sword talisman that Zhongyi used to transport death stimulated the endless killing aura surging out of his body. The heavenly blade of slaughter that was formed by the sharp metal force of heaven and earth also slashed onto the body of the Farmer God Cauldron at the same time, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. This heavenly blade of slaughter was 500 feet long and was condensed from countless sharp metal force. It shone with a boundless and dazzling golden light, and its momentum could be said to be incomparably sharp. Originally, it was aimed at Yi Xian's head, but now, it was directly blocked by the Farmer God Cauldron. The result made everyone speechless. Accompanied by a ringing sound, the heavenly blade of slaughter that was so sharp that it could almost split open the sky and space actually didn't slow down in the slightest and directly shattered. Countless sharp metal fragments of various sizes that were suffused with golden light instantly exploded, and then rumbled and dispersed, turning into specks of golden starry rain that dispersed and illuminated a small area of space in an extremely dazzling manner. Fart! 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 At this moment, Zhongyi, and Zhon Sai all opened their mouths at the same time as if they had agreed to it. The World Cage, Heavenly Blade of Slaughter, and the Withered Demon Beast earlier were all condensed from their own strongest abilities, and could be said to be closely related to their own bodies. Now that their attacks were blocked and forcefully destroyed, the three old fellows suffered a backlash and were heavily injured in the blink of an eye. Although it was not life-threatening, their faces were as pale as paper. From the looks of it, they would definitely not be able to make a move for a while. It was only at this moment that cries of surprise suddenly rang out. What? This is the Medicine King Cauldron? This is actually the supreme cauldron in the Medicine King's ruins. It has been floating in the void like a star for countless years, and no one has ever been able to move it. How could it appear here now? This is impossible. Impossible, this kid is only at the origin 7th stage. How could he refine the supreme cauldron that even the almighty Chenkuan can't move? This is King illogical. Monster. He's simply a monster. Run, this cauldron is too terrifying. There was once an almighty Chenkuan who tried to cut it open with all his might, but in the end, a supreme divine weapon of the primordial era collapsed. We can't move it at all. If we are crushed by it, even if we don't die, we will be completely suppressed and won't be able to make a comeback. Following these cries of surprise, Zhon Yi, and Zhon Sai didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian sneered as he turned around and swept his gaze in another direction. Chapter 33:14. Don't run, little loach screech. In fact, the moment Shenlong's giant cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky, Zhon San's Thunder Dragon transformation bloodline ability had already screeched and turned around to escape. Although its voice was so loud that it could split the clouds, it clearly revealed an extremely strong sense of fear and shock. After all, he was not a real immemorial Thunder Dragon. Although Zhon San's 3 transformations of dragon and snake bloodline magical power was amazing, he could actually use this magical power to stimulate the flesh and blood of his original body and change his form into a Thunder Dragon that was thousands of feet long. Those who didn't know would most likely think that he was originally a Thunder Dragon ferocious beast that had transformed into human form. It was a pity that the Thunder Dragon evolved from this kind of magical power only had the form. Even though Zhon San seemed to have mastered some thunder and lightning power, compared with the real immemorial Thunder Dragon, it was still too far away. At least, he didn't have the brutal and even violent temperament and momentum that an immemorial Thunder Dragon should have. If an immemorial Thunder Dragon from the Desolate Era was really here, no matter how terrifying Shenlong's cauldron was, it would absolutely not turn around and retreat. But everything was still too late in the end. As soon as Shenlong's giant cauldron appeared, it destroyed the World Cage, the Heavenly Blade of Slaughter, and the Withered Demon Beast one after another, causing Zhon Yi, Zhon Sai to vomit blood and be seriously injured. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment, causing people to be overwhelmed and unable to react at all. Under such circumstances, even if the Thunder Dragon transformed from Zhon San's original body saw the opportunity early, it screeched and retreated at the first moment, but Shenlong's giant cauldron was really too big, its size even exceeding that of an ordinary star. The abandoned star under its feet couldn't withstand its pressure and was cracking inch by inch was proof of this. With such a huge body, there was no need to expend effort to pursue at all. Just a roll in the void and it could cross an extremely long distance in the starry sky. Yi Xian did indeed do this. He naturally couldn't kill all 4 of these old guys, otherwise this matter would be counterproductive. His goal was only to display a deterrent means to make everyone afraid and not dare to provoke him. If he killed all 4 of them, the Heavenly War Empire would definitely not let it go and would send stronger existences, which would be bad. However, although he couldn't kill all of them, it was not a problem to kill a few people. This was also the price they should and must pay. Otherwise, it was not enough to show his power. Zhon Yi, Zhon Sai, and Sai. Yi Xian didn't want to bully the disabled people, so he chose Zhon San. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this fellow was courting death. Instead of being a proper human being, he actually transformed into a ferocious beast that was thousands of feet long. Even if such a huge starry sky cauldron crushed Zhon Yi, Zhon Sai, and Jeon-sai into meat patties, it looked like nothing special. But it was different for Jeon-san. This was a 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon, and Yi Xian had crushed it in the void with the farmer god cauldron in front of everyone. Just the visual impact and shock was enough to frighten the starry sky masters who saw this scene in an instant. "Little Loach, don't run. This young master promises not to beat the shit out of you." Rumble. Yi Xian's figure didn't move as he floated above the massive Shunnong cauldron that was as large as a star. Originally, he had his hands behind his back, but now, he slightly raised his right arm and pointed towards the 3,000-foot-long lightning dragon that was fleeing in the north. Puff. When the 3 words "Little Loach" entered his ears, Jeon-san was so angry that he vomited blood. Even though he had manifested a 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body with his bloodline magical ability, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He was so angry. The supreme existence of the 12th great realm, the 9th rank perfection of the void, with the stunning bloodline of the divine dragon thunder dragon transformation, how awe-inspiring was the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body manifested. In the past, every time Jeon-san activated the thunder dragon transformation and manifested a 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body, which time did he not shock the other party instantly? Even those who immediately retreated in horror were not in the minority. But today, he had encountered such a monster. The 1,000-feet-long terrifying thunder dragon had become a little loach in his eyes. Moreover, he was still clamoring not to run, promising not to beat the shit out of him and so on. This was clearly the rhythm of beating him until the shit out of him was directly beaten out of here. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jeon-san's 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body once again trembled a few times. This time, it was not because of anger, but because of fear. This was a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. If it was hung up and beaten in public in this void, that scene was so beautiful that Jeon-san couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't feel good at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline magical ability of the thunder dragon transformation needed a certain amount of time to cool down, even if he tried his best to remove it now, it would take at least 7 or 8 seconds. Jeon-san simply couldn't wait to do so immediately. At least in that case, once he returned to his human form, if he was really beaten up, he wouldn't be as eye-catching as the current 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body. Rumble. Just as his speed suddenly increased and he was running forward with all his might, a series of extremely violent thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind him. That feeling was as if there was a part of the world behind him that had completely collapsed. The terrifying power of heaven and earth shattering turned into an invisible shockwave, roaring and chasing after him. These thunderous roars were the explosive sounds made by the Shunnong cauldron crushing the void. Its size was so huge that it was more terrifying than ordinary stars. Although ordinary stars also had trajectories, whether it was revolution or rotation, they were untraceable and too slow to be detected. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's control, the Shunnong cauldron was like a meteor that was galloping at an extremely fast speed. Even the void was crushed and the sound of explosions could be heard. It was too normal. At this moment, Jeon-san was almost scared out of his wits, because he found that the speed of Shunnong's giant cauldron was really too fast. He tried his best, and even used all the strength he had when he was a child. He finally managed to rush out a distance, but this giant star cauldron just rolled and easily covered this distance. According to this trend, at most 7 or 8 breaths of time, the terrifying giant star cauldron would press down on his head. Thinking of this, Jeon-san's soul flew out of his body. There was also a human voice coming from the huge mouth of the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. He didn't care about his face and begged in public, "Linghu, little friend, can we stop chasing? It's a misunderstanding, everything today is a misunderstanding." Boom. Before he could finish the words in his mouth, the Shunnong cauldron, which was following closely behind, suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a long distance in the void and directly arrived above the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. Then, with a more violent and intensive sound of sonic booms, the giant star cauldron instantly pressed down with an indescribable momentum. AO. Chapter 33:15. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar. Although the thunder dragon's body was huge, at least 10,000 feet, it was too small compared to the Shunnong giant cauldron that was like a huge star. It couldn't even be considered a small dot. The Shunnong giant cauldron pressed down on its head, and only a small part of its edge brushed against its body. The 10,000 feet thunder dragon was completely turned into a dried thunder dragon. Except for the head that was exposed outside, the whole body of the thunder dragon was completely crushed, and that small part of the void was dyed red by the blood mist that burst out. This scene was too terrifying. A 10,000 feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon in an instant. The mournful howl it let out had no dragon power, but was more like a wolf's howl, which made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the word miserable be enough? In fact, even this mournful and indignant howl didn't last too long. It only lasted for about 2 breaths before it suddenly stopped. At this point, the 10,000 feet thunder dragon no longer had the slightest breath. Jean San had fallen. At this time, in the area of the abandoned star that had completely collapsed, Jean 1, Jean 2, and Jean 4, who had retreated in horror, finally regained their senses. They roared one after another, and their figures rushed over here, wanting to help. Ling Huchong, stop. Don't make a mistake. If Jean San dies, you will definitely die. Impulse is the devil, Ling Huchong, don't court death. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before these 3 old things could finish their threatening words, there was a loud sound of violent explosions in the void in front of them. The Shunnong giant cauldron pressed down with a loud crash, and a tragic and mournful howl suddenly sounded. Everything happened too fast. From the moment Yi Xian took the Shunnong giant cauldron to chase after Jean San to the moment when the 10,000 feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon and let out a mournful howl, it only took 3 breaths. It was so fast that even Zhong Yi, who had retreated in a hurry and had almost completely panicked. His mind was in chaos, and the 3 supreme existences of the 9th order great perfection were actually unable to rescue him in time. They could only watch as their Jean San was crushed into a dried dragon in front of everyone and died. In fact, even if they took action, the result would be the same. If they had the ability to resist the Shunnong giant cauldron, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and retreated at the same time. About this, Jean 1, 2, and 4 were well aware of it. So, Jean San's death at this moment, the threatening words from their mouths at the same time, and their figures that had just rushed out, they also suddenly stopped. A wave of monstrous flames of fury that was similarly boundless and nearly capable of destroying everything surged out from the 3 of them. It surged through the void and actually faintly emitted a faint buzzing sound. However, the faces of the 3 old fellows were incomparably pale. Even though their eyes were as red as blood, as if they were about to spit out substantial flames, their faces were deathly pale. Whiter than snow. This paleness that caused one's heart to palpitate actually represented and revealed the current state of mind of the 3 of them. Only now did they suddenly realize how laughable and powerless the threatening words they shouted at Yi Xian in a moment of desperation were. After all, before the 3 of them could finish their threats, the other party had already crushed the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon to death. Moreover, that scene was so domineering. It was really like crushing a little loach. He had killed their 3rd brother Jean, in front of everyone. This was clearly a slap to their own faces. Before Yi Xian could do anything, they had already slapped their own faces. Perhaps, at this time, they still believed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly die, but at least now, they couldn't see that scene. Although there were many starry sky experts in this encirclement, and thousands of battleships, all of which were at least 3,000 meters in length, the entire encirclement army still didn't have the strength to threaten the other party. The Royal Star Cauldron, which appeared out of nowhere, was too terrifying. With it in hand, the other party could suppress a group of void men. Relying on this army, whose strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level, they couldn't do anything. It was also at this time that the momentum came to an abrupt stop. Behind Zhong Yi and the other 2, a large wave of terrified cries rang out like a tide. It was the starry sky experts who were entrenched in the battleships. They had surrounded the entire abandoned star so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shunnong cauldron, this group of people was completely stunned. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, one of the 4 supreme existences at the peak of the 9th level died and 3 were injured. This scene was too horrifying. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did their bodies tremble violently. They gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh heavens, let me be blind. What did I see?" A 10,000 feet thunder dragon turned into a dried dragon in an instant. It was tortured to death. It's too tragic. This is too much of a bullying dragon. This is a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, but it was tortured to the point of howling like a wolf. How sorrowful and indignant should it be? Terrifying. Ferocious. Young Master Linghu is heaven-defying. He doesn't just have the 3 peerless potions, tools, and arrays. Even his combat strength is the same as that of a peerless monster. He can definitely contend with that monster who is causing trouble in the cultivation camp. Right now, it's still uncertain who exactly is the clone of that monster. He might even surpass that monster. Once the giant cauldron makes a move, even that invincible war god will be suppressed. The number 1 monster of the human race. Young Master Linghu definitely deserves this name. He is unparalleled, and his heaven-defying momentum is unstoppable. As these cries of surprise entered their ears, the figures of the heads of the 16 top families of the dynasty, the patriarchs, and the others, who had interacted with Yi Xian many times before, continuously trembled. Their expressions were even more marvelous to the extreme, and it was impossible to describe. It's too terrifying. He hid it too deeply. It turns out that the royal star cauldron that mysteriously disappeared in the King of Medicine's relics was actually refined and taken away by him. At that time, we wanted to harm him and seize half of the King of Medicine's inheritance from the Linghu descendant. If it weren't for the outbreak of the universe zombie riot, I'm afraid we would have already taken action. If that was really the case, it was simply courting death. While muttering to themselves, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other, and the hair on their backs stood up. At this moment, they really didn't want to go against Yi Xian anymore. They couldn't shake him at all. On the other side, the Crown Prince Long Xiong, the 2 princes of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhon Lingfeng, and Xu Biqing, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and even began to plan how to torture Yi Xian after Zhon Yi and the others captured him. However, they were completely dumbfounded on the spot with their mouths wide open. These 3 guys' heads were originally swollen. Now, their mouths were slightly open, their faces were stiff, and their eyes were dull. At a glance, they really looked more and more like pig-headed people. Chapter 33:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Heaven and Earth almighty figures were nothing. Even though they knew Yi Xian's true identity and believed that he must have some more powerful tricks up his sleeve, they believed that he would be able to survive this crisis and leave calmly. But at this moment, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still completely stunned. Only when the surrounding cries of surprise rang out like a tide did they wake up from a dream. Their bodies shook slightly, and they finally came back to their senses. Heavens, an idol is indeed an idol. He's really not an ordinary kind of awesome. Even though this young lady thought highly of him, in the end, I was still fiercely shocked. It seems that my previous estimation was too conservative. This guy is a peerless monster. He can't be treated as a human. Dragon slaying. This is clearly a dragon slaying scene. Even though it was only formed by the bloodline ability, it was still a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long. At least it had its shape, but it was crushed into a dried husk in an instant. Why didn't I realize that this guy was so ferocious before? That's right, that little temper is too scary. It's left me with a faint psychological shadow. In the future, when I face him, my heart will probably beat wildly. I'm afraid that I'll provoke his little temper. He dares. Humph, don't be fooled by how arrogant he is in front of outsiders. In front of us 3 sisters, he's just a little kitten. I've long been sure of this. That bastard is bad at everything except for one thing. As long as you're sincerely good to him, no matter how you yell at him or bully him, he won't flip out. He's a fool. At the end of the conversation, the girls had already gathered together and discussed quietly. On one hand, they were afraid that others would hear them and reveal Yi Xian's true identity. On the other hand, the 3 sisters gathered together to discuss how to deal with Yi Xian. Naturally, They couldn't let him hear these words. In front of them, Jean 1, Jean 2, and Jean 4 suppressed the anger in their hearts and spoke again. Ling Huchong, you relied on the royal star cauldron to run amok. You didn't care about dissuasion and killed Jean San on the spot. This matter can't be resolved. Just wait and see. Our heavenly war empire is not without the power of heaven and earth. What's more, we have the power of the entire dynasty. You have committed many crimes and are extremely evil. Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Today's matter has already pierced through the sky. Once the Almighty of the Empire learns of this, they will definitely be enraged. They will definitely take action at the first moment and suppress you. If you know what's good for you and want to live, hand over the king's cauldron immediately, seal your own cultivation, and beg for forgiveness. Considering that your amazing talent in the three ultimate of medicine, tools, and formations is really rare, perhaps we can consider forgiving you and keep you useful to the Empire to atone for your crime. These words were really shameless. It was obvious that they coveted the other party's three unique talents in medicine, tools, and arrays, and wanted to recruit him by force. They even mobilized thousands of battleships and even more strong cultivators of the starry sky to carry out a great encirclement and annihilation. There were also 4 supreme existences of the 12th great realm, the great perfection of the 9th rank void space. In the end, even with the 4 of them working together, they were no match for him. They were suppressed on the spot, 3 of them were heavily injured, and 1 of them died. In the end, they actually accused the other party of committing numerous crimes and being extremely evil, shameless to such an extent, it was simply outrageous. In the team of the huge fleet coalition behind, there were many strong cultivators of the starry sky who curled their lips and rolled their eyes after hearing this. They were afraid that they were actually also participants, and also wanted to do harm to Yi Xian before. At this time, after controlling the Shennong giant cauldron to kill Zhong San, Yi Xian had now thrown away the corpse of the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon that had been crushed into a dried dragon. He let it float in the void space in the distance, cold and lonely, but he himself had already turned around. This scene was too amazing. The Shennong giant cauldron, as huge as a star, came across the sky. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist gushed out and filled the air, and Yi Xian was suspended above it, stepping on the 9-colored mist under his feet. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was neither surprised nor happy. He was simply like a banished immortal, peerless and independent, dazzling everyone. On this side, countless strong cultivators of the starry sky were already dumbfounded. The eldest prince, Long Xiong, and the other 2 pig-headed men were even more stunned, and there were all kinds of unwillingness mixed in their expression. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other 2 girls were also stunned by this scene. Zhao Qianru was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Xiaocha was even more direct. Prince Xian was originally her idol, so this girl had never concealed her infatuation with Yi Xian. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, who was hovering above the giant cauldron like a banished immortal, slowly approaching, her eyes were fixed, and she muttered to herself like a love-struck fool, "Heavens, too handsome. This is my idol, fully deserving of the title, the one and only. Boo-hoo. Why do I have such good taste?" Even the purplish warbler was clearly in a daze at this moment. She stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was slowly approaching. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the figure in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't just because Yi Xian had changed his appearance, but also because he looked like a burly man. More importantly, it was because of the feeling that he gave off. The Prince Xian she knew was famous across the 3 universes, and he was revered as the #1 idol of the Federation, with countless fans. However, in reality, all of Yi Xian's achievements that made him famous, including what happened in the first universe in the Demon Domain, and the shocking act of destroying the ancestral grounds of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates in the territory of the cultivators not long ago, all of this was something that the purplish warbler had never seen with her own eyes. The Prince Xian she knew wasn't that amazing in front of her. However, at this moment, the scene unfolding before her eyes was so extraordinary that the purplish warbler felt like she was seeing an illusion. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, The little independent stellar core realm cultivator she knew had actually grown to such a height. Even she could only look up to him from afar. Soon, Yi Xian was already in front of her. The Shunnong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, was suspended in the void thousands of miles away, pouring out endless nine-colored fog. Yi Xian stood above the colorful fog with his hands behind his back. He was so stunning that even the three old men of Zhonyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His elegance was truly peerless. As existences at the peak of the ninth realm of the Void Realm, it wasn't too unjust for them to be defeated in the hands of a peerless monster of a generation. Thinking of this, the three old men's hearts immediately calmed down. Just as they were about to continue persuading, Yi Xian had already opened his mouth with a cold smile. I've seen shameless people, but this young master has truly never heard of anyone as shameless as your Zhon clan. So what if he's a universe almighty? If he wants to take this young master's life, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. I'd like to give you a piece of advice instead. Pass this message to that universe almighty of your Zhon clan. It's best to spread the news that he's in seclusion, lest he jumps out and embarrasses himself. In this young master's eyes, the so-called universe almighty is nothing more than a fart. These words were too pretentious. The faces of countless experts in the starry sky turned green, and their hearts beat wildly. They had never seen such an existence who dared to call a universe almighty a fart in public. Young Master Linghu was really going to defy the natural order. He was too arrogant. Impudent. Chapter 33:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Come in if you dare. Speak of the devil. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the supreme existence of the 15th level of the Zhon clan, the only supreme being of the universe, finally made his move. The Zhon clan of the Heavenly War Empire actually had two supreme existences of the universe realm. These two people were called Zhon Tu and Zhon Lu. They were the ancestors of the Zhon imperial clan and had lived for countless years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zhon Lu had left the three realms of the universe to explore other realms of the universe. No one knew if he was lost in the endless void of the universe or if he had died. In short, tens of thousands of years had passed, but Zhon Lu had not returned. From then on, the Zhon clan of the Heavenly War Empire only had Zhon Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm. It was also because of this that Zhon Tu, as the only supreme existence of the Zhon imperial clan, had always been very cautious and rarely went out. He had always been in seclusion on an unknown planet near the Heavenly War Imperial planet. This time, the Heavenly War Imperial planet had encountered an unforeseen event. Zhon Tu, who was in seclusion, did not know about it. However, considering the importance of this matter, not only did it involve the Yin Demon clan of the Second Universe, but it also caused a chain reaction. The Heavenly War Emperor, Zhon Wuzi, was worried that there would be other unforeseen events. He ordered him to go to the planet where Zhon Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm, was in seclusion and invite him out. A few days ago, Zhon Tu had already arrived and stayed behind in the heavenly Chen nation's capital. This time, he, as the Zhon imperial clan's ancestor Chen Kuan, naturally couldn't lead the expedition personally. That would be too condescending. Right now, although Zhon Tu was still on the heavenly Chen star, he had already found out about the changes that had happened on the heavenly Chen star's level 3-star network. In a fit of rage, he immediately manifested his Dharma idol projection and descended. Who would have thought that just as his consciousness arrived in this void, he would hear the arrogant words that Yi Xian had spoken. As a result, he was instantly enraged and immediately attacked, wanting to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. The powers of the universe were extraordinary. They had already come into contact with the mysteries of the universe's great Tao principles. Among the first 15 realms of the universe, they belonged to the most transcendent category of great powers. Even if it was just a Dharma idol projection, its power was far beyond what the four of them, who were only at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, could compare to. At this moment, with the arrival of Zhon Tu's Dharma power projection, this vast space of the universe was disturbed. A formless sealing force shrouded this area, and the space tens of millions of miles away was instantly turned into a cage, confined by a formless, terrifying pressure. In that instant, even the 100,000-meter-long star fortress that the first Prince Longxiong had brought with him, as well as the Senblue fleet's flagship that Hongdo Lifeng was on, were all affected without any suspense, the superspace oscillator on the ship directly going out of action. In the face of the space that was confined by the supreme pressure of the universe, even the superspace oscillator installed on the 100,000-meter-long star fortress was rendered ineffective, unable to shake this space to form a vibration effect. A large number of strong masters in the universe felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended, pressing down on their heads from all directions, giving them a feeling of sluggishness, and hindering their movements. This was the result of the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended, not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, it would be even more unbearable. Once the universe was angry, even Old Man Zhongyi and the others, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, would be suppressed instantly, unable to resist at all, and the only target of this terrifying pressure, Yi Xian, was obviously in a worse situation. Boom! The starry space exploded, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time that furious roar suddenly rang out, the space 10,000 miles above Yi Xian's head shattered inch by inch without warning. The area affected was extremely vast, spanning several thousand miles. This kind of feeling was as if this space was simply made of paper, and behind this fragile thin paper, a supreme fierce beast had appeared. At this moment, the fierce beast was breaking through the boundary, and as soon as it came into contact with this layer of barrier, the space immediately cracked and collapsed like a piece of paper without any delay. Behind this space that spread for several thousand miles and collapsed inch by inch in an instant, an incomparably huge blood-red palm print suddenly descended, its 5 fingers spread open, the palm facing down, covering Yi Xian and the Shenong giant cauldron beneath his feet from head to toe. Although the giant star cauldron was huge, the descending blood-red palm was not small either. The two were evenly matched. If this palm hit the giant star cauldron, although it was uncertain whether the giant star cauldron would be damaged, there was no doubt that Yi Xian, who was standing on the 7-colored fog and hovering above the cauldron with his hands behind his back, would die without a doubt. Or, he would be directly suppressed and captured on the spot. The giant blood-red palm would only need to grab and close, and then it would be able to carry him across the void and disappear. The situation was extremely critical. The giant blood-red palm came suddenly, and its momentum was extremely fierce. As soon as it appeared, it had already pressed down nearly half of the cauldron, only 2,000 miles away from Yi Xian. At this speed, the giant blood-red palm would be able to hit the giant star cauldron in at most a breath's time. At that time, if the other party did not intend to leave him alive, Yi Xian would most likely explode into a fine mist of blood in an instant, and then be vaporized by the terrifying force of the giant blood-red palm, not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He almost immediately ordered the system to directly activate the interplanar coordinate jump ability and escape to the death vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. But in the end, he restrained himself and did not do so. On the one hand, the farmer god cauldron was still here, and now it was obviously too late to put it into his body. Time was too tight. On the other hand, if that was really the case, the consequences and severity of the consequences would be too serious for Yi Xian to accept. The reason why he had used the farmer god cauldron was to make an example of him and show off his power, so that this group of people would be afraid of him and not dare to harass him at will. Even if the performance just now was amazing enough and had some effect, if the final result was still to flee, then it would be too embarrassing. Everything he had done before would go down the drain, and the fierce image he had just established would collapse in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made up his mind and instantly cut off the idea of escaping. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the inner space of the farmer god cauldron to take refuge. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant blood-red palm that came from the crack in the sky directly hit the farmer god cauldron, stirring up the dense 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. But the cauldron, which was as large as a planet, only shook slightly, and did not lose a single hair. Even if a mighty figure of Qian Kuan were to come in person, he would not be able to shake this cauldron. Now, it was only a Dharma power projection of the mighty figure of Qian Kuan that had descended. To be able to make the cauldron shake faintly, It was already the result of an extraordinary performance under the influence of the mighty figure's fury. Chapter 33:18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The incident escalated. Roar, brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you a coward? Come out if you dare. The giant blood-red palm suddenly shook and turned into the figure of an old man. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. He roared at the Shunnong cauldron helplessly. The next moment, a light voice came from the cauldron, frightening everyone. Old bastard, are you a ghost? Come in if you dare. Believe it or not, this young master will pull off your head. It was Yi Shen's voice. In fact, even if one did not listen to the voice, one could guess that he was the one who was arrogant from the arrogance in his words. The one who was called an old bastard and clamored to pull off his head was a powerful figure of the universe in the 15th realm. If it were anyone else, even if they had the protection of the giant star cauldron, they would never be able to utter such words. It was too shocking. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. In the distance, countless experts of the starry sky in the huge fleet had been scared out of their wits. Even Zhon 1, Zhon 2, and Zhon 4 were dumbfounded. They had been irritated by Yi Shen before, but after seeing how Ancestor Zhon 2 was treated, their anger inexplicably calmed down. Compared to the Ancestor, what they did was nothing at all. Even a mighty figure of the universe could be scolded as an old bastard in public by him. What was the little bit of anger that they had suffered? Roar, rumble, boom. Ancestor Zhon 2 of the universe was so angry that he roared and kept attacking. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and a small part of the void of the universe collapsed. However, the Shunnong cauldron did not move at all. When he had just arrived, he had launched the first attack out of anger, so it could be slightly shaken. But now, it had no effect at all. It was like a mosquito trying to shake a mountain. This was too humiliating. Of course, this was for Zhon 2. As for the experts of the starry sky thousands of miles away, most of them were embarrassed. A mighty figure of the universe was scolded as an old bastard in public. He stomped his feet and roared. A small part of the void collapsed, but he could do nothing to the other party. However, this scene was witnessed by many strong men in the starry sky. It was really, many people shrunk their necks and subconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. Their eyes drifted away, not daring to look directly at them. There were even some people who pretended not to notice them and started to chat with each other. If only a few people were like this, it wouldn't have aroused suspicion. But now, almost all the starry sky powerhouses outside the battleship were like this. Even a fool could see the problem. Ancestor Qian Kuan of the Zhon clan soon noticed this abnormal situation. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale and darkened in an instant. At this time, Zhon Yi, Zhon 2, and Zhon 4 were pretending to be chatting when they suddenly felt their surroundings become sluggish. The three old things seemed to have a clear understanding in their hearts that this was the ancestor's gaze sweeping over them. They hurriedly shrunk their necks subconsciously, but they didn't dare to meet his gaze. Instead, they chatted even more happily. It seemed that they were completely immersed in the conversation and didn't notice anything else around them at all. Oh, second brother, look at you. A corner of your lapel is stained red. You were seriously injured just now, weren't you? I clearly saw you spurting blood. Yes, yes, yes. That guy is too annoying. He made second brother so angry that he spurted blood. Next time we meet him, we must catch him and give him a good beating. It's okay for you to talk about me, but can we talk about something else? You're still talking about that guy. You're clearly touching a sore spot. Even the ancestor has come over with a black face. Without waiting for Zhon, who was scowling miserably, to finish his words, a thunderous roar rang out, shocking the three old things to the point that half of their souls flew away. First, second, and fourth, all of you roll over here for this old man right now, right now. The three old things looked at each other, and their faces darkened in an instant. They raised their eyebrows and hurried to greet the ancestor. They smiled apologetically and trembled with fear. Pass this old man's order. Open the Empire's treasure trove of war supplies, take out all kinds of war supplies, and build the space trap array with all our strength, At this time, old monster Jean 2 was extremely angry, but he calmed down instead. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he said coldly, "Within 3 days, we must complete the construction of the array and completely seal off this void. In these 3 days, this old man will sit here and guard this place to prevent that guy from spying on us and escaping. Once the space trap array is completed, the clan will send another 4 9th rank perfection void masters over. At that time, the 7 of you will each take a side and guard a formation eye, maintaining the opening of the array. This old man will leave for a few days and ask an old friend to come out. He will definitely be able to drag that guy out of this sturdy tortoise shell." Old monster Jean 2 didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said these words, so all the starry sky experts in the distance heard it clearly. At this time, everyone's expression had changed. The matter had indeed escalated and become more serious. Old monster Jean 2 was clearly anxious, and he actually wanted to build the space trap array. This was a shocking amount of money. The so-called space trap array's function was to completely seal off a void and cut off the connection between this void and the outside world. Whether it was teleportation or space transmission, it could no longer be used. Even some of the universe's space divine arts would be ineffective in the space concealment array. The various treasures and mineral resources needed to set up this array were all top-grade goods. Even in the 3 great empires and even the Eternal Dynasty, these things were considered strategic reserves. More importantly, once the space trap array was activated, it must be constantly supplied with energy to keep it running. Once it was stopped, all the treasures and mineral resources used to build the array foundation would be ineffective. This was clearly a terrifying array that could only be used once. Not only were the array foundation materials too expensive, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was stopped, it would be useless. In addition, Jean 2 also publicly announced that he was going to visit an old friend and ask for his help. There must be a way to get Ling Huchong out of the giant star cauldron. How could an existence who could be friends with old monster Jean 2 be an ordinary starry sky expert? At the very least, he must be a universe's mighty figure, or even stronger than old monster Jean 2. At the very least, he must have more means than old monster Jean 2. Otherwise, why would Jean 2 personally go and ask for his help? What did this mean? Clearly, at least 2 universe's mighty figures were alarmed when they came out. This was really poking the sky. Before the starry sky experts who heard this shocking news could recover, the gloomy-faced old monster Jean 2 spoke again. This time, his words made the eyes of all the starry sky experts in the distance light up. They were all a little restless. Of course, before this old man returns, you can also send some powerful younger generation to form a team and enter the giant star cauldron to hunt and kill that boy. Chapter 33:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Pulling hatred. This cauldron has its own rules. It is said that only those below the origin realm can enter. Perhaps it has been refined by this kid, but now the inner field of this giant star cauldron allows experts below the Grotto Heaven rank 1 to enter at will. That kid is only at the origin realm rank 7. Although he has a powerful armor, can he fight against 100 people alone? Any force or expert can enter the cauldron and try. No matter who it is, as long as they can help me drag that kid out of the cauldron, I promise to do one thing for them. This is a reward. As old ghost Jean 2 finished speaking, most of the starry sky experts in the distance who had given up on continuing to be enemies with Yi Xian were tempted again. Under normal circumstances, how could there be such an opportunity to make heaven and earth owe a favor? Moreover, it was a public promise on such an occasion. If there was a slight reduction when returning the favor, the outside world would definitely laugh at him. Therefore, even if the person who returned the favor was too conservative, old ghost John 2 would definitely take the initiative to be generous. This was related to reputation, and the truth was just as he said. Although Linghu Young Master was a monster with terrifying combat strength apart from his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and formations, his terrifying combat strength was comparable to that of the young invincible war god of the cultivation camp. To put it bluntly, he relied on external objects. Without this terrifying giant star cauldron, how could he kill Zhong San with his origin realm rank 7 cultivation strength? Right now, The giant star cauldron had been summoned and was suspended in the void. However, Linghu Young Master was intimidated by Ancestor Zhon Tu and had no choice but to hide in the space inside the giant cauldron. Under such circumstances, even if the battle started again, he could no longer use the cauldron to fight the enemy. After all, he was restricted by the internal field of the cauldron. Although he still had his quasi-starry sky supreme treasure armor, weapons, and even warships, if a large number of hunters entered the cauldron, he might have a chance to succeed. The internal field of the cauldron was much more relaxed than before. It could allow the highest level of Origin Realm rank 9 to enter, and there was no longer a limit on the number of people who could enter. Linghu Young Master was only at Origin Realm rank 7. If there were more than 100 Origin Realm rank 9 to enter at the same time, it was very likely that they would be able to suppress him. In addition, which of the great forces present didn't have one or two precious treasures in their hands? It could be given to the prodigies of the younger generation who had entered the cauldron. They could be used to defend against enemies or protect themselves. With these precious treasures, the power and advantage of young Master Linghu's stunning quasi-starry sky supreme treasures would be offset. This was a very promising move. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the various factions in the distant fleet began to privately discuss. When this scene fell into the eyes of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the three girls, they were truly furious. In their opinion, old devil Zhon Tu's words just now were clearly to help Yi Xian draw hatred. He was really harboring ill intentions and was too abominable. The three girls were filled with resentment. They exchanged glances with each other and decided at the first possible moment. This time, they would bring the precious treasures of their clan into the enormous star cauldron. If nothing unexpected happened, they would dawdle behind the hunting army. And if something unexpected happened and they needed to take action, they would not hesitate to use the precious treasures of their clan to help Yi Xian. At worst, they would kill all the prodigies of the various factions who entered the cauldron. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Thinking of this, the three girls' eyes burst out with cold light. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Soon, following the orders of the Zhon clan's ancestor, Zhon Tu, the three Emperor clan powerhouses, Zhon 1, Zhon 2, and Zhon 4, hurriedly left and rushed to the heavenly stellar star. Previously, when the entire Heaven Battle Imperial clan had evacuated from the Imperial Star, all of the Empire's resources had been stored away in a spatial treasure. These things, like the command talisman that controlled the Imperial Star's defensive formation, were all in the hands of Zhon Wuzi. Now that they needed to use them, they could only return and ask for them from the Emperor Zhon Wuzi. With the edict of Zhon Tu, the ancestor of the Chenkuan clan, there was no hindrance in this matter. A large amount of strategic reserve resources of the Emperor clan were continuously sent over. Then, the Emperor clan experts personally set up the space trapping formation, sealing the huge star-like Shunnong cauldron and the vast universe void nearby. At the same time, everything that happened in this space spread out at the fastest speed. Not only was there an uproar in the human race's science and technology camp, but even the cultivation camp, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, also took action. Of course, the reason why they rushed to the heavenly stellar starfield after hearing the news was not because of the so-called promise of the universe's almighty Zhon Tu, but because of other motives. Whether it was Linghu Young Master's three unique talents in medicine, tools, or array, or this enormous cauldron of king medicine that even the universe's almighty beings could not shake, they were all things that made people jealous. Needless to say, the giant star cauldron was an important treasure of the human race. Several alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation camp were very eager to get it. They promised some benefits and asked the powerhouses in the cultivation camp to help them rush over. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation had more complicated motives. They wanted the giant star cauldron and Linghu Young Master, who had the three unique talents in medicine, tools, and array. Although Linghu Young Master was a powerhouse of the human race, he had basically turned against the human race's science and technology camp. Even the human race's cultivation camp would not tolerate him. It was impossible for them to turn against the science and technology camp for Linghu Chong. For the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and even the first universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, this was definitely a great opportunity. If they could take this opportunity to subdue Linghu young master, who was already unable to move an inch in the human race, and take him away, with his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array, it would definitely have a significant effect on the overall combat strength of the entire race. In the third universe, in the territory of the human race's science and technology camp's Heavenly Wind Empire, the Linkuan planet, the Carefree Pavilion's master, Carefree Master, who was known as the peerless genius of the human race, rose into the sky from the Linkuan planet's ocean and rushed toward the planet's atmosphere like a proud dragon. He also learned about everything that happened near the heavenly stellar star zone and finally decided to make a move. I'd like to see what kind of freak this young Master Linghu is to be able to suppress me in such a short time. Carefree Master murmured to himself as he flew. Unfettered Z muttered to himself as he shot forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The so-called giant star cauldron is just a joke in front of my desolate antiquity era's barrier breaker boots. That brat is only at the origin level 7, the 9th realm, while I'm at the peak of the mystic light level 9, which is more than 2 realms higher than him. Chapter 3320. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Qigong's confusion. Similarly, in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Empire, the island master of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy Yin Xia, who had just claimed sovereignty over the Longxia star, had also quietly left with the Desolation Era treasure, the soul entangling chain. Lingkuan star and Dragon Xia star were just a small part of it. In fact, such a scene was playing out everywhere in the third universe occupied by the human race. Even the Federation of the second universe and the Overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, were all moving. The first universe, the Demon Territory, the Demon Emperor star. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters set sail from the giant star dock of the Demon Guard 1, heading in the direction of the natural universe oil that led to the third universe of the human race. There were quite a few devil cultivator experts in this small stronghold, including the former great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Fengtai, who had been taken in by Yi Xian as a devil slave but stayed in the devil domain. Zhuo Fengtai's cultivation was at the origin level 4 before, but now he had broken through to the origin level 9 perfection. He must have had a fortuitous encounter, so his cultivation speed was very fast. He was one of the 4 demon experts who would enter the giant star cauldron arranged by the demon emperor Mo Wentian. The demon expert guarding this small fortress was even more powerful, and his status in the demon imperial family was not small. He was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong. Mo Qigong's cultivation realm was the same as the demon emperor Mo Wentian. He was originally in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, but the latter was at the Grotto Heaven realm level 9 perfection, while the imperial uncle Mo Qigong was slightly weaker, only at the Grotto Heaven realm level 7. But at this moment, the cultivation aura faintly emitted from Mo Qigong's body was clearly far beyond the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm level 12 void realm level 7, which was the same as the Emperor clan experts of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhon 1, Zhon 2, and Zhon 4, only weaker by 2 small levels. It was unknown if he had concealed his cultivation before this, or if he had encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity in the past few months. If it was the latter, then the speed at which his cultivation increased was too terrifying. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Xian, crossing 2 large realms. The reason why the demon race sent out a small fortress of 50,000 meters and even the imperial uncle Mo Qigong left the demon emperor star was out of helplessness. Everything was because of the decree of the demon emperor Di. Di seemed to be very interested in the shocking changes that happened in the third universe human territory of the human race's science and technology territory. The Demon Emperor clan level 9 emperors level 9 perfection level realm level star territory. Moreover, the edict even clearly stated that if they could fight for the giant star cauldron, they should fight for it. If they couldn't, they had to bring the peerless genius of the human clan, who was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and array, to the first universe at all costs. If this matter was settled, Di would allow half of the 4 generations of imperial uncles and old uncles who were detained in the Tianji clan's base camp to return. In other words, as long as they could capture or successfully recruit Ling Huchong, two of the four Imperial uncles who were sent to the Heavenly Legacy Race's base camp as hostages every time the Demon Emperor succeeded the throne would return. Such a thing had never happened before. For the Devil Emperor's bloodline, it was a fatal temptation. If that wasn't the case, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong wouldn't have come personally. In fact, other than Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, the Tianji clan had also sent a core member of the upper echelon who was also at the 12th level of the Dongshu realm to accompany the army to supervise the battle. Coincidentally, this core member of the Tianji clan named Sho Baofeng had a deep relationship with Yi Xian. Not only was he Yingtai's admirer, but he also had a grudge against Yi Xian for killing his father. Of course, the Tianji clan wasn't human, so they didn't have a blood relationship. However, the reason why Sho Baofeng was able to successfully awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form from an ordinary robot was all thanks to a senior in the clan. In the Tianji clan, this kind of relationship was equivalent to the relationship between father and son in the human race. The expert who helped Sho Baofeng awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form was one of the two top members of the Tianji clan stationed in the Death Star territory who were killed by Yi Xian's Rai Di seal in the Death Star vortex. This person's cultivation could be considered to be terrifying. He'd attained the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm, and was already able to perfectly display the strongest performance of the Dark Blue Battle Mecha. With the assistance of this mecha, the combat strength he displayed was even comparable to a true almighty figure of the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, he still died sullenly. Although the details of this matter weren't spread, the dark blue mecha that was seized by Yi Xian and later integrated into the undying glass armor was a living signboard, which aroused Sho Baofeng's suspicion. This time, he volunteered to go to the Tianji clan's clan leader Di Yi to guard the small demonic stronghold and head to the Tianchen Star territory of the Third Universe as the military governor. His purpose was to see the peerless genius of the human race who was known as the Three Masters of Medicine, Tool, and Array. It would be best if he could see the second mecha form of the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor with his own eyes. Sho Baofeng believed that even though this top-level battle armor had been refined and integrated into the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor of the human race, if it was really his father's dark blue battle armor, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. In this way, he would be able to determine who his father's murderer was. Apart from Sho Baofeng, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong also had a secret plan. Although he didn't know that this so-called young master Linghu was Prince Xian of the direct line of the Imperial dynasty, who was well known in the three universes, he was looking forward to meeting the rumored Prince Xian in the third universe of the human race. Ever since Yi Xian returned to the human clan, his true identity had been exposed. When the news spread back to the first universe, the Tianji clan was furious. Patriarch Di Yi fiercely reprimanded the demon emperor Mo when Tian in his rage. The entire demonic race was in an uproar. They couldn't accept that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was actually the direct line of the imperial dynasty of the human race. This matter became the biggest mystery in the Demon Star territory of the first universe. Even Demon King Mo Wentian and all the higher-ups of the royal family of the demonic race, including Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were brooding over this matter. They were also unwilling to accept this fact. They would rather believe that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was only missing. It could be said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong had decided to personally lead a team to the third universe of the human race because he hoped to meet the rumored Prince Xian and solve the mystery in his heart. If he had known that the main target this time, the young master Linghu, who was one of the two unparalleled geniuses of the human race, was actually Prince Xian, the strongest holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhong Wuji, whom he knew. Even the other unparalleled genius of the human race who had recently appeared, the one known as the Invincible God of War, was also his clone. Chapter 3321. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor. Naiwabo Studio. Looking down on an era in the third universe, in the heavenly Chen Star area of the Heavenly War Empire, Yi Xian took out the Shenong giant cauldron and dominated the void of this universe. 3 days had passed. However, not only did this star area not become quiet, but it also became more lively as time passed. The fleets and strong men in the starry sky who had gathered here before did not leave. Some were ready to make a move, and some were just here to watch the show. After all, Everyone knew that something big was about to happen in this star area. Strong men from various forces had gathered here. It was said that even the various races of the Federation in the Second Universe and the Overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, had secretly sent their forces here. Some of them might still be on the way, but some might have already arrived and were lying in wait in some void of the nearby star area. This star area could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. Unknowingly, it had touched the heartstrings of countless strong men and forces in the three universes. Even the universe realm's 15th great realm had been confirmed to have alarmed at least 2 of them, and they had come with their original bodies at the same time. This kind of big event could only be encountered by chance. If they were in another star area far away, it would be fine. However, they happened to be in the heavenly Chen star area at the right time. If they could not witness everything that happened later with their own eyes, it would be too regretful. Because of this, after 3 days, the number of battleships and strong men in the starry sky gathered around this star area did not decrease. Instead, more and more of them gathered. Now, as far as the eye could see, the surroundings were densely packed with battleships of various types, drowning a large part of the universe void. There were countless strong men in the starry sky inside and outside the battleships. It was too lively. There was a sea of people, and it was a sea of stars. It was enough to show how terrifying the number was. And this was only the forces that appeared on the surface. There were definitely many strong men from various forces that were not suitable to show themselves. For example, some sensitive races from the Federation in the Second Universe, as well as the army sent by the Overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, and so on, for 3 whole days, with Zhong Yi, Zhong Tu, and Zhong San as the leader. The 7 supreme experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void realm had been busy. 3 days ago, a large number of Heavenly Battle Emperor clan experts and the Empire's military elites had formed an army and marched over. Along with them, they had taken a large amount of strategic resources from the Heavenly Battle Empire's Strategic Resource Reserve Vault. There were all kinds of rare minerals and materials, and there were even dazzling finished magical equipment. These resources were all extremely precious. Even when placed at the level of the empires under the rule of the dynasty, they were all strategic reserves. However, this time around, they had been transported over in large quantities and thrown into this void space, where the many experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan set them up one by one in an orderly and efficient manner. In the end, they disappeared into the void and became the bases and energy nodes of the enormous space trapping formation. The experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites, who participated in setting up the space trapping formation, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The specific high-level commanders at the scene were Zhong Tu, Zhong 4, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void realm. In addition, the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhong Tu also oversaw the entire process and did not leave for even a moment. The entire void space covered by the space trapping formation was too vast. After all, the target of the formation was the giant star cauldron. Just the size of the giant star cauldron was comparable to an enormous star. In order to seal it, even the void space around the giant star cauldron had to be included in the formation's unique field. In this way, the entire space trapping formation occupied a large part of the void space that was close to 1,000,000 kilometers away. It was inexplicably shocking. From this, one could also deduce how shocking and terrifying the amount of rare materials and minerals used to set up this terrifying formation was. Even though nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites were mobilized, the entire space trapping formation still took a full 3 days before it was finally completely completed. Half a day ago, after the entire space trapping formation was fully set up, Zhong Tu, Zhong 4, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void realm entered the 7 main formation eyes of the space trapping formation at the same time under the guidance of the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Zhong Tu. Then, their figures disappeared and were no longer seen. In addition, more than half of the nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who were responsible for setting up the entire space trapping formation were left behind. A total of 749,000 people all entered the formation one after another. These 749,000 experts of the starry sky were responsible for the entire space trapping formation's 490 small formation eyes at various levels. Once the space trapping formation was officially activated, they would all go all out without stopping or resting until everything was over. The entire space trapping formation had invested an endless amount of strategic resources and materials. It could be said that it was a waste of manpower and resources. The range of the void covered by the power of the formation had reached a terrifying range of nearly 1 million kilometers. Such a shocking amount of money was simply shocking to the world. The countless experts of the starry sky who had witnessed all this in the surrounding void had long been stunned. They did not know what to feel in their hearts. From a certain point of view, even if young Master Linghu could not escape in the end, he had enough to be proud of. This incident would be recorded in the annals of the human clan. Countless years later, the descendants of the human clan would read all of this from the epics. A young expert who could be called a peerless genius of the human clan had once attracted the attention of the 3 universes in this star field, tightly tugging at the heartstrings of countless experts of the starry sky. Just this alone was enough to look down on all the geniuses of an era. Buzz. At night on the 3rd day, an extremely dense and violent buzzing sound quietly rang out. Around the giant star cauldron that had been quietly floating there for the past 3 days, the vast void of nearly 1 million kilometers in radius suddenly lit up at the same time. The strong light of the formation burst out in an instant. At this moment, countless experts of the starry sky in the distance clearly saw a terrifying formation composed of countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes. All the nodes and formation eyes of the formation were alive and rotating all the time. All of this formed a terrifying monstrous net that covered nearly 1 million kilometers, temporarily separating this part of the void and making it impossible to extricate oneself from it. This was where the name of the space trapping formation came from. It meant that a part of the void of the universe was trapped in an invisible net of the heavens, cutting off all connections with the original plane. The huge space trapping formation disappeared in a flash. Countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes disappeared in an instant and could no longer be seen. The entire space trapping formation was finally fully activated. This vast void of the universe that was nearly 1 million kilometers in radius became hazy in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Chapter 33:22. Hunting army. As the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's ancestor Zhon Tu left quietly, the Heaven Battle clan's old Zhon Yi, who was left outside the formation to preside over the follow-up matters, immediately rose into the air. He waved his hand in the void and roared, "From now on, until old ancestor Zhon Tu returns, any powerhouse can enter the giant star cauldron at will and hunt. Including those powerhouses from other races, such as the Federation of the Second Universe, etc. Linghu Chong has committed many evil deeds, and everyone has the right to kill him. In this matter, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not make any restrictions. We will open an exclusive passage outside the space trap formation. Any starry sky powerhouse with a cultivation level below the 10th level of Grotto Heaven can enter alone or in a group. However, this old man will warn you first. Once you can enter the giant star cauldron through the passage of the formation and start hunting, life and death will be up to fate. If any of the clan's geniuses die, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not take any responsibility. Besides, although that bastard Linghu Chong's cultivation base is not high, he has quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level weapons, armors, and even a small private warship. His comprehensive combat power cannot be measured by common sense. Therefore, I would like to give you a piece of advice. All the experts of the major forces who have entered the giant star cauldron, you'd better join forces and hunt him. Everything is to successfully hunt that bastard Linghu Chong. Otherwise, if you die, everything will be in vain." After speaking, Zhon Yi slowly looked around at the powerhouses of the major forces in the distance and nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a space passage appeared in the nearly 1 million miles area that had been sealed by the space trap formation. It was directly connected to the giant star cauldron in this hazy central territory of the void. After doing all this, Zhon Yi's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on another small star not far from the space trap formation. He sat cross-legged and looked at the space passage that had already been opened. He was sitting here and guarding the overall situation. With the appearance of this space channel, the major forces gathered in the distant void were in an uproar. Immediately afterward, the figures of experts rushed out of their respective camps one after another. With lofty aspirations, they shot toward the space channel of the space trap array. Most of these experts were the younger generation of the various major forces. They were all relatively young, but there were also some figures of the older generation. However, their cultivation bases were all at the late stage of the 9th realm. They were either at the 7th or 8th stage, or at the 9th stage of perfection. Not a single one of them was at the first stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The first to fly out were the young geniuses of the 16 top-notch families and forces in the field of genetic nutrient fluid from the human race's science and technology faction. For example, body technology, celestial biotech, and Shinong Jin from the undying star of the imperial capital, the Shenyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, and the 3 local families of the Heavenly War Empire, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chengyu families. There were also the Duanmu, Wu Ma, and Shuntu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the Huyen clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other forces that had the ability to concoct level 8 genetic fluid. The 16 top-notch families and forces had sent out many young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. Some of them had even met Yi Xian more than once. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They did not speak with a sullen expression, giving off a feeling that they were unapproachable. The 16 top-notch families in the field of genetic fluid had sent out a total of more than 40 young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. On average, there were 3 to 4 people from each force. Some of them were from family forces, while others were in groups of various sizes. In the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the formation channel and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. As more than 40 of the younger generation geniuses from the 16 top-notch families and forces in the dynasty region who were in the gene fluid field were the first to move, they entered the giant star cauldron one after another. The other major forces who were gathered in the distance could no longer sit still. Very soon, more young geniuses from the various forces leaped out. They all had extraordinary bearings and cold arrogance on their faces. For them, this was a rare opportunity to show their faces. The young geniuses who belonged to the various forces in the future believed that this outstanding performance was the beginning of their glorious road to supremacy in the future. With the emergence of the 2 unparalleled geniuses and the 4 unparalleled geniuses of the human race, a new glorious era had begun. None of the young geniuses from the various sects were willing to fall behind. There were even more young geniuses from the various forces who leaped out later. Some of them were from the top-notch families of the human race, and some were even from the human race's camp of cultivators. There were more than 100 of them. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. Very soon, they all passed through the space channel of the space-trapping formation and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. Among the hundreds of young geniuses from the various forces of the human race, there were indeed some famous geniuses. They were even more famous than the fallen demon sun and the demon dust maiden, who had just appeared not long ago. One of them was from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivators' camp. It was said that he was the last disciple of the master of the Earth-Jew Heavenly Palace. In just a few decades, he had cultivated to the 9th stage of the origin realm, the great perfection of the 9th level. This person's name was Gong Wuxin. It was said that he had mastered a secret technique of cultivators called the crystal ball projection technique. With this technique, one could condense a crystal ball with the power of the divine ability and project all the scenes and sounds on the other side of the isolated void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even peek into the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. In addition, among this group of young geniuses, there was even a bald, brawny man who cultivated Buddhist techniques. His name was Wuchen Zi, and it was said that he came from a mysterious Buddhist sect in the human race's camp of cultivators. This person was also a rare Buddhist genius in the Buddhist sect. It was said that at a young age, he had already comprehended the small wheel of the 3 trigrams transformation technique to the initial level. This Buddhist technique could be used to advance to the next life. In the blink of an eye, one could experience 3 lives. It could be said to be the supreme Buddhist technique of reincarnation and rebirth. Moreover, Wu Chunzi was particularly proficient in the famous Buddhist technique of the Western Zen chant of Devanaga. This Buddhist technique and the lion's roar technique of Taoism both seemed to be soundwave-related techniques, but they possessed even more extraordinary power. The so-called chant of Devanaga was not just a cultivation method of sound waves. The sound was a form of Buddhist chanting. It could make a person's bones go soft and intoxicated. It could tug at their mind and reduce them to ashes. It was said that when it was cultivated to the highest level, once the chant began, any arcane treasure, technique, or ability that the opponent used would immediately be nullified. It was said that it was extremely profound and had a myriad of uses. In addition, there were 2 other young geniuses who were as famous as Wu Chunzi and Gong Wuxin. One of them was Cho Dofu, who came from a powerful demonic sect in the cultivator's camp. He was skilled in the ghost fire of the heavenly abyss, and he also had the void penetrating finger, void amalgamation finger, and void tribulation finger. Chapter 33-23. Domineering push inside the farmer god cauldron, the secret realm within the cauldron that was like the interior of a giant planet. Yi Xian was currently strolling gloomily in the central region of the cauldron's space. He seemed to be absent-minded, but in reality, his mind was racing as he rapidly pondered. In the end, the sudden arrival of the supreme being of the universe was beyond his expectations, catching Yi Xian off guard. The speed of the universe supreme being was too fast. Although it was only a projection clone that descended, it instantly shattered a piece of space and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't even dare to give the system an order to activate the universe coordinate jump ability and escape. After all, the system needed time to activate the universal coordinate jump ability of the Starry Sky title. If the gigantic blood-red palm in the sky had slapped down before that, then Yi Xian was destined to meet a tragic end. Furthermore, the farmer god cauldron had yet to be collected, so he couldn't leave. This cauldron was different from the situation in the Medicine King's ruins. At that time, it was an ownerless item. Although some people coveted it, they gave up after a series of fruitless attempts. But now, everyone knew that this cauldron had been refined by Yi Xian. If he hurriedly escaped, there would definitely be people eyeing this cauldron and waiting for Yi Xian to walk right into their trap. After all, this cauldron was extraordinary. Yi Xian couldn't completely give it up. If that was the case, then the other party would have too much time to prepare. Even though Yi Xian still had all sorts of trump cards in his hands, his heart was still beating like a drum in the face of the all-powerful existence's calculations. The longer this dragged on, the more uncertain he became. Because of this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hide inside the farmer god cauldron. Although there was no need to worry for the time being, this cauldron couldn't be moved even by the almighty Qian Kuan. This had been proven long before Yi Xian had refined it. But in the long run, this wasn't a good thing. Could it be that he could really hole up in this cauldron for the rest of his life? By the same logic, the more time passed, the more space the almighty Qian Kuan would have to prepare and scheme. For Yi Xian, it would be more dangerous. However, if I want to break out of the cauldron and leave by force, I can only use my trump cards like the Fallen Skybow or the Rai Di Seal. If I do that, my identity will be exposed, and it will bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's mind became more and more chaotic. Originally, he had planned to keep the farmer god cauldron and leave immediately. It was better to quit while he was ahead. Previously, he had injured 3 of the Zhon Imperial clan's 9th Order Perfection Void Realm experts. It was an extremely shocking result, and it was enough to deter him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still one step too slow. With the arrival of the Dharma idol projection, all of Yi Xian's original plans fell through. Instead, he found himself in a dilemma. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yi Xian had also calmed down and decided to cultivate to pass the time. He planned to plan again after his state of mind had completely calmed down. However, at this moment, just as he finished this cultivation and opened his eyes, in the sky above the space inside the cauldron, in the beautiful dreamy sky curtain filled with 9 colored clouds, suddenly figures of starry sky masters fell one after another, descending towards the land inside the cauldron space. There were many familiar faces, such as the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also people like Dongfang Lin from the farmer god cauldron. They were all the young talents of the dynasty's 16 top aristocratic families and forces in the field of dynasty gene fluid. In just a few minutes, 50 to 60 figures had already descended one after another. After landing, they divided into 2 groups, with about 30 people in each group. One group was led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation of the 3 aristocratic families of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family and the Gongyang family, were all in this group. The other group was led by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also about 30 people, but the rest were almost all unfamiliar faces. Yi Xian had never seen them before. Seeing that these guys were constantly smiling at the 3 girls, most of them had other thoughts in their hearts. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the figures of experts once again descended from the 9-colored sky above him. This time, there were more people, more than 100 of them. These more than 100 experts were basically unfamiliar. Yi Xian basically did not know any of them. Soon, the last 100 or so experts who descended gathered one after another after landing on the ground. In the end, they formed 4 groups, each with about 20 people. The leaders of these 4 teams were Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the Palace Master of the Earth Extinction Palace from the 10 Extinction Heavenly Palace, Wu Chenzi from a certain secret Buddha sect from the True Cultivator Camp, and Cho Dofu from a certain powerful Devil Cultivator sect. The last person was said to have the innate true spirit body, known as the first beauty of the cultivation camp, Yu Xianlong. Although these 4 were all young juniors, they had made a name for themselves very early in the human clan cultivation camp. Each of them had extraordinary talents. If not for this, the hundreds of experts who had descended later would not have spontaneously gathered around the 4 of them. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 descenders had appeared in the originally quiet space of the Shunnong cauldron. Except for a few people such as the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the origin, the rest were at the late stage of the 7th or 8th level of the origin. There were even a few peerless geniuses at the peak of the 9th level of the origin. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others belonged to this group. To Yi Xian, these people were clearly trespassers. This was because the Shunnong cauldron had long been refined by him. It was Yi Xian's private property. They're all origin realm young geniuses. They descended with such great fanfare. Could it be? Seeing these more than 100 young experts descend and quickly divide into 6 groups to search, the expression on Yi Xian's face became more and more strange. He vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. Then, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. If that's the case, this young master won't stand on ceremony. I'll take this opportunity to train my hands. The path of physical evolution should be filled with battles, and I'll grow through the tempering of blood and fire. These guys came at the right time. If it were outside, where would I find more than 100 Origin Realm juniors to train with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A dark purple light rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly expanded. This time, as soon as the indestructible glass armor was summoned, it was in its second mecha form. It was 100 feet tall and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian like a small mountain. With a thought, Yi Xian stepped into the mecha. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed toward the northeast of the space inside the cauldron. Amongst the 6 teams of descenders that had split up to search, the one in charge of the northeast region was a team of top-notch clans led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation experts of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longyu family, were all in this team. Yi Xian was going for them. Chapter 33-24. To suppress without exception within the space of the cauldron, in a forest in the northeast corner, Dongfang Lin was leading a group of more than 20 young heavens chosen from the top families of the dynasty. They were flying at a low altitude above the forest at an extremely high speed. Everyone was quite curious about this space inside the cauldron. It was basically the first time that they had entered this place. So, they were looking all around. They were searching for young Master Linghu's figure while appreciating the strange scenery of this secret land. What a strange Medicine King's cauldron. I didn't expect that there would be such a vast space within the cauldron. It's simply like a secret realm. The earth is too vast. Not only are there various ferocious beasts and spirit birds, there are also large amounts of spirit fruits and exotic herbs. It's a pity that they haven't reached maturity yet. Otherwise, the harvest this time would definitely be not small. This was the first time Dongfang Lin had entered the space inside the cauldron. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 20 young geniuses from various top clans following behind him for the time being, Dongfang Lin suddenly felt emotional. He shook his head and muttered, "It's a pity that Linghu Ju couldn't enter last time. Otherwise, this Medicine King's divine cauldron might not have fallen into Linghu Chong's hands. Perhaps I would have refined and collected it. Sigh, I missed my opportunity. If you really want this cauldron, it's not too late now. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to suppress this young master first." Without waiting for him to finish his words, a clear and hearty shout of ridicule suddenly came from afar. A 10 feet tall dark purple silhouette, like a small mountain range, came at an extremely fast speed, and entered the line of sight of Dongfang Lin and the others. It was Yi Xian. Dongfang Lin jumped in fright. His complexion instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He complained incessantly in his heart. He secretly cursed himself for being too unlucky. Just as he was showing off, he bumped into the right person. The expressions of the 20 or so young geniuses behind him changed drastically as well. Many of them shouted and unhesitatingly took out their respective magic treasures. For a moment, the sky above the vast mountain forest was filled with dazzling brilliance. All kinds of magical treasures with unique power burst forth and poured down towards Yi Xian from all directions. This group of people had not participated in the previous battle in the heavenly stellar star's atmosphere, so they had not seen the ferocity of Yi Xian with their own eyes. Basically, they had only arrived from outside the heavenly stellar star region a few days ago. Even the heavenly battle empire's 3 top families, the Tuoba, the Gongyang, and the Longyu families had only recently been summoned back by their masters. In fact, they were completely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. Now that they had the advantage in numbers and were stronger than Yi Xian in terms of cultivation, they were fearless. As they summoned their transcendent artifacts, they surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they were so excited that they almost screamed. Only Dongfang Lin was an exception. With a pale complexion, his figure actually retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, he had already hidden behind the group of followers. A bright light flickered in his eyes. It was obvious that he was prepared to retreat at any time. "Originally, I only planned to meet the descendants of my old enemy, but since you want to die, this young master might as well fulfill your wish. Everyone will be suppressed." Yi Xian sneered. As his voice came out, his figure had already rushed out. He did not even plan to summon the indestructible glass armor. He waved the mecha's iron arms, which were several times thicker than a person's waist, and punched out repeatedly. Rumble. Boom. Bang. Puff. Thunderous explosions rang out in an instant. The mech giant, which was like a small mountain, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the giant fist, it was difficult for it to withstand a single blow. Unsurprisingly, anyone who was hit by the fist would vomit blood on the spot, and fly backwards with broken bones and tendons. Even among the various transcendent artifacts that covered the sky and covered the earth, some were also knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. Although these guys came from the top families of the Eternal Dynasty's gene fluid field, they were all juniors of the clan after all. No matter how high the grade of their transcendent artifacts was, they definitely could not reach the level of a quasi-starry sky treasure. They were not on the same level as Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20 or so figures fell down. In less than a minute, this so-called hunting team completely collapsed. The rest of the fellows who were not injured for the time being cried for their parents. They did not even bother to collect the transcendent artifacts that they had just summoned. They actually turned around and ran at the same time. As for Dongfang Lin, he had already summoned a shuttle-shaped transcendent artifact at the first moment and ran away like a stray dog. This battle broke out suddenly and ended even faster. As the few lucky fellows led by Dongfang Lin fled for their lives, Yi Xian's figure also fell from mid-air. In his line of sight, on the hillside of the forest, 7 or 8 bodies were randomly lying on the ground. All of them had broken bones and tendons. Although they were not dead, they were seriously injured. They would not be able to fight again in a short time. In addition, there were more than 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the hillside. Although it was impossible to have a quasi-starry sky treasure-level transcendent artifact, these guys were after all the young geniuses of the top families of the dynasty. The transcendent artifacts on them could not be too bad. Basically, they were all starry sky legendary-level transcendent artifacts. Among them, there was even a flying sword and a red copper golden mace, which were actually starry sky epic-level transcendent artifacts. Although the quality was slightly worse, for these guys, it was really precious. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Yi Xian, it was just better than nothing. From now on, you are all this young lord's prisoners of war. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to heal yourselves. After that, you will leave with this young lord and suppress all enemies. With a wave of his hand, the 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the forest were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian coldly glanced at the 7 or 8 figures lying on the ground, each of them wailing in pain. Although his tone was calm, it inexplicably revealed a trace of bone-chilling coldness. If anyone is still unable to stand up after an incense stick's worth of time, then there is no need to leave. Just stay here forever. The people on the ground were frightened when they heard this. In less than a minute, Yi Xian's savagery and ruthlessness were already engraved in their hearts. At this moment, they did not doubt that he would really kill them. For the sake of their lives, they quickly gritted their teeth and crawled up, each of them taking out a healing pill. After pouring it into their mouths, they hurriedly began to heal their wound. It had to be said that a person's potential was truly limitless. Yi Xian originally thought that these guys would need at least the time of eating a meal before they could barely regain their ability to move. The so-called time limit of an incense stick was just a casual remark. Who would have thought that in the end, at most half an incense stick's worth of time, the 8 of them who were sitting cross-legged to heal their wounds all stood up one after another. Although their faces were still pale, their expressions were extremely obedient. So much so that no one dared to ask Yi Xian a question or beg for mercy. Without exception, all of them obediently stood in a row by the side with their hands behind their backs. They had a look of resignation, not daring to disobey. All right, as long as you guys behave and don't think of escaping, this young lord guarantees that I will not harm your lives. Otherwise. Chapter 33-25. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Chant of the Devanagath. Reason why Yi Xian wanted to keep the 8 captives was because of a flash of inspiration in his mind. Now that he was trapped in the inner space of the Shunnong Cauldron, there must be many experts from various major forces eyeing him covetously outside the cauldron. Faced with such a dilemma, Yi Xian had not come up with a solution yet. However, the hundreds of young heavens prides from various sects who had suddenly descended here not long ago gave him an idea. Although he was not very confident, at least it was a feasible plan. For Yi Xian, it was just a try. These hundreds of rude intruders came from different forces. Although they were young, they were all at the late stage of the origin stage, the 9th realm. Basically, they were all outstanding talents among the younger generation of the major forces. If he could capture all of them, Yi Xian would have an additional bargaining chip in his hand. At least he would not be as passive as before. In the end, if they really couldn't think of any other way to solve this difficult situation, they could just make up their minds and strangle the 100 or so heaven's favorites of the various sects into a talisman and charge out. At that time, the older generation experts of the various powers that were waiting outside the cauldron would probably be a little afraid. As for Yi Xian, the time he needed to buy was actually very short. In just 10 breaths of time, it was enough for him to suddenly take action and store the Shunnong Cauldron into his body. The old fellows outside had no way of knowing about this. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could charge out with such a large string of protective talismans in his hand, then the experts outside would be caught off guard. In a short 10 breaths of time, he would have a great chance of winning, By the time they realized that something was wrong, Yi Xian would have already taken the Shunnong cauldron and successfully escape. However, if he wanted to make the old guys fear him enough, Yi Xian had to maximize the number of captives in his hands. It would be ideal to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Just as his mind was spinning and he was quickly calculating the various details of this matter, an extremely arrogant roar came from the void in the southwest direction of the mountain forest. "Linghu, you little thief, come and die quickly. Lord Wu Chunzi will definitely send you to the afterlife today. Ha ha ha." The moment he opened his mouth, he called him a thief. Even if he had a good temper, he was afraid that he would explode, let alone Yi Xian. He was instantly angry. With a cold light in his eyes, he turned his head and swept his gaze to the southwest. In his line of sight, more than 20 figures were flying through the air and were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was an extremely burly bald man. This person called himself Lord Zeng. He must be a disciple of a certain Buddhist sect in the cultivation camp. Even the big and small sects of the cultivator camp have come? Is this young master so easy to bully that everyone wants to take advantage of me? Frowning, Yi Xian muttered a few words. His expression turned even colder, and the anger in his heart gradually surged. His fists were itching. In this short moment of delay, the small hunting team from the southwest had already closed in to a distance of more than 10 miles. The bald monk in the lead and several others shouted almost at the same time. They either took out their magic weapons or launched their supernatural powers. They had brazenly made their moves before they even met face to face. Exclamation point. Tiger Soul Slash. More than 10 miles away. In the air, several dazzling lights burst out. The most eye-catching one was a crossbow arrow. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already crossed nearly half the distance. Wherever the arrow passed, even the void was torn apart. That unparalleled sharpness caused Yi Xian to subconsciously think of his bloodline, the heavenly fallen bow. This meteor-like golden arrow light came from a man in a green robe on the right side of the bald monk. Although this man didn't look amazing, the strange giant crossbow in his hand was quite extraordinary. Not only did it reach the starry sky epic level, but its quality was almost perfect. Even Yi Xian was quite tempted. After all, although he didn't need it, he could use it to deal with the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha. What he didn't know was that this giant golden crossbow didn't belong to the green-robed man at all. It was the treasure of the sect behind this guy. It was called the Demon Extermination Moon-Chasing Crossbow. It was said that it was made of 365 taels of Western Taiyi true gold. It was shaped like a crossbow barrel, and there were 5 golden balls inside. There was a spring in it, and it could be fired at will. It was designed to destroy the demon fire, evil smoke, and poisonous sand. Once the golden balls exploded, a large area would be swept away in an instant. Unfortunately, this treasure had already entered Yi Xian's magic treasure. Today, it was destined to change its master and change hand. Apart from the giant golden arrow, there was also the bald monk in the lead of this rapidly approaching hunting group of over 20 powerhouses. This surprised Yi Xian quite a bit, and he took a few more glances at him. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the so-called chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was, he could still understand the Buddhist 6 syllables. Just now, the bald monk's tongue was clearly like thunder, roaring out the 6 syllables of Buddha. The bald man was originally carefree, and his appearance was rather speechless. However, at this moment, as he roared out the 6 syllables of Buddha, the playful expression on his face immediately disappeared. He gave off a rather solemn feeling. After the violent roar, the bald monk did not stop there. Following the 6 syllables of Buddha, a series of obscure notes continuously sounded out. There seemed to be a faint holy light of Buddha bursting out from his body at this moment. Yi Xian was caught off guard. For a moment, he was entranced by it, and his consciousness was inexplicably in a trance for a moment. The chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was not just a Buddhist chant similar to the lion's roar of Taoism and other sound wave attacks. Its power was not to be underestimated, and it had its own mysteries. From the beginning of the bald man's chant just now, he used the famous 6 syllables of the Ming dynasty as a guide, which could be seen a little bit. Its biggest feature was that it had a miraculous effect on people, demons, and devils. When it was sung to people, it could make people's bones as soft as cotton, intoxicated and infatuated, hooking their minds and turning them into ashes. As for the effect of the chant on demons and devils, sorry, even the bald monk Wu Chunzi himself did not know. His cultivation of the chant of the Devanaga, a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, was still far from being able to repel devils and demons. At this moment, the reason why Yi Xian suddenly became absent-minded and even his consciousness was a little dazed was because of the chant of the Devanaga that the bald monk uttered. It had an invading and soul-sucking effect. If it were any other time, it would have been fine. With Yi Xian's state of mind, he would be able to wake up very quickly. It was impossible for him to be entranced by it. However, it was different now. Even if it was just a few short moments of trance, it was extremely likely to be fatal to him. This was because the golden arrow that the green-robed man shot out had also traversed close to 10 miles of empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Xian's left chest. It was already less than 100 feet away. Chapter 33:26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Reversal. As Yi Xian was distracted by the bald monk Wu Chunzi's chant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Devanaga, the golden arrow shot by the green-robed man had traversed nearly 5 kilometers in an instant and arrived before Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to pierce his left chest, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. One after another, they actually instantly jolted Yi Xian's mind awake from his confusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. Current level, level 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. The corresponding mind skills and secret techniques have also leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Mind Power Remarkable Ability, Mind Reversal, instantly capture and gain insight into the trajectory of energy. Exert influence with mind power and achieve an instantaneous reversal of energy trajectories. The specific effects and success rate depend on the remarkable ability's level. Current level, beginner. Do you wish to activate it immediately? The Mind Source Core had leveled up. How was that possible? When he regained consciousness, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if he was hallucinating. His Mind Source Core had originally been at the 6th level, which was second only to the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian in the entire demon race. If the system notification in his head wasn't an illusion, didn't that mean that the Mind Source Core in his head had once again evolved and become the second person in the entire demon race to possess a 7th level Source Core? However, this didn't make sense at all. It was extremely difficult for a devil person's Mind Source Core to evolve. Even the first Devil Emperor had only reached the 8th level, which was still some distance away from the legendary 9th level Source Core. Even though Yi Xian had encountered many fortuitous encounters and consumed a large number of devil person's mind cores, weeping soul beasts, core sense crystals and other rare items to upgrade his Mind Source Core, up until now, his Mind Source Core had only reached the 6th level. Although he had indeed encountered 2 abnormal existences in terms of spirit cores, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to understand them until now. The first was the Mad Devil Emperor. As a demonic beast, it was already shocking enough for him to possess a Mind Source Core that only demons possessed. However, that old geezer's Mind Source Core had actually reached the frightening level 8. The one who was even more unreasonable was the wretched Mosquito Butcher. In Yi Xian's opinion, that old geezer was only second to the headless infant corpse in terms of mysteriousness. His Mind Power Source Core had actually reached level 9, which meant that it had surpassed the first demon emperors. However, other than those 2 existences that couldn't be seized with common sense, the rest of the devil cultivators, including Yi Xian, the human who had randomly entered, would definitely not be easy to transform and evolve their spirit cores. They would need to work hard and accumulate experience, and even more so, it would depend on their luck. Now, Yi Xian's mind had been absent-minded for a moment, but as soon as he regained consciousness, the source core in his brain had inexplicably transformed and evolved. This was even more bizarre and strange than a mountain of gold falling from the sky and smashing into his head. If all of this was real, Then the source of this was most likely related to the strange absent-mindedness he had experienced earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian vaguely understood what had happened. Evidently, he had profited from a disaster. The bald monk's chant of Devanaga was indeed extraordinary, but it had an unimaginable effect on Yi Xian. The chanting had affected his mind power, causing it to suddenly erupt under pressure. In the end, it had caused his source core to transform and evolve. Of course, whether or not this was the real reason wasn't important. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was the actual benefits he had reaped this time. His source core had evolved to level 7, so the first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind power level had increased. The unexpected surprise was that all the mind power skills and secret techniques he had mastered had increased as a result of his source core's transformation. The slave seal secret technique had only been at the basic level before, but now that it had advanced to the intermediate level, the effects would be even better when he condensed another slave seal. Besides, the annihilation spear and the destructive vortex, as well as the 2 defensive secret techniques, the absolute concussion and the perfect concussion, had also been at the basic level before, but now they had all advanced to the intermediate level. The mind lightning technique had also been at the basic level before, but now it had reached the intermediate level. As for the mind crush and mind charm, they had both been at the intermediate level before, but now they had finally reached the advanced level. These were all the mind power skills and secret techniques Yi Xian had mastered before. Although there were offensive and defensive techniques, as well as secret techniques that used mind power to launch mid-range attacks like the mind lightning technique, none of them had reached the divine ability level. When his mind source core had evolved to level 6, Yi Xian had hoped to obtain a divine ability level mind power skill, but he had been disappointed in the end. This time, however, he had finally gotten what he wanted. He had obtained the first mind power skill that could be considered a divine ability. Although it was only at the basic level because he had just obtained it, based on the name of the skill, mind reversal, the power of this mind power ability had to be extremely extraordinary. Based on the general introduction of the system notification, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the power of this mind reversal ability. If he was not mistaken, its effect should be similar to the Void Ladle Reverend's spatial law ability, the revolving star passage technique. The names of the 2 divine abilities, stellar transposition and beating cows through the mountain, were given by Yi Xian for the Void Ladle. They were both spatial secret techniques that involved the laws of the void of the universe, and should belong to the bloodline ability of the Void Ladle clan. When Yi Xian saw the Void Ladle Senior use it, his eyes were filled with envy. He never thought that he would actually obtain a spiritual power ability that had an effect similar to the stellar transposition today. He couldn't wait to test out its might, and now was the best time. All of this took a long time to describe, but it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like a flash of lightning. Almost at the moment his consciousness suddenly woke up, an invisible mind power surged out of his mind and blasted toward the golden arrow that was shooting toward him. Squeak! A sharp sound that made one's teeth ache suddenly rang out. Then, the golden arrow seemed to have been moved in another direction. It was originally aimed at Yi Xian's left chest, and it was less than 30 feet away. But at this moment, as the ear-piercing squeak sounded, the golden arrow that had turned into a golden brilliance strangely stopped. After a quick flash of golden light, it turned around and shot toward the green-robed man in the distance. The change was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning, and it was more like the revolving star passage technique. There was no trace of it. Whoosh, boom. The sound of breaking through the air faded away. The green-robed man, who had just shot the golden arrow in midair, was caught off guard. His expression changed drastically, and he even forgot to dodge. Chapter 33:27. The Buddha's light protecting my body in vain puff. The green-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his heavy injuries, he lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. Just like half of his arm that had already left his body but was still holding the golden bow, he fell down. At the same time, a dozen exclamations filled with horror sounded instantly. This scene was too sudden. The group of geniuses behind the green-robed man were shocked and could not accept it. Oh my God, what happened? Am I seeing things? The golden arrow was about to pierce his left chest, but it suddenly turned around at the last moment. What a joke! How did he do it? This ability is too terrifying. It's terrifying. The green-robed man used his treasure, the golden bow, but he died inexplicably. What should we do? Before figuring out the strangeness, can we still make a move? Even the bald monk who was chanting was shocked. The chanting in his mouth stopped abruptly, but his mouth was still open. He subconsciously glanced at the green-robed man who was falling down with a dull expression on his face. After a full breath, he came back to his senses with a shock. His face flushed. He turned his head and stared at the group of guys who were exclaiming in midair behind him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him." Before his voice fell, he had turned his head again and looked at Yi Xian with a dignified face. He said coldly, "Sure enough, you deserve to be called a peerless monster. Although it is a bit exaggerated, you still have some ability. This little monk misjudged you before. Unfortunately, this doesn't change anything. No matter how you did it just now, this little monk can be sure of one thing. Today, you can't escape death. OM." In the next moment, as Wu Chenzi raised his hand and pointed at his glabella, a purple-gold light shot out from it. It expanded with the wind and finally turned into a purple-gold bowl the size of a baby's head. It hung above Wu Chenzi's head and poured out endless purple-gold light, flowing endlessly on his Buddhist robe. Like the Buddha's light, it had completely enveloped his body. For a moment, even his figure became somewhat hazy and blurry under the purple-gold light screen. This treasure is called the Purple Gold Arms Bowl, a defensive treasure of my Buddhist sect. Although it is not a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, it is still a starry sky epic grade Buddhist treasure. In the hazy purple-gold Buddha's light, Wu Chunzi seemed to be calm, but his words were clearly filled with arrogance. He said, "Don't be fooled by this layer of Buddha's light that is hazy and thin, but its defensive effect is very terrifying. Just like the golden arrow ray that almost killed the green-robed monk, even if I didn't dodge it and let it touch my body, it would only tickle me. Do you feel despair?" Wu Chunzi was clearly mocking and ridiculing Yi Xian with his last sentence. He was incomparably confident, as if he was toying with Yi Xian like a mouse, and he was the big cat that only wanted to suppress the big mouse. Yi Xian smiled because he suddenly felt that this bald monk in front of him was really very considerate. He had already tested the power of the psychic ability he had just obtained this time. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking about how to test the power of the psychic abilities and secret techniques he had long mastered, but had upgraded at the same time this time. Unexpectedly, before he could decide which one to test first, this considerate monk had already prepared for it. Since the other party had taken the initiative to ask to be a human target, then it would be impolite to refuse. Yi Xian grinned and instantly decided which psychic secret technique to use. In this situation, the Annihilation Spear was the best choice. This technique was a psychic secret technique that used a special method to compress a large amount of psychic origin energy to the extreme, making it infinitely dense and transforming it into a formless psychic spear that could be used to attack. Back then, when he was only at the elementary level, he had helped Yi Xian shatter the restrictive shield of the altar in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave under the Devil Mountain Star, allowing him to obtain the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had later been used for many miraculous feats. At that time, Yi Xian's psychic power was only at the 4th level. Now, Yi Xian's psychic power had reached the 7th level, and the Annihilation Spear had also been upgraded from the elementary level to the intermediate level, so its power was bound to be even more terrifying. At least in Yi Xian's opinion, it should be no problem at all to shatter this bald monk's protective Buddhist light. Run my ass. Did this young master say something like that? After rolling his eyes and retorting, Yi Xian grinned and said something that confused everyone. But since you're so considerate, this young master won't argue with you. Also, thank you. At the same time, he had already activated the psychic power in his sea of consciousness with all his might. In the next instant, the psychic power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness suddenly started to rotate faster and faster, pouring out a large amount of psychic power that rapidly converged and compressed above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the short span of a breath, the level 7 psychic power pouring out from the psychic power source core had reached a terrifying level. This meant that Yi Xian's psychic power source core had already evolved to the 7th level, and the total amount of psychic power had skyrocketed several times compared to before. Otherwise, this level of consumption would have been a huge burden for him. In the blink of an eye, a small psychic bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of psychic origin energy had already formed. Without any delay, it instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness like an infinitely dense and heavy strand of hair toward Wu Chunzi, who was suspended in mid-air in front of him. Sizzle. This annihilation, which was condensed from a large amount of level 7 psychic power, was too thin. It was concentrated like a strand of hair, and its density was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. However, its diameter was so small that it was negligible. At this moment, the source core in Yi Xian's brain was urged to shoot out with all its might. Because its speed was too fast, although it made a sharp sound as it tore through the air, it didn't last long because it had already arrived in front of Wu Chunzi in the blink of an eye and hit its target. Whoosh! A soft sound like mercury spilling over the ground was heard. The hazy layer of protective purple-gold Buddhist light on the surface of Wu Chunzi's body collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The purple-gold bowl that was suspended above his head was obviously affected as well. Its brilliance immediately dimmed, and its energy field seemed to have been thrown into disorder and was no longer under control. It directly fell down and smashed into Wu Chunzi's shiny head with a bang. An extremely eye-catching bulge quickly rose up. This head was really hard. The sound of the purple-gold bowl smashing down was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Even Yi Xian was a little surprised. He stared at the big bulge on Wu Chunzi's head for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Could it be that your Buddhist sect's ancestor's head is full of bulges? Could it be that this is how it came to be? I have to say, the Buddhist sect is indeed the Buddhist sect. Not to mention other things for the time being, this melon is really not an ordinary porcelain head. TSK, it's passed down from one generation to another. No wonder. Phut, just as Yi Xian's voice sounded, Wu Chunzi, whose body's protective Buddhist light had collapsed, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The annihilation spear was condensed from a large amount of pure level 7 psychic power. Other than the slight sound of it breaking through the air when it was shot out, there were no traces to be found. He simply couldn't dodge it. Chapter 33-28. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation AO. At this moment, a bloody hole that was much thinner than a toothpick appeared in the middle of Wu Chunzi's chest. It was bright from the front to the back. This was the result of the annihilation spear piercing through his body. Although the hole was so small that it almost didn't exist, more than half of the huge spiritual power contained in it quickly spread after entering the body. It was eroding Wu Chunzi's body completely, making him on the verge of collapse. The feeling of the whole body being wantonly stirred by an invisible force was really not a normal kind of pain. It made him temporarily lose his combat power. He had no time to think about it, but he couldn't. What kind of power is this? It's not the power of a cultivator's cultivation, nor the power of divine sense, nor the power of the body's qi and blood. It's more like spiritual power. Forcibly enduring the invisible force raging in his body like a violent hurricane, Wu Chunzi was in so much pain that his face twitched. His shiny forehead with a big bump was covered with fine beads of sweat. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and gritted his teeth. At the end of his words, his eyes burst with light as if he finally understood. He gasped and suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, it's definitely spiritual power. Ling Huchong, you're not a human." No matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably awkward. Wu Chen's original intention was to say that Yi Xian wasn't a human, but a devil cultivator. However, the shock in his heart was too strong. It came so suddenly that he didn't even care about the measures of his words. "You're not a human. You're a damn bald thief." Yi Xian understood what he meant, but he was still angry in his heart. He immediately made a decision and cursed back loudly. At this time, the more than 20 young geniuses behind Wu Chunzi finally realized what had happened. Their bodies shook violently, and they exclaimed again. "I seem to have missed something. Wu Chunzi's state is a bit strange. Why did that layer of hazy purple gold protective Buddha's light suddenly collapse? It's not just the protective Buddha's light collapsing. Could it be that you are cross-eyed? Even the purple gold Buddhist alms bowl that was hovering above his head was controlled and fell to the ground. Hey! What's on top of Wu Chenzi's head? It's like an egg, shiny and shiny. It was actually smashed by its own Buddhist treasure. This is too strange. Who is that Ling Huchong? He attacked twice in a row. First, he made the golden dagger radiance of green robe turn around and devour him. Then, he shattered Wu Chenzi's protective Buddhist light. The big bump on his forehead was smashed out. The most important thing is that we don't know how he did it at all. Everything happened right in front of us, but we couldn't find any trace of it. Ling Huchong clearly stood in the void on the other side and didn't move at all. He defeated the two great geniuses with ease. His methods are too mysterious and creepy. Look, he's finally moved. He's waving his giant fist and smashing it towards Wu Chenzi. My God, is Wu Chenzi stupid? He didn't even try to resist and was smashed into the dust by his fist. Too savage. This is simply a mecha god of death. Even Wu Chenzi was shocked by this murderous aura. I don't even have the desire to fight back. Run, the mecha killing god is coming this way. Not far in the front, after rolling his eyes and replying to Wu Chenzi, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed, and the mecha giant that was 10 feet tall swept in front of Wu Chenzi in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, the terrifying giant fist that was not much smaller than a water tank smashed towards Wu Chenzi's face. Boom! Oh, a heavy sound that made one's scalp tingle was heard, followed by a long and mournful wolf howl from Wu Chenzi's throat. In the face of this terrifying giant fist that was several times thicker than his body, Wu Chenzi couldn't resist it at all without the protection of the Buddhist light. With one punch, 50 to 60% of the bones in his body were broken, and a large number of bloody wounds burst out of his body. Blood mist splashed out, and his whole body almost exploded. In the midst of the miserable howl, his body also quickly fell to the ground below, following in the footsteps of the man in green robe before him. Before the appearance of the fallen devil son and the witch dust maiden, Wu Chenzi, who was known as one of the cultivation camp's top 10 prodigies, should not have been so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. The key was that the purple gold arms bowl that he was extremely confident in, which he had always relied on as a protective treasure, was too disappointing this time. Not only did the protective Buddhist light that poured out collapse in an instant, but it also directly landed on his head, smashing a big bump. For Wu Chenzi, who had always been proud and liked to show off even though he was a disciple of a Buddhist disciple, this was already bad enough. In addition, at this moment, the 7th level spiritual power was still raging and surging in his body, mercilessly torturing every inch of his flesh and blood cells. At this moment, he was completely out of shape and had never been so weak before. Therefore, he was so easily knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. He howled and fell to the ground below with his eyes rolled back. So it's a wild wolf wearing a kasaya. He usually pretends to be a human, but when he's beaten up, he howls and reveals everything. This is really a Buddhist misfortune. Ha ha ha. After knocking Wu Chenzi down to the ground with one punch, Yi Xian was very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, then turned his head to look at the void slightly further away. In his line of sight, the 20 or so heavens prides from various sects who had been following behind Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man had turned deathly pale and scattered like birds and beasts with a loud rumble. This group of people was scared out of their wits. Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man were the strongest existences in their group, and their skills were even more extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they were knocked down to the ground by their opponents in a single blow. The key was how they did all this, and they still did not understand until now. This kind of strangeness was terrifying. At this moment, these 20 or so prodigies of the cultivation camp had already lost their fighting spirit. The only thought in their minds was to leave this area as soon as possible. Their opponents were too ferocious, too abnormal, simply inhuman. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Weren't all of you majestic and boundless just now? Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he directly chased after them. His hearty laughter sounded again. Don't worry. This young master has always convinced people with virtue, so I won't do anything to you. At least I can guarantee that I will definitely not beat the shit out of you. Ha ha ha. Boom. Aoo, Before the loud laughter fell, Yi Xian had already caught up with one of them. His giant fist casually blasted out, and the other party instantly spat out blood. When his body fell, the familiar wolf howl also sounded at the right time. Facing all of this, the 8 fellows that Yi Xian had captured earlier looked at each other from afar. They looked at each other in shock. The thought of escaping that had always existed in their hearts finally dissipated at this moment. This guy is too ferocious. He's simply a god of death. The key is that he's so shameless. He's already so violent, but he still hoots about using virtue to convince people with a straight face. Seeing the pitiful fellows in the distance who were fleeing like birds and beasts, and in the blink of an eye, a second one was blasted to the ground and let out the same mournful wolf howl without suspense. One of the 8 people's faces turned pale as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He weakly said to the other 7 brothers in the same boat, "We really can't afford to offend this kind of ferocious and shameless guy. It's better to obediently stay here. If we don't escape and get caught again, we'll most likely break our throats from crying." Chapter 33-29. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The joint fleet has arrived. Boom. Kachacha. Awu, the glazed armor, which was as big as a small mountain, was like a god descending from the heavens. Its speed was so fast that it turned into a streak of purple light that was as fast as a meteor. It wandered in all directions, and when it got close, it would directly punch out. Now, this was the 20th time that Yi Xian had attacked. From the beginning of the chase until now, he had completed it in just over a minute. The undying glazed armor, which was a quasi-starry sky-level treasure, was too amazing. The second mecha form even had an antimatter kinetic propulsion device. Once it was activated, Yi Xian's speed would be doubled. However, this group of geniuses from the various sects of the cultivation camp had long since lost their will to fight when they saw the cyan-robed man and Wu Zi being defeated in an instant. Once Yi Xian caught up to them and threw a punch at them, they didn't encounter any resistance at all. After the last punch, the same sound of bones cracking resounded. Yi Xian had already gotten used to it. What followed was a howl of a wolf. The 24th Heaven's Pride from the cultivation camp fell to the ground with a pale face. At this point, this hunting team had been completely annihilated. If they were to include the 8 people from the previous team, Yi Xian would have already captured 32 prisoners of war. Their identities and backgrounds were all extraordinary. If they were to be strung together, they would at least have the effect of a protective talisman. But this was not enough. According to his plan, he would not let go of anyone who entered the space inside Shenlong's treasure cauldron. There were still 4 hunting teams to be dealt with. I will give you 30 minutes to heal your wounds. Since you are prisoners of war, you have to follow behind me and fight with me. Those who have not recovered their mobility after 30 minutes will be killed without mercy. Standing a kilometer in the air, Yi Xian looked around and glanced at the 24 prisoners on the ground below. He said the same words as before. Not far away, the 8 people who were captured by Yi Xian in the first batch had already slipped over. At this time, they were already convinced. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the 9th realm, origin 7th stage, after putting on this amazing quasi-starry sky-level treasure armor, his actual combat strength had completely surpassed that of an origin realm cultivator. He could already fight against existences in the Grotto Heaven realm. In the face of such an existence, they had no resistance at all. Previously, they had thought that this was just a hunt. Now, they knew that this was just serving. After realizing this, the 8 people unconsciously changed their mentality. They probably felt that at least they belonged to the same technological faction as young Master Linghu. Moreover, they were the first batch of prey to be captured. At least, they felt more superior than the group of geniuses from the cultivation faction who had just finished their battle. Therefore, after the 8 people rushed over, they first nodded and smiled at Yi Xian. Then, they spread out, puffed out their chests, and shouted at the geniuses from the cultivation faction who were still dawdling on the ground. They were all acting like qualified lackeys. Wu Zi and the other geniuses from the cultivation faction were gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Not bad, not bad. You guys are finally enlightened. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied when he saw these 8 fellows being so tactful. He nodded his head in praise. Since that's the case, then this young master will not take away the cultivation resources in your battle weapons and storage magic treasures. From now on, you will be the 8 great Vaja of this young master's captive camp, including these 24 fellows. After that, all the captives will be under your management. If anyone dares to disagree, just report it. I'll give them another punch. Yi Xian's last few words were clearly meant for Wu Chunzi and the others. It was meant to be a warning. However, in the ears of the 8 great Vajras, it was no different from heavenly music. They were instantly overjoyed and repeatedly flattered him. Then, the 8 people quickly got into their roles. After they spread out, they kept shouting and looting all the storage magic treasures in the hands of the 24 geniuses from the cultivation faction. They even found the golden bow and purple gold bowl that had fallen into the dust during the previous battle and respectfully handed them to Yi Xian. Sure enough, they're all fat sheep. Why didn't I think of this before? This is the rhythm of getting rich overnight. Looking at the small pile of storage magic treasures in front of him, Yi Xian used his divine sense to scan them. When he saw the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, he couldn't help but be speechless and praise them. These people were all from the cultivation faction and were like the successors of various sects. Although the resources in their hands were far inferior to Yi Xian's, because of the difference in location, there were some things that even Yi Xian didn't have. Therefore, even he was surprised by the harvest this time and was very satisfied. Apart from the cultivation resources, elixir refinement materials, and equipment forging materials, the finished magic treasures were not satisfactory. Out of all the defensive and offensive magic treasures of the 24 geniuses, only the golden bow and purple gold bowl caught Yi Xian's eyes. They were perfect starry sky epic grade magic treasures. All of them were stored in Yi Xian's undying world with a wave of his hand. Wu Chenzi, Green Robe, and the others were gnashing their teeth. In the blink of an eye, they were poor. Not only did all their cultivation resources fall into the hands of the enemy, even their defensive and offensive magic treasures were all confiscated. Not a single one was left. This time, they suffered a great loss. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone regained their ability to move. Among them, a few geniuses, such as Wu Chenzi and Green Robe, had even recovered half of their combat strength. Yi Xian waved his hand and led this group of people to set off again. There were still 4 hunting teams to deal with. In the void of the universe outside the Shunnong Cauldron, the young geniuses of the major forces and sects of the human clan had been in the space inside the cauldron for some time, but at this moment, no news came out. Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the master of the Ground Extinction Palace, from the cultivation camp, had the crystal ball echo technique, which could transmit everything that happened inside the cauldron, but for some reason, it had not been used yet. Just as the experts of the major forces waiting outside the space trap formation were getting impatient, in the void of the universe in a certain direction in the distance, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing over at this moment. A huge blood-red bull head was etched on the hull of the ship. This was the barbarian bull clan from the Federation of the Second Universe. Following this small fortress, more than a dozen space fortresses appeared. They were also from the Federation of the Second Universe, including the Enji clan, the Wood Spirit clan, and other top-ranking clans in the Second Universe. Seeing the arrival of the joint fleet of the various clans of the Second Federation, all the experts of the human clan around, including Zhong Yi, who was in charge of the external affairs of the space trap formation, turned their heads to look, but no one made a sound. After all, Zhong Yi had said before that Ling Huchong had committed many evil deeds, and everyone had the right to punish him. Although the barbarian bull clan came from the Second Universe, they were also one of the clans of the Federation. It was normal for them to come this time to get a share of the pie. Chapter 3330. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Crystal Ball Shadowsoon. The Alliance fleet from the Second Universe stopped in the void far away from the space trap array and occupied a direction. Then, the main passageways of all the small fortresses and space fortresses in the fleet opened, and several powerhouses rushed out. This fleet was basically composed of the top Federation clans in the second universe. This time, they came to fight for the Shunnong Cauldron, and they could even secretly fight for the peerless genius of the human race, Ling Huchong. Therefore, any of the clans of the Federation had sent out their high-level elders, and at the same time, some powerful young juniors. Some of these high-level elders knew Zhon Yi of the Heavenly War Empire. At this moment, after they rushed out of the battleship, they greeted him one after another and asked him about the situation. Then, a foreign hunting team formed by the young juniors of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe was formed. There were a total of 13 people, and their strength was extraordinary. Their cultivation was at the 9th realm, the peak of the 9th level, the origin. Among them, the most eye-catching were the young patriarch of the Enji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the barbarian Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the colorful Python clan, and Lang Ganglai, the descendant of the greedy wolf clan. After you enter the space inside the cauldron, if you meet Gong Wuxin of the Diju Palace, remember to ask him to use the crystal ball shadow technique to transmit the image in the cauldron in real time, especially after you find Ling Huchong and before you launch a full-scale attack on him. Zhon Yi was floating in the void, sitting cross-legged, nodding and greeting the high-level elders of the various clans of the second universe. Then, he glanced at Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends of the other universe. He seemed to be extremely confident and resolute as he continued with a faint smile, "That brat is arrogant and unruly, but he will definitely not be able to escape this time. Although we are restricted by the rules of this King Cauldron's own domain and cannot enter to personally suppress him, we cannot miss such a delightful scene. Remember this." In this regard, whether it was the elites of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe who had just arrived or the large number of powerhouses of the human clan who were waiting in the surrounding void, they all deeply agreed and nodded. No one felt that Zhon Yi was bragging. After all, although he, Zhon Sai, and the other Heavenly Battle Emperor clan elders had been heavily abused by Yi Xian, with 1 dead and 3 injured, they had been taught a painful lesson. However, that was only because Yi Xian had taken out the Shunnong Cauldron and relied on it to suppress others. Now that the giant cauldron had been summoned and the person had entered the cauldron, everyone felt that no matter how strong Yi Xian was, he would not be able to escape from the joint attack of more than 200 young prodigies from various clans. Indeed, this scene should not be missed. It would definitely be very exciting. As Ji Jinghong and the other 13 heavenly legends from the second universe entered the cauldron, all the experts who stayed in the void outside the array eagerly anticipated the scene. They wanted to see Yi Xian being suppressed as soon as possible. In the cauldron's space, after suppressing the 2 hunting teams, Yi Xian led the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him to move again. Then, they encountered another hunting team. And this time, the remaining 4 hunting teams all arrived at the same time. The battle that had happened here before had already attracted the attention of the other hunting teams, who were in charge of searching in other directions. They hurried over, but unfortunately, Yi Xian was too fast. Before they arrived, the battle had already ended. At this moment, the remaining 4 hunting teams were occupying the surrounding space, surrounding Yi Xian and the 32 heavens chosen captives behind him. When these guys saw that even Wu Chunzi had been captured and was now following behind Yi Xian with his head lowered in shame and anger, they were all shocked. Even so, they still did not think that they would follow in Wu Chunzi's footsteps. After all, the total number of people in the 4 hunting teams was more than 100. In their opinion, no matter how amazing this young master Linghu's skills were, it was impossible for him to turn the tables. Since he was already surrounded by 4 hunting teams, his fate was sealed. Among the 4 hunting teams, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru occupied one side. Behind them were basically all heavenly legends from the technology faction. They had the most people, nearly 50 of them. Dongfang Lin and the other experts in his team were also among them. This group of people had fled after the battle with Yi Xian. When they encountered the purplish warbler and the others, they gathered together. In the end, they still did not give up. They wanted to wait until they had enough people before making a move on Yi Xian. In their opinion, the time had come. The other 3 teams had fewer people, each with only 20 or so people. There were experts from both the cultivation faction and the technology faction, and the leaders were from the cultivation faction. They were as famous as Wu Chunzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong. At this moment, the three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Amongst the younger generation geniuses of the cultivation camp, the three of them were called the Four Heroes along with the Buddhist sect's Wu Chunzi. Now that Wu Chunzi had been captured by Yi Xian, there was actually a large bump on his shiny head that looked like a baby's fist. He looked extremely miserable, and this was simply slapping their faces. Although the three of them were angry at Wu Chunzi for being useless, they hated Yi Xian even more. Once this matter was spread out, people would definitely talk behind their backs. It did not matter if the reputation of the Four Heroes of Cultivation was ruined, but the problem was that the three of them were implicated and left a stain on their reputation. Ling Huchong, don't make a mistake. After all, you are also a human expert. Although the reputation of being a peerless monster is a bit exaggerated, you are still a rare genius of the younger generation. As long as you swear an oath to join the Tenju Heavenly Palace and serve us wholeheartedly, the Tenju Heavenly Palace will help you deal with the aftermath of the conflict with the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. Gong Wuxin was the first to speak. He said these words to Yi Xian, but it seemed that he did not mean it. This was the mission of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. If it were him, he would definitely take the opportunity to get rid of the other party. What peerless monster! Gong Wuxin was not convinced at all and had a strong hostility. Bah, what is the Tenju Heavenly Palace? Are you worthy of this young master swearing an oath of loyalty? Could it be that you're still sleep-talking? Yi Xian sneered and retorted with no trace of politeness. It would have been better if the other party did not mention the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian's attitude was not so bad. Now that the other party mentioned the Tenju Heavenly Palace, it was as if the anger in Yi Xian's heart had been ignited. This young master will also give you a piece of advice. You'd better hand over your storage magic treasure immediately and surrender. Otherwise, you will be suppressed on the spot. Pu. Gong Wuxin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade the other party, but in the end, he was threatened and asked to surrender his storage magic treasure in front of everyone. This was simply unreasonable. Thinking of this, Gong Wuxin was so angry that he laughed. Ling Huchong, good. Today, I want to see who will be suppressed. Speaking of this, Gong Wuxin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Humph, aren't you very arrogant? I will fulfill your wish and let the whole world know the truth of this battle. The experts of the three great universes will see how you are suppressed by me. Chapter 33-31. It's too cruel. The crystal ball mirage technique was an auxiliary daoist technique. Although it did not possess any offensive power, it was a technique that allowed one to condense a crystal ball using one's divine ability. It could project all the sights and sounds on the other side of the isolated plane and void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even see the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. Even in the human clan's cultivation camp, only the overlord of cultivation, Tenju Heavenly Palace, still retained the cultivation method of this mystic technique, and there were not many people who cultivated it, only a dozen people in each generation. Gong Wuxin was the last disciple of the Palace Master of the Earth Palace, the second palace of the 10 absolute heavenly palaces. There was no doubt about his talent. Although he had not been cultivating the crystal ball mirage technique for a long time, he had already reached a higher level and could be considered to have made some achievements. At this moment, as Gong Wuxin shouted, a silvery white light rushed out of his body and soared into the sky like a meteor. It hung 10,000 meters above the space inside the cauldron and turned into a transparent silver ball about a meter in diameter. It poured out a faint moonlight. This kind of technique was very mysterious. At first glance, it didn't look like a technique at all. Instead, it looked like a silver-white spherical magic weapon. It attracted Yi Xian's interest and he looked over. Then, he grinned and pointed at the sky, saying to Gong Wuxin, "Crystal ball mirage?" In other words, everything that happens in the space within the cauldron can be transmitted out through this silver ball of light, and can be seen by the people outside. This is really interesting. Are you a pervert? While he was talking, Yi Xian suddenly dashed out. His combat suit more than 10 meters tall turned into a purple arrow and reached Gong Wuxin in the blink of an eye. He punched out. You are being abused, and yet you are making a crystal ball to transmit the video of the scene. What a unique hobby you have. Bang. Kachacha. Awoo. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a huge bang rang out, followed by the sound of many bones breaking. After that, Gong Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a familiar mournful howl. His speed was simply too fast. Before his figure rushed out, he had already secretly stored up energy and activated the antimatter propulsion system of the glazed mech suit, instantly increasing his speed by 2 times. Under such extreme speed and the distance between them was not too far, Gong Wuxin could not react at all. In fact, not only Gong Wuxin, but all the experts in the other 3 directions of the void were the same. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dumbfounded, but they did not make a move. These people were all young prodigies from the cultivation camp. Now that the relationship between the 2 camps was tense, these young prodigies from the technology camp were hostile to Gong Wuxin and the other prodigies from the cultivation camp. Although Linghu Chong was arrogant and unruly, the Linghu family was one of the most powerful families in the technology camp. Therefore, when they saw the prodigies from the cultivation camp attacking him, these experts from the technology camp were subconsciously unwilling to help. In addition, the 3 girls from the purplish warbler did not say anything, so these experts from the technology camp all stood in place, unmoved. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, who were guarding the other 2 directions, did the same. They did not belong to the same sect as Gong Wuxin. The former came from the Tenju Celestial Palace, the overlord of the cultivation camp. Since he said that he was going to fight Yi Xian alone, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong naturally would not act rashly. This was a thankless task, so it was completely unnecessary. Even if they wanted to encircle and annihilate Gong Wuxin, they would have to wait until the end of this battle. Only the 20 or so people who belonged to the same hunting team as Gong Wuxin saw that the former was actually ambushed by Yi Xian. They were caught off guard and instantly disintegrated their combat strength. Their entire bodies collapsed, and they were instantly filled with shock and anger. They roared as they charged towards Yi Xian, taking out all sorts of magic treasures and wildly bombarding him. Spiritual crush. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian sneered and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. At the same time, the spiritual power source core in his mind began to operate rapidly again. A formless wave of level 7 spiritual power instantly spread out like a tsunami, directly enveloping the 20 or so experts from the cultivation camp who were rushing toward him. Spiritual crush was a secret spiritual technique that used spiritual power to attack the mind. Compared to the spiritual power attacks of human cultivators, spiritual power was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. At least, it was true for human powerhouses. As the spiritual energy enveloped them, the 20 or so figures that were charging towards Yi Xian suddenly froze. Their consciousnesses had all fallen into a trance, as if they'd been bewitched. Yi Xian's spiritual crush had only been at the intermediate level before, but now it was at the advanced level. In addition, his spiritual power source core had just undergone another transformation and evolution, so the spiritual power surging out of it had reached level 7, so its power had doubled. Therefore, even though these people were all at the late stage of the origin stage, level 8, or even level 9, which made them stronger than Yi Xian, they were still caught off guard and fell into a trance. Although this trance might not last for too long, it was enough for Yi Xian. Boom. Bang. Bang. Crack. Crack. Awoo. Awoo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's figure shot out once again, and in a split second, he rushed into the crowd. Every time he simply swung his fist, there would be a huge bang and a bone-chilling sound of bone cracking, followed by a mournful howl of a wolf. Each scream was louder than the last. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so powerhouses from the cultivation camp who had fallen into a trance were lying on the ground in disarray. This scene was too shocking. At least, the 100 or so powerhouses in the other 3 directions did not expect this. Even if Yi Xian was wearing a stunning glass armor, His combat strength should not be so abnormal to such an extent. One had to know that these 20-odd cultivators were all the top geniuses of the various sects, and their cultivations were all at the 8th or 9th level of the origin realm. But now, they were like a flock of lambs, being charged into the flock by Yi Xian, the ferocious wolf. After wreaking havoc, not a single one of them resisted. It was so strange that it was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or so people had their bones and tendons broken and fell into the dust. The only figure that was still standing in the void was Yi Xian, who was about 30 meters tall and looked like a god in purple armor. Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong opened their mouths wide and muttered to themselves with a solemn expression. How can this be? It's too strange. No one fought back. How did he do it? There's a mystery behind this. What other secret methods does this kid have? Chapter 33-32. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Challenging and Iragong Wuxin was known as the leader of the 4 heroes of the human race, but at this moment, he was crushed by Yi Xian in front of nearly 200 human race powerhouses. Gong Wuxin's accidental stumble could be attributed to Yi Xian's sudden sneak attack, but the 20 or so human race powerhouses who were crushed right after him were absolutely crushed by Yi Xian in a direct confrontation. They even seized the initiative. The 20 or so human race powerhouses attacked at the same time. They had already taken out their magic weapons, and their cultivation levels were generally higher than Yi Xian's, but the final result was still as expected. The 20 or so human race powerhouses were crushed in less than a minute. All of this shocked everyone. Even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dumbfounded. They knew that Yi Xian was a monster, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly strong. He was simply a ferocious monster. As for the more than 50 young prodigies from the various major clans behind them, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths of air. At this moment, Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong finally understood why Wu Chen, who was also one of the 4 young heroes of the cultivation camp, was suppressed by Yi Xian. Previously, they felt that they had lost face, but now, they no longer felt that way. Even Gong Wuxin, the leader of the 4 heroes, was defeated, let alone Wu Chenzi. After this battle, the so-called 4 heroes of the human race had completely become history. In the future, when people mentioned this once famous name, they would most likely feel that it wasn't true. Only Wu Chenzi and the others had already suffered a great loss at Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, just like him, the 32 captives that were surrounded by the remaining 4 hunting teams felt an inexplicable sense of relief in their hearts. They did feel humiliated and hated Yi Xian, but when they saw that even Gong Wuxin was suppressed in an instant, the humiliation in their hearts naturally faded away. At this moment, even Yi Xian seemed to be more pleasing to the eye in their eyes. After all, the way Gong Wuxin and the others looked at them when they were surrounded by the 4 teams was very irritating. But now, this guy was finally suppressed by Yi Xian in an instant. There was no suspense at all. It was simply too satisfying. There's something strange about this brat. Gong Wuxin didn't even have a chance to use his techniques before he was suppressed. Presumably, Wu Chenzi is also in the same situation. We can't let this continue. Otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. Yu Xianlong's eyes flashed and she suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together and suppress Ling Huchong first." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible and strange aura suddenly surged out from his body. The air trembled slightly, and like an incomparably heavy ripple, it surged out from his body. More than 100 translucent egg-sized balls instantly appeared around him, and whooshing sounds rang out endlessly as they all shot towards Yi Xian. Heavy water, true thunder. Once it did, a small part of the void would collapse. Wu Chenzi, what are you waiting for? Have you lost all will to fight after being floated up? Everyone, let's attack together. Chou Doufu also roared at this moment. His eyes first swept toward Wu Chenzi and the 8 great guardian deities behind Yi Xian. At the same time, he raised his right hand and pointed at Yi Xian from afar, void fusion finger. Rumble. At this moment, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from Chou Doufu's body. The flames surged and roared, but there was no heat. It seemed to have frozen this part of the void. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. There were already faint cracking sounds on the ground below, and some puddles began to freeze. At the same time, as he raised his hand and pointed at Cho Dofu's position, a blue line condensed from the void rapidly shot toward Yi Xian. This scene was too strange. Anyone who saw it could instantly understand that if this blue line of ice came into contact with their body, even a starry sky expert would instantly be turned into an ice sculpture. The nearly 50 starry sky experts behind the two of them also made their move at this moment. Among them, in addition to the prodigies of the various sects from the cultivation camp, there were also some experts from the technology camp. However, they were from other fields and were not familiar with the top gene fluid families, so they did not team up with the purplish warbler and the others. At this moment, they also made their move. For a moment, more than 50 experts rushed toward Yi Xian at the same time. Their momentum rose to the sky, and a small part of the void was covered by the dazzling light of various artifacts. Yi Xian, who was in the middle of this light curtain, was completely submerged. The 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 purplish warbler girls were also moved. They could see that Yi Xian seemed to be doomed this time. He was already submerged in the dazzling light of the artifacts. There was no way for him to escape. The 50 people all looked at the 3 purplish warbler girls. After all, this hunting team was led by the captive girl. The purplish warbler rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at? I'm not feeling well today. I'm just here to watch the fun. If you want to fight, do as you please." Zhao Qianru also nodded. "That's right. I'm the same. I won't get involved in a girl's fight. I'm just here to be a bystander." Duanmu Xiaocha was even more ruthless. She directly raised her hand and stroked her small belly. She frowned and said, "Don't look at me. I'm having a stomachache today. I can't move around." In the end, the 50 experts of the technology camp behind the 3 girls all rushed out one after another and joined the encirclement. This was a rare opportunity, and they didn't want to miss it. When young Master Linghu was suppressed later, all the aristocratic families and sects that had juniors from their clans who had fought before could rightfully jump out and ask for a share of the benefits. In the blink of an eye, the number of geniuses from the various clans that were rushing towards Yi Xian at the same time had already exceeded 100. The glass armor that was like a small mountain had already been completely drowned out by the endless brilliance of magic treasures. Seeing this scene, Wu Chenzi and the others who were behind Yi Xian and weren't affected by the light curtain of the artifacts showed hesitation on their faces. In their opinion, no matter how strong Yi Xian was, he was probably going to be suppressed this time. There was probably no way he could turn the situation around. Even the 8 great guardian deities were a little hesitant. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty, and they were in a dilemma. But in the end, they didn't make a move. Wu Chenzi gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from his mouth. "This little monk has not recovered from his serious injuries. I want to fight, but it's a pity that I don't have the strength." The 8 great guardian deities rolled their eyes. This was clearly the rhythm of not wanting to take the risk of getting a few more big bumps on their heads. He actually said it in such a dignified manner. He was indeed a bald thief. Peace of mind. As soon as Wu Chenzi finished speaking, a violent roar suddenly came from the center of the void that was enveloped by the light of the artifacts. It was Yi Xian's voice. Then, a strange scene appeared. The 8 great guardian deities and the other 32 prisoners of war subconsciously turned to look. What they saw instantly shocked them. Chapter 33:33. Eyeballs all over the floor. This was a divine ability that Yi Xian had inherited from the mutated demonic dragon bloodline. In the legends of the primordial era, the demon dragon was actually the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon, or the torch dragon. Legend has it that it had a human face and a dragon's body. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the dark and gloomy places in the northwest where there was no sun. It was said that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the whole sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. His peace is darkness, his vision is light. He was referring to Torch Dragon. It was a simple name, but the aura and majesty it exuded was fascinating. To put it bluntly, It meant that when one opens one's eyes, it is day, when one closes one's eyes, it is night. The entire world, such a vast world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was a little too exaggerated and mysterious. It was indeed hard for people to accept. But at this moment, the scene in front of Wu Chenzi was clearly so. Phew, as Yi Xian's light shout faded away, a low hiss quickly sounded out from the area where the brilliance of the magic treasure was wreaking havoc. Although the sound didn't have an imposing aura, nor did it have a soul-stirring might, as the strange hiss entered his ears, Wu Chen clearly felt his primordial spirit tremble slightly. A throbbing and uneasiness that came from the depths of his soul caused his expression to change once again. Although this strange sound was obscure, the pressure was as if the will of heaven and earth in this entire universe was whispering. Although it was still Yi Xian's voice, it revealed an inexplicable ancient aura. At the same time, a green and hazy brilliance suddenly leaked out like a rainbow. That void was originally enveloped by the endless radiance of the magic treasures, but at this moment, as the green light rushed up from the central area of the magic treasure light screen, it actually spread across the heavens and the earth in an instant. The originally radiant magic treasure light screen completely dimmed, and then fell into the void one after another. Even the 100 or so starry sky powerhouses, including Chou Dofu and Yu Xianlong, who were originally rushing over and had already surrounded the Dharma treasure light curtain, suddenly stopped at this moment. Everyone seemed to have fallen into an incomparably sticky quagmire in an instant. A painful expression appeared on their faces. Their bodies struggled in the void, trying to break free from some invisible shackles, but it was futile. Don't worry. This young Lord Yi Xian translation, Lord Yi Xian editor, translation boom. Kacha chacha. Awu. As Yi Xian's voice sounded out once more, a loud sound followed. It was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering and an incomparably mournful howl of a wolf. One after another, the sound reverberated in the air without end, the universe void outside the Shunnong cauldron. Half a day had passed, but the star field where the space trap array was located did not become quiet. Instead, as time went by, it became even more lively. The fleets and starry sky powerhouses that had gathered here before did not leave. They were ready to make a move, and they were planning something, or they were just here to watch the show. The Zhontu ancestor of the Emperor clan who went to visit friends still had not returned, and the two peerless geniuses of the human science and technology camp, Fairy Inxia and Xiao Yaozi, had not yet appeared. As for the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters from the first universe, it was also still on its way. The young clan leader Ji Jinghong of the Inji clan, young master Ritian of the Barbarian Bull clan, young master Jin Haoyan of the Golden Eagle clan, Princess Medusa of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Gang Lai of the Greedy Wolf clan led the team of heavenly talents of the second universe. Not long after they entered the space inside the Shunnong cauldron, there was a sudden abnormality in the space trap array, which attracted the attention of all the powerhouses around. Whoosh! A huge sound like a waterfall suddenly poured out of the space trap array. In the void above the Shunnong cauldron, which was as huge as a star, a silver light curtain suddenly appeared without warning. Its diameter was very vast, and it was like a small sky curtain that enveloped the sky above the star cauldron. It contrasted well with the 9-colored mist that was gushing out of the star cauldron below, and it presented a dreamlike scene. All the starry sky powerhouses outside the space trap array were stunned. They did not understand what had happened, and some of them even looked suspicious. The crystal ball mirage technique? It seems that they have already met. Among the large flying magic weapons such as the huge battleships from the cultivation camp, an elder from the Earth Extinction Temple laughed loudly. This time Ling Huchong can't escape. Let's see what he chooses. I hope this kid doesn't make a mistake, ha ha ha. All the starry sky powerhouses around suddenly realized that this was the crystal ball mirage technique. It was an ancient technique from the second temple of the Tenju heavenly palaces, the Earth Extinction Temple. It was really extraordinary. It could break through the internal field of the giant star cauldron and transmit the image inside. It appeared in this vast silver light that was like a sky curtain. Everyone was refreshed. Finally, they didn't have to be bored anymore. They could wait and watch at the same time. At this moment, with the sudden flash of the silver light curtain like a sky curtain, There was a sudden exclamation in the void outside the space trap array. Look, the image of the silver light curtain appeared. Ling Huchong, it really is Ling Huchong. I see him. It seems that he has been besieged. The void he is in is surrounded by the powerhouses who have just entered the space inside the cauldron. That's Gong Wuxin. His momentum is amazing. He is going to make the first move. It seems that young Master Linghu will be suppressed soon. This time, is the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp going to take the lead? Alas, it's just beginning and it's going to end. I thought I could see the two universe realm powerhouses of the 15th realm take action. After all, young Master Linghu still hasn't grown up. After leaving the giant star cauldron, just a group of young geniuses of the same realm is enough to crush him. Yes, although he is outnumbered and suspected of being besieged, his opponent, young Master Linghu, is known as the peerless genius of the human clan. It's not a shame. After all, he is too arrogant. This setback should allow him to grow up. As these words sounded, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Zhon clan flashed, and they all showed a look of satisfaction. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, Yuan Changfeng, and Old Man Shen Yuan, all the masters and leaders of the 16 top families of the imperial court were relieved at the same time. Long Xiong, the crown prince of the imperial court, Zhon Lingfeng, the crown prince of the heavenly battle empire, and Shu Biqing, the crown prince of the heavenly Chen kingdom, all had hideous smiles on their faces. Hong Do, Lai Feng, and the 3-star general of the immortal army of the imperial court looked cold and indifferent. The 5 elders of the Enji clan, the barbarian Bull clan, the golden eagle clan, the colorful python clan, and the greedy wolf clan from the Federation of the Second Universe frowned as they looked at each other. They didn't see Jiao Ri Tian and the other geniuses of the Second Universe who had just entered the Shenong giant cauldron, but the battle was going to end early. This was not good news. At the same time, the powerhouses of the other forces and clans who had been hiding in the distant void and hadn't shown themselves were also very disappointed. They hadn't had time to make a move yet. Chapter 33-34. Another invincible god of war in the silver light curtain, the purple mecha giant, as tall as a small mountain, instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared directly in front of Gong Wuxin at a speed that made everyone's heart jump. Then, it swung its giant fist, and the sound of bones cracking came out from the space trap array, making people's teeth ache. Then, a long and mournful howl sounded. Gong Wuxin, who had been seriously injured, fell to the ground below. He was seriously injured in an instant and had lost his ability to fight. Before the countless starry sky masters who were stunned by this scene could recover from their shock, the furious roars of Yu Xianlong and Chou Dofu rang out. The more than 50 heavens prides of the science and technology camp, including the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiacha, also rushed out at the same time. Over 100 powerhouses took out their respective magic treasures. For a time, a dazzling light filled the starry sky, enveloping the entire horizon. The silver light screen emitted a boundless brilliance, covering the heavens and covering the earth as it submerged the purple mecha giant like a war god. It was not until this moment that the starry sky masters around recovered from the shocking scene of Gong Wuxin being suppressed in an instant. All kinds of exclamations sounded, especially in the direction of the void where the few fleets of the cultivation camp were gathered. The sounds of cursing and reprimanding were endless, and there was even arrogant laughter mixed in. This was because after seeing Yi Shen suppress Wu Chen, he still wasn't able to escape his misfortune in the end and was drowned by the overwhelming amount of magic treasures. However, everything was not over yet. Just as the exclamations sounded from the outside world, the silver light curtain above the giant star cauldron in the space trap array changed again. A waterfall of misty green brilliance suddenly soared into the sky and spread out in an instant, dimming the brilliance of the countless magic weapons that were competing to shine and then falling to the ground. More than 100 starry sky masters who summoned these magic weapons were all frozen at the same time, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Their faces were filled with pain as they struggled, but unfortunately, they could not break free at all. They seemed to be bound by an invisible force and could not move at all. This scene was too strange, and it happened so suddenly that the exclamations outside the void trap formation suddenly stopped, and turned into a series of gasps that sounded at the same time. In the next moment, the mecha giant, which was as tall as a small mountain, rushed into the sky. Without any hesitation, it threw a punch at the nearest starry sky master. They passed by each other, and then the next. These 100 or so starry sky powerhouses were all bound by some kind of mysterious force, unable to move at all. The following scene could no longer be described as a tiger entering a flock of sheep. If a ferocious tiger were to charge into a flock of sheep, they would at least flee in all directions, but at this moment, these starry sky masters could not even flee in horror. They could only struggle in place, unable to do anything, waiting for the two huge fists that were twice the size of a person to hit them. Ka-cha-cha, catcha, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out one after another, echoing endlessly. It came out of the void trap formation and drilled into the ears of all the powerhouses in the surrounding void. Outside the void trap formation, at this time, it was dead silent. There was not even the slightest sound of gasping. Everyone was scared out of their wits. If it was said that Yi Xian's punch had caused Wu Chen to fall to the ground because he'd taken advantage of the former's surprise attack and was rather suspicious of him, then now, the terrifying battle prowess he displayed was definitely normal. 1 against 100, or even more. Moreover, it was the side with more people who made the first move. All kinds of magical weapons had already drowned Yi Xian's figure. Anyone who saw this scene would feel that he would not be able to escape. However, under such circumstances, as a beam of misty green light soared into the sky, everything changed. The side with more people, the side that made the first move, the side that used countless magical weapons to drown Yi Xian's figure, was instead being beaten up. This was simply inconceivable. What was even more unacceptable was that the reason Yi Xian was able to do this was not because of some kind of precious treasure like the giant star cauldron. The mysterious blue light that soared into the sky was clearly a kind of magical ability. No one present could understand it, but it was a super powerful magical ability with terrifying power. In an instant, it caused more than 100 magical weapons to lose their brilliance and fall to the dust. At the same time, it also instantly restrained the figures of more than 100 starry sky powerhouses who were besieging him. Even magical weapons were a part of the overall strength of a starry sky powerhouse, not to mention the magical abilities they had mastered. Facing the scene of Yi Xian beating more than 100 starry sky powerhouses by himself, no one could say anything, and no one could say anything to criticize him. The cracking sound was endless, almost without pause, but in fact, it only lasted for a short minute or so. After a minute, there were not many figures left in the silver light curtain. Apart from Yi Xian in his glass mecha, only the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru in the distance were still standing there with their mouths wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. More than 100 besiegers, including Chou Doufu and Yu Xianlong, had all fallen to the dust. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Wu Chenzi, and more than 30 other people, they all landed on the ground below to collect the spoils of war. Seeing this scene, the same thought appeared in the minds of all the powerhouses outside the space trap array. Another invincible war god was born. This was the truly unparalleled genius of the human race. The one who was causing a ruckus on the side of the cultivators, whose identity was still unknown, was known as the invincible war god, who could rely on his own strength to fight against opponents 2 realms higher than him without being defeated, was indeed worthy of the title of the unparalleled genius of the human race. But the one in front of them was even more impressive. Previously, they thought that he was only a master of medicine, tools, and formations, but now it seemed that his own combat strength was not inferior at all. He was simply a master of both pen and sword, which was heaven-defying. A series of exclamations sounded in an instant, but the cultivators fell into silence, especially the sects behind the 8 great Vajras, including a golden Arhat who represented the mysterious Buddhist sect in the cultivators' camp. Their faces were full of embarrassment. Compared to Gong Wuxin and the others who were suppressed and almost beaten to a pulp, the 8 great guardian deities and the others had clearly been subdued, which was even more embarrassing. However, the representatives and elders of the sects behind Gong Wuxin, such as Diju Gong, had no intention of despising them at all. Instead, they were worried, because if there were no accidents, the 100 or so people who were suppressed, including Gong Wuxin, would most likely be subdued soon like the 8 great guardian deities. Chapter 33-35. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ransom. I am going to kill you. It was a simple sentence, but it was domineering. Most importantly, it was directed at Gong Wuxin. Gong Wuxin was the leader of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, the last disciple of the master of the Earth Palace, the second palace of the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace. But now, in front of countless masters of the starry sky, he was yelled at without any scruples. Gong Wuxin felt like he was going to explode. Especially when he remembered that he was the one who created the silver light curtain in the sky. If he didn't want to die, he would have to consume the energy in his body to maintain the light curtain, so that the masters of the starry sky outside the space-trapping formation could see how he and his brothers were being tortured. What the hell was going on? He was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. Even his brain was turning green. Everything went on as usual. Yi Xian said the same thing as before, warning Gong Wuxin and the others that they could either die or regain their mobility in 30 minutes. As for their storage magic treasures and the offensive magic treasures that were knocked down to the ground by Yi Xian's demonic dragon bloodline ability, they were all collected by the 8 great Vaja and the others and delivered to Yi Xian. The latter waved his hand and didn't look at them carefully. There were too many, so he kept them all in his undying world. During this process, in addition to the 8 great guardian warriors, the bald man, Wu Chunzi, and the others also played the role of henchmen. This was because Yi Xian said that he didn't keep idle people. Either they worked or he punched them a few more times. This time, he wouldn't just beat them half to death. Under his tyrannical power, even Wu Chunzi, one of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, could only submit. It was foreseeable that the other 3 of the 4 heroes of the cultivation camp, including Gong Wuxin, would follow in Wu Chunzi's footsteps. All of this was seen clearly by the countless starry sky experts in the surrounding void outside the sky-trapping grand array through the silver light curtain that resembled a sky canopy. The faces of the upper echelons of the various sects were red, but they were all silent, not even cursing. Because in this final battle, more than 100 young prodigies of the various sects, including Cho Dofu, had lost without any injustice. He didn't use any tricks at all. He used his own divine ability to suppress everyone. No one dared to provoke him. Even if they wanted to say some harsh words, it would be so weak. They did not speak, but Yi Xian did not hold back. After the time it took for 1 incense stick to burn, Yi Xian saw that a total of over 100 people had regained their ability to move. They were all looking at him with fear and resentment. Yi Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to point at the 8 great guardian deities and began to lecture them. From now on, all of you are my captives. These are the 8 great guardian deities, your supervisors. In the future, if anyone doesn't listen to them, this young master will not say a word and directly blast him into a pile of minced meat. Hearing this, the 8 great guardian deities were immediately excited. From this moment on, the 4 heroes of cultivation were their soldiers. This was something that they had never dared to imagine before. Although they might be hated, they could explain everything by saying that they were forced to do it. They had no pressure at all. As for Cho Dofu, Gong Wuxin, and the others, on the one hand, they had not recovered from their injuries. They could not escape even if they wanted to. On the other hand, all of their treasures and cultivation resources had been taken away. Even if they wanted to resist, it was impossible. There was only one path in front of them. If they didn't want to die, they could only submit. Little brother, it was just a misunderstanding. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Yu Xianlong spoke in a sweet voice. Her pitiful look was mesmerizing. I'm a girl. You don't seem to have a heart of stone. Shut up, you old witch. Didn't you call me a thief just now? Don't think that this young master doesn't hit women. Stay with them obediently. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Without waiting for Yu Xianlong to finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted her with a shout. The words old witch that he blurted out almost made Yu Xianlong faint on the spot. The 3 purplish warbler girls who were standing in the void far away covered their mouths and chuckled. The 3 girls were very satisfied that Yi Xian was not charmed by Yu Xianlong, who was known as the #1 beauty in the cultivation camp. Hearing the laughter, Yi Xian remembered that there were 3 girls beside him. It seemed that dealing with them would be a bit of a headache. After frowning, he turned his head and looked over. He raised his hand and pointed at the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. He shouted, "The 3 beauties over there, don't blame this young master for not warning you. If you know what's good for you, come over here immediately. This young master has already set up the field inside the giant cauldron so that you can only enter and not leave. You won't be able to escape. Seeing that you didn't make a move just now, this young master won't take away your treasures and cultivation resources. I also won't restrict you from being under the control of the 8 great Vajras. As long as you don't escape, you will have absolute freedom. If you don't know what's good for you and want to escape, you saw how this young master beat up this old witch. Don't blame me for not showing mercy." Yi Xian deliberately said this because he had no other choice. However, the effect was quite good. Although his words didn't sound very polite, the 3 girls of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were very satisfied. The key was the effect of calling them beauties. As for Yu Xianlong, she almost fainted from anger again. When she looked at Yi Xian, her gaze was almost as sharp as a knife. "Little bastard, what's wrong with your eyes? Compared to the 3 of them, whether it's in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament, which part of me is inferior? Why is it that I'm a great beauty on their side and an old witch here? It's really driving me crazy." In the end, the 3 girls of the purplish warbler still walked over. However, they didn't get too close to Yi Xian. After all, with so many people watching, they couldn't expose themselves. The 50 or so young prodigies of the various major families who were originally following behind the 3 girls all had tears in their eyes when they saw the 3 girls of the purplish warbler. They regretted their actions. A single slip will cause everlasting regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have been so impulsive. At this point, the 200 or so young prodigies of the human camp who entered the space inside the giant star cauldron had all been captured by Yi Xian. Only a few of them had escaped. No one knew where they were now, but they wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Seeing this scene, the surrounding void outside the space trap array was deathly silent. Including Zhong Yi, all the high-level elders of the major forces and aristocratic families had ashen faces. This time, they had really lost a lot of face. Fortunately, that little bastard in the cauldron was tactful and didn't harm their lives. As for the magic treasures that were taken away, they would have to return them in the end. Chapter 33-36. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ji Jinghong Ransom. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. All the prisoners in the cauldron, including the 4 prodigies, were stunned at first. Then, grief and indignation appeared on their faces. That was too shameless. Hadn't all the magical equipment and training resources of the 200 people been confiscated? These were all the prodigies of the major clans and sects. Which one of them didn't have a large amount of cultivation resources in their storage Dharma treasures? Now, all of them had been taken away by Yi Xian, but he was still not satisfied. He actually wanted to ask for ransom from the clans and sects behind them. This was simply insane. Ling Hu Chong, aren't you afraid that you'll explode? Don't be too greedy, and don't go too far. In anger, one of the prisoners stood out and reprimanded Yi Xian. Don't forget, our Heaven Battle Emperor clan's patriarch Chenkuan will be back soon. When that time comes, even your giant star cauldron won't be able to stop him. He'll definitely drag you out and completely suppress you, you coward. This prisoner was a member of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. Although he was not a direct descendant and was only a descendant of a branch, he was a very famous prodigy of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. This time, he was also sent into the Shunnong cauldron. So you're the descendant of that old bastard. I didn't know that the little bastard of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan was here too. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he grinned. If I had known, I wouldn't have even had the interest to take you as a prisoner. Like you Heaven Battle Emperor 8 clans, I'll explode every single one of you I see. Boom. Yi Xian roared the last 4 words. Before he finished speaking, the mecha giant suddenly rushed out. This time, he used his full strength and even activated the mini antimatter death ray cannon system of the glazed mecha. With this punch, Yi Xian's physical body's vital energy and blood merged with the energy ball of the antimatter deathlight cannon and smashed onto the body of the genius of the Heavenly War Empire. Following a loud explosion, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Not a single hair was left. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were shocked. This time, when they entered the cauldron's space, their original plan was to mingle with the geniuses of the various great clans and secretly help Yi Xian when he was in danger. However, when they saw how powerful Yi Xian was, they were completely at ease. But now, following the death of this descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, the hearts of the three girls, which had just calmed down, were once again suspended in their throats. The death of a collateral descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan was not a big deal. The key was that Yi Xian's actions and words had completely pushed him to the opposite side of the Heaven Battle Empire. In fact, before he revealed his true identity, the other two empires in the science and technology faction, as well as the entire Immortal dynasty, would not let this matter go so easily. After all, this clamor was in front of countless powerful beings in the void outside the Star Cauldron. It had already escalated to the level of a clan's reputation. At this moment, following the death of this descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, the 200 prisoners around Yi Xian were all silent. No one dared to provoke him again at this time. This guy was definitely a real god of death. If he did not agree with him, he would explode. He was not to be trifled with. As for outside the Star Cauldron, a large number of gasps could be heard. As Yi Xian spoke, he raised his hand and blasted a descendant of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan to death. This was out of everyone's expectations. The matter had reached a point of no return. The Heaven Battle Empire would definitely not let this matter go. Outside the Star Cauldron, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's elder Zhong Yi roared like thunder. If not for the restriction of the Star Cauldron's own field rules, he would have leaped into the cauldron at this moment and entered the Star Cauldron space. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in the Star Cauldron space, spoke again. He still pointed his middle finger at the sky, and then his voice rang out. What this young master needs are all kinds of heavenly treasures and mineral materials to concoct gene fluids of level 12 and above. The more the better. If there's too little, it won't enter this young master's eyes. You've seen what happened to that little bastard just now. Good luck. You only have 1 day. After 1 day, if there is still any family or sect that does not send the ransom money into the Star Cauldron, the transaction will be cancelled. This young master does not keep useless people under him. When the time comes, I will directly eliminate them. Of course, there's no need for the 8 great guardian deities and the 3 great beauties who did not make a move just now. There has to be a difference in treatment. This is their own choice, so they can't blame anyone. Whoosh. Are you the so-called human clan's Heaven's Pride? You've actually been completely annihilated. This really makes me speechless. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, a sound of breaking through the air rang out from afar. Following that was an extremely lazy voice that was clearly filled with ridicule and disdain. Everyone turned their heads and looked, only to see a silver arrow shooting from the direction of the sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Suddenly, it stopped, and a tall figure with a pair of shining silver horns on his back appeared, floating high in the void more than 10 miles away. This figure was one of the members of the Second Universe's Heaven's Pride team that entered the space inside the cauldron last. He was the young master of the Enji clan, Ji Jinghong. This person was slender and strong, and his face was cold and extraordinary. His whole body was shining with silver light, like a god. He was looking at this side with a faint smile from an overlooking angle. The 13-person team formed by the Heaven's Pride of the Second Universe's various clans separated after entering the space inside the cauldron. Each of them started searching in different directions. The young master of the Enji clan, Ji Jinghong, happened to be in this direction. Coupled with his amazing speed, he was the first to encounter Yi Xian and the other human clan's masters. As soon as Ji Jinghong arrived, he offended everyone with just a few words, which made them feel extremely disgusted. Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war all glared at him. They thought that he was too arrogant. He came to the human clan's territory and deliberately provoked them. He was simply too arrogant. In fact, what they didn't know was that Ji Jinghong didn't deliberately disrespect them. He and the other 12 young masters and young clans of the Second Universe's Federation that entered the space inside the Shunnong Cauldron had always been like this. Although the various clans of the Second Universe's Federation were not as strong as the human clan, they were a whole race after all. As young masters and young clans, in terms of status, even the princes of the Eternal Dynasty were inferior to them. After all, the Eternal Dynasty didn't represent the entire human clan. Chapter 33-37. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The descendants of the divine birds. There was a reason why the young masters of the various races in the Second Universe were said to be much stronger than Wu Chunzi and Gong Wuxin, who were at the same level as the human race. Also, it was a common phenomenon that existed in the top 10 races of the Federation of the Second Universe. In the coalition army of the Second Universe that entered the internal space of the Farmer God Tripod, Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Enji clan, Riqian, the young master of the Raging Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Medusa, the princess of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Gang Lai, the descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan, all belonged to the top 10 races of the Second Universe. It was safe to say that the real combat ability of the 5 of them was much stronger than that of the human race experts of the same level as Wu Chunzi and Gong Wuxin. The reason for that was their bloodline. Ever since they joined the WN Luo Federation, the human race's technology and cultivation culture began to flourish among the various races of the Second Universe Federation. This was the law of the universe. Truly good things would never be lost. No matter where they went, they would blossom and bear fruit. But for the races of the Second Universe's Federation, the technology and cultivation culture that came from the human race and were accepted by them were not the most important part of their combat ability. The most important part of the combat ability of the races of the Second Universe's Federation was actually their own bloodline inheritance. The bloodline inheritance differed from race to race. Some were strong and some were weak. The races of the Second Universe's Federation, which ranked in the top 10, all had extraordinary bloodline inheritances, which led to the weird situation where the real combat ability of the races was much higher than their own level. For example, Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Enji clan, Riqian, the young master of the Raging Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Medusa, the princess of the Colorful Python clan, and Lang Gang Lai, the descendant of the Greedy Wolf clan, although their level was the same as Gong Wuxin's, which was the peak of the 5th level of the origin, the 9th level of the origin. But in fact, their real combat ability was comparable to that of the experts of the 10th level of the Dao Heaven Realm. They might not be able to defeat the human experts of the late stage of the Dao Heaven Realm, but they were definitely not as simple as those in the early stage of the Dao Heaven Realm. Basically, all 5 of them had the combat prowess to fight a mid-stage Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator to the death. All 5 of them were existences that were able to surmount an entire realm and compete with the experts of the human race. From a certain point of view, they could actually be considered to be existences on par with the peerless geniuses of the human race like the Devilfall Sun and Devil Dust Maiden. The young masters of the top 10 races in the Second Universe were all such characters. That was why the young master of the Silver Tribe, Ji Jinghong, was so arrogant and looked down on Gong Wuxin, Wu Chunzi, and the others. He was indeed qualified to do so. In his eyes, among the entire younger generation of the human clan, only the 2 peerless geniuses who had recently appeared and the 4 peerless geniuses, including the fallen demon son and the demon dust woman, could enter his eyes. Yi Xian did not know about any of this, nor was he interested in knowing. Now he only knew that this guy in front of him was very annoying. More importantly, he was not from the human clan of the Third Universe. But now, he had come to the territory of the human clan and was pretending to be a big shot. Sneering in his heart, Yi Xian glanced at Ji Jinghong and asked in a frivolous tone, "If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Silver Tribe of the Second Universe?" Ling Huchong, watch your tone. Ji Jinghong had an extraordinary bearing. As the young master of an entire tribe, he had always been very sensitive. He said to Yi Xian with a faint smile, "I'm Ji Jinghong, the young master of the Silver Tribe." You'd better not call yourself a young master in front of me, because it's very embarrassing. Even if I don't mind, the human clan's reputation will be tarnished because of you. You will become a joke. His words were even more impolite. Many of the experts of the human clan in the void around the void trap formation looked displeased. It was quite unpleasant to hear. However, they didn't say much, because although Ji Jinghong's words were impolite, from a certain point of view, what he said was indeed the truth. Although the Silver Tribe was not as strong as the human clan, it was a complete tribe after all. Ji Jinghong, as the young master and the heir of a certain human clan family, was indeed far inferior to him in terms of official status. Of course, in the era of the universe, strength was respected. The human clan was so powerful that even if all the tribes of the second universe joined forces, they could only barely match them. In fact, the human clan didn't put any of the tribes of the second universe in their eyes. However, if such words were said in a hostile relationship, it would be fine, but now that everyone was a member of the WN Luo Federation, such words really shouldn't be said in public. It would affect the internal unity of the Federation. Especially in the current situation where the internal relations of the Federation were already tense, such words were even more sensitive. It was fine if everyone was unhappy in their hearts, but they shouldn't really say it out loud. What's more, Ji Jinghong was just a young master of a certain Federation tribe in the second universe. With the existence of a junior, who would have the nerve to be serious with him? Therefore, although the higher-ups of the various forces of the human clan, including Zhong Yi, were unhappy in their hearts, none of them said a word. However, just because they didn't say anything, it didn't mean that the group of human clan juniors in the space inside the cauldron would do the same. Seeing that Ji Jinghong was becoming more and more arrogant, saying that even the peerless geniuses of the human clan weren't qualified to call themselves young master in front of him, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others were furious and began to scold him one after another. It wasn't that they were helping Yi Xian, but that they were all suppressed by Yi Xian. If Ji Jinghong degraded Yi Xian to be worthless, then what were they? Similarly, Yi Xian was also extremely disgusted by Ji Jinghong's words, and his anger had already surged. Raising his right hand, he signaled Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war to be quiet. He turned his head to look at Ji Jinghong in the distance and sneered, "You're just a birdman. No, you can't even be considered a birdman." At this point, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. After a slight pause, the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a rather playful and cold smile. He stared at Ji Jinghong and asked with a smile, "I heard that the original form of your Enji clan is actually a kind of Enji immortal bird, and the human form is just a manifestation. In fact, you don't have the blood of the human clan, right? Of course, my clan is the descendant of the ancient divine bird. How could we have the blood of the human clan? What a joke." Ji Jinghong didn't think much of it. Seeing that Yi Xian had brought up the issue of the bloodline that he had always been proud of, he immediately raised his chin and said proudly, "The reason why my clan takes on the appearance of a human is only because we joined the Federation. After all, we have to deal with the human clan." "Are you sure you don't have the blood of the human clan? Then I'm relieved. Finally, I don't have to worry about psychological problems." Chapter 33-38. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Braised chicken wings boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The glazed mecha, which was 10 feet tall like a small mountain, swung its giant fist and collided head-on with Ji Jinghong, who had seen this coming from the void in front of it. Although this punch was powerful, Ji Jinghong wasn't hurt at all. Of course, this was because Yi Xian didn't use his full strength. At least, he didn't activate the glazed mecha's miniature antimatter death ray cannon like he did when he blasted the Heaven Battle Emperor clan prisoner into a bloody miss. After all, he was still thinking about the divine bird wings. If he really blasted them into pieces, what would he eat then? However, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners didn't know this. Although they didn't have a good impression of Yi Xian and wanted nothing more than to immediately suppress him on the spot, at this moment, when Yi Xian and Ji Jinghong started fighting, all of the prisoners, including Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other 4 geniuses of the human race, subconsciously stood on Yi Xian's side, hoping that he could crush Ji Jinghong, Internal conflicts were human affairs, but if it involved the extraterrestrial powerhouses, they could temporarily put aside their personal grudges and think about how to suppress the extraterrestrial powerhouses first. Unfortunately, the result disappointed everyone. The scene of Yi Xian blasting the Heaven Battle Emperor clan prodigy into a bloody mist didn't appear again. There wasn't even the familiar sound of bones cracking. There was only the sound of turbulent energy whistling, and a small part of the void was affected. This punch seemed to be a tie. Young Master Linghu didn't suppress Ji Jinghong on the spot like before, and didn't even injure her. This result made Gong Wuxin and the others feel very disappointed and resentful. If this person could fight young Master Linghu to a tie, didn't that mean that if they were to fight against him, they would also be suppressed like now? When they thought of this, they felt even more indignant. Their desire for Yi Xian to suppress Yi Xian grew stronger. Some people even cheered loudly. It was impossible to tell that they were all Yi Xian's prisoners. Is this the so-called peerless genius of the human race? In my opinion, he's just SOSO. What a disappointment. Ji Jinghong's confidence was greatly boosted by the fact that he was evenly matched with Yi Xian's punch. The last bit of hesitation in his heart disappeared as he suddenly laughed loudly. This young master has yet to reveal his true form. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it if I use the power of my bloodline. Alas, the world is indeed like this. Some things are exaggerated. You're not as good as your reputation. You want to hear the truth? Yi Xian sneered. I'm just worried. If I use too much force, you'll be killed before you can manifest your animal form. When that happens, I won't be able to see your true form, and I won't be able to confirm whether you have human blood in you. When that happens, even if the chicken wings are cooked, I won't dare to eat them. It'll be a psychological barrier. Braised chicken wings? Damn you, Ling Huchong. He must be suppressed. Ji Jinghong was furious. He roared like thunder as he activated his bloodline and revealed his true form. This young master is a descendant of an ancient divine bird. How dare you speak of braised chicken? This is intolerable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners were also stunned. This was the second time Yi Xian had mentioned the idea of roasting wings. When he first mentioned it, almost no one took it seriously. After all, it was too strange. How thick of a mind would one have to be to think of roasting and eating his opponent while fighting? How terrifying would one's imagination be to do such a thing? But at this moment, when Yi Xian mentioned it again, they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were greatly surprised and began to mutter to themselves. Heavens, this guy can't really be thinking of roasting his opponent and eating him, right? He really is a big bastard, but I like it. That's right, elder sister Ziying. Little Cha also thinks so. If that guy really is a descendant of a divine bird, his wings will definitely be very delicious. After all, he's not a human, so there's no psychological barrier to eating them. Yes, yes, yes. Then it's settled. When this big bird is killed, we'll cook it together. At that time, we'll share a chicken wing. Otherwise, that guy will say we're freeloaders. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the prisoners were completely dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between the three girls. In the end, they all shuddered and retreated together, putting some distance between them and Shenyuan Ziying and the other two girls. They suddenly felt that these three girls weren't as innocent and harmless as they looked on the surface. They were just as ferocious as they were. Screech! A high-pitched bird cry rang out. The sky that was originally filled with endless nine-colored brilliance was instantly filled with silver light. The young master of the Enji clan, Ji Jinghong, had manifested his true form as a Enji bird. Ji Jinghong was actually 10,000 meters long, covering a small part of the sky. It was so huge that it was shocking. Although this clan had the true form of a Enji bird, the size of their true form was different due to the density of their bloodline. Ji Jinghong was only at the 9th Great Realm, the Origin Realm, but his true form was 10,000 meters long. Even some of the clan's experts at the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, couldn't compare. From this, one could see how high the density of his bloodline was. As expected of the young master of the Enji clan, He was worthy of being called the #1 prodigy of the younger generation. At this moment, Ji Jinghong was incomparably arrogant after revealing his true form, the silver Ji Great Bird. He flapped his pair of silver wings that spanned over 10,000 meters and soared proudly in the sky. The boundless silver light that poured out from his feathers was dazzling. Even Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others on the ground couldn't help but be stunned. A hint of unwillingness flashed across their faces, but they had to admit that Ji Jinghong's true form was indeed stunning enough. Unfortunately, before he could proudly circle in the sky, Yi Xian had already soared into the sky. The words that came out of his mouth were stupefying, and almost caused Ji Jinghong to fall from the sky in anger. Wow, what a big pair of chicken wings. What should we do? We can't finish it in one meal. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Following these words that caused people to go berserk, the 30-meter-tall glazed mecha giant suddenly punched out and shouted, "Glazed fist, heavenly lightning strike." Crack. Catcher. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the sound of crackling lightning came from the sky in response. The so-called glazed fist didn't exist. Even if it did, Yi Xian wouldn't give it a name like heavenly lightning strike. That would be too old-fashioned. The reason he shouted like that was to hide the fact that he was using the spiritual lightning technique. As the spiritual source core in his brain transformed and evolved once again, Yi Xian, who possessed level 7 spiritual power, the spiritual lightning technique was originally at the intermediate level. Now that it had advanced to the advanced level, its power had greatly increased. This was a good opportunity. A big bird flying randomly in the sky deserved to be struck by lightning. Chapter 33-39. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I'll eat you if you don't eat it. Ever since Ji Jinghong revealed his true form, Yi Xian no longer treated him as a human. This was not an insult, but a fact. This fellow was indeed a large bird with an extraordinarily dense bloodline. Yi Xian was delighted to see it. This large bird was suspected to have the bloodline of an ancient divine bird. If it was an existence with a thin bloodline, it would not be of much use. However, if the bloodline was thick enough, to Yi Xian, it would be no different from a type of flesh medicine that could be of great use in the future. He planned to keep this fellow in the Shunnong cauldron. In the future, when he needed the bird's blood to refine medicine, he could use it at any time. In this cauldron, apart from the central district volcano that occupied half of the space, there were many different types of spirit herbs and spirit beasts in the surrounding mountains that occupied the rest of the space. They were all meant to be used in medicine in the future. Having an additional Enji bird was not a problem at all. However, this matter could not be known to the Enji clan. Otherwise, even if Yi Xian safely escaped this time, they would definitely not let this matter rest. They would definitely have a way to track down Yi Xian's whereabouts. This feeling of being remembered by a thief was not a good feeling. Yi Xian did not want to try it. Therefore, Ji Jinghong had to die. At least, on the surface, it had to be so. Although the Enji clan would not let this matter rest after killing the young clan leader, revenge and saving a life were two different things. The intensity would definitely not be the same. This was something that Yi Xian was clear about. At this moment, as the invisible spiritual energy struck a hole in Ji Jinghong's bird head, it let out a mournful cry and directly fainted, falling from the sky. What made Yi Xian pleasantly surprised was that because this fellow was flying in the sky previously, it was a certain distance away from its original location. At this moment, it was not far from the central cauldron volcano. It was clearly at the edge of the volcano's crater. Big Chickie, you're too bad. No wonder you were struck by lightning. Seeing that you're about to die, you actually deliberately ran into the crater of the volcano. Are you trying to waste this young master's top-grade ingredients? Seeing that Ji Jinghong had fainted and was falling toward the crater of the volcano, Yi Xian deliberately shouted, "Big Chickie, stop. Give this young master's chicken wing, chop." After shouting the last word, Yi Xian raised his hand. Art translation. The withered demon blood blade instantly rushed out of the glazed mech and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a 100-meter-long heavenly blade, slashing toward the silver G big bird that was falling toward the furnace volcano in the central region. Yi Xian Yu translation was Ji Jinghong translation com, U translation USS translation 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 U translation. Translation pop. The teat t s rees s as it. Blood ss bloods. SSSS, S, and the YT. Yi. Screech. Ji Jinghong, who had a small part of her right leg chopped off and fainted from the mental power thunderbolts earlier, woke up from the pain. She let out a wail and fell toward the furnace volcano below. Frightened, she fainted again and disappeared. However, the withered demon bloodblade suddenly circled around and stabbed into the small section of the silver wing that had been cut off, bringing it back to Yi Xian. During this process, Yi Xian secretly activated the Shunnong cauldron, causing the central region furnace volcano to erupt into a giant orange flame that covered the sky and covered the entire volcano. Anyone who saw this would know that the silver G-bird that had just fallen into the depths of the volcano must have been burned to ashes. Of course, this was not the case. Yi Xian had already refined the Shunnong cauldron and ignited the central region furnace volcano's orange-red flames with his heart fire. Under his mental control, the depths of the central region furnace volcano's monstrous flames were basically a caged area. There were no flames at all, including the already refined undying and imperishable bead. It was sealed in a corner of the volcano's bottom. Now, Yi Xian had also directly trapped Ji Jinghong there. No sound or aura could be transmitted. At this point, Yi Xian had finally succeeded in capturing a live one. He had done it in such a secretive manner that it seemed as if Ji Jinghong herself, who had fallen into the depths of the volcano, had ignited the monstrous orange-red flames that rose into the sky from within the volcano. Yi Xian was not going to let this go. He immediately raised his head to look at the silver canopy that Gong Wuxin had been maintaining all this time. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously, "Silver G-clan, listen up. This young master knows that you must have other old birds watching from the outside. This little chick Ji Jinghong has tormented this young master's cauldron space to this extent, even causing the volcano to erupt. How many flowers and plants will be burned to death? This matter is not over yet. You must compensate, or this young master will not let this matter rest." As soon as he finished speaking, the withered demon bloodblade that was stuck in the small section of Ji Jinghong's silver wing had already returned to Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. He then extended his mecha's giant arm and dragged Ji Jinghong's wing to the ground. He waved at the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru and said, "Three great beauties, this is a top-grade ingredient. Of course, it's only right for beauties to accompany me to enjoy it. Come over here and eat with this young master. If anyone dares to refuse, this young master will kill them." Of course, he said this on purpose. This kind of good food was a great supplement to one's blood and qi. With the purplish warbler and the others here, if he did not take the initiative, he would definitely be punished again. Therefore, Yi Xian could only do this. He had to bear the brunt of his bad reputation and let the three witches enjoy the fruits of their labor. The three girls were quite satisfied with Yi Xian's consideration. They looked at Yi Xian with eyes that said, "At least you're sensible." However, their faces were full of struggle and anger. They even raised their hands to criticize him, saying that although the Silver G clan was not part of the human race, they were still friends of the WN Luo Federation. They would rather die than eat the flesh of their people. When Yi Xian heard this, he almost fainted. Even Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war had strange expressions. In their opinion, since they were being coerced, it would be a waste if they did not eat it. It was obvious that this thing was very nutritious. Although Yi Xian was speechless, in order to avoid being punished by the three girls in the future, he could only force a smile and threaten them again. In the end, his expression turned ferocious, like a great demon, saying, "If you don't eat it, I'll eat you." In the end, the three purplish warbler girls finally obeyed him with tears in their eyes. Under Yi Xian's coercion, they went to a small stream and washed the several-meter-long silver wing clean. After doing all this, Yi Xian once again summoned his withered demon bloodblade and pierced through the chicken wing that had been washed and peeled. He flew across the sky and directly arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Then, he roasted it in an orange flame that rushed into the sky. Soon, it was golden yellow and the oil was everywhere. The aroma spread throughout the mountains. There was a reason why he used the orange flame to roast it. This was the Shunnong cauldron's one-colored flame. When roasted, it could preserve the essence of the meat and prevent it from losing energy. Chapter 3340. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales. What a huge piece of steak. Compared to Ji Jinghong's silver Ji wing, which was over 10,000 meters long, it could only be considered a tiny bit. It was not even the tip of the wing, but it was still 7 to 8 meters long and over 2 meters thick. After being roasted, the impurities were removed by the orange flame, leaving behind only the essence, the meat and the bones. However, the wing was still over 2 feet thick and over 3 meters long. It seemed impossible for the three of them to finish it. But in reality, that was not the case at all. After being roasted by the orange flame, the silver Ji wing melted in the mouth. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the four of them, finished half of the golden wing in less than a few minutes. However, their stomachs did not feel full at all. From the looks of it, it was not a problem for the four of them to share the golden wing that was even bigger than them. At this moment, as half of the golden wing entered their stomachs, the hundreds of millions of pores on the four of them opened up. It was as if endless rays of auspicious light were gushing out from their pores, gathering into a dense mist above their heads. It was a sight to behold. Of course, the silver Ji wing alone did not have this kind of effect. Otherwise, this tribe would have been hunted down and eaten up long ago. The key was still the effect of the Shunnong cauldron's orange flame. Although it was only a simple roasting and not a formal boiling of the great medicine of heaven and earth, it was still no small matter. Even if an ordinary alchemist used the best cauldron to refine it, they would not be able to achieve this level of effect. I'm about to break through. That goddamn bastard, he actually forced this young miss to eat the flesh of an ally. He actually made it so that I'm about to break through because of this. How am I going to face people in the future? Wu, when she had eaten 2/3 of the wing, the purplish warbler suddenly screamed. Her cultivation was originally at the origin 7th rank. She did not expect that after sharing 2/3 of the silver-winged bird with Yi Xian and the others, she would actually break through. At this moment, the girl's face was full of pain. She was almost crying as she complained about Yi Xian's crimes. However, her heart was blooming with joy. The reason why she was in pain was because her entire body was about to explode. The degree of energy that shocked her. She cursed in her heart. Why did it have to be earlier or later? Now, there was no way she could continue eating. As the purplish warbler Yu Xiaocha, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As expected of Big Chicky, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine bird, the energy contained within this meat is simply too shocking. There is no need to complain about the taste as well. Compared to this, all those red braised dragon liver and whatnot are nothing. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. At this moment, he waved his hand and roared at the 8 great guardian warriors. What are the 8 of you still waiting for? This daddy does not raise disloyal people. If you don't dare to eat this wing, then you're not my people. Do you believe me when I say that I'll kill you right now? After all, the 8 great guardian warriors were the leaders of the prisoners of war under his command. He had to give them some benefits. If he wanted them to run without feeding them grass, that would not work. The 8 great guardian warriors felt as if they had been pardoned. As soon as they heard Yi Xian's words, they had already praised him to the heavens. They had been waiting impatiently for this moment. However, the 8 of them were not fools. They knew that they could not show this. Their faces all showed signs of struggle. In the end, they seemed to have made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and took a large piece of wing from Yi Xian. In the end, one of them might have been greedy for too long. He opened his mouth and swallowed the whole thing with a gulp. He didn't even taste it. Looking at the 7 people around him who were all eating with a painful expression, he raised his hand and gave himself 2 big slaps. He originally wanted to say that he was greedy, but when the words came out of his mouth, they became sinful, sinful. On the side, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others rolled their eyes and looked at him with disdain. Outside the Shunnong cauldron, in the void around the great space trap formation. In the space inside the cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, and the 8 great guardian warriors were eating heartily. However, outside the cauldron, there was a complete uproar. Everything that happened inside was seen clearly by everyone in the outside world through the silver light screen. The Enji clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. But now, their young clan leader was cut down from the void, and even a piece of wing was roasted and eaten. This was too shocking. Similar things had never happened before, and it shocked everyone. When Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jingtian, and the others heard Yi Xian compare the roasted wing with the braised dragon liver, they subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. Then, they glanced in the direction of the void occupied by the Second Universe's coalition army with a very sympathetic look. In their eyes, young Master Linghu was a complete foodie. What he said just now was clearly the rhythm of the Enji clan. Linghu Chong, if I don't kill you, I am not a man. On the side of the Second Universe's coalition army, an elder of the Enji clan roared like thunder. His roar shook the void. This time, their clan had lost a lot of face. They had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a handful of rice. Oh, it's a sin, a sin. When the elder of the Enji clan was almost done roaring, the old man of the purplish warbler quickly took over the topic. He shook his head and said, "This Linghu Chong is too hateful. My Ziying has never been willing to step on an ant since she was young, and she has never eaten meat. This time, she is really in big trouble. She was forced to eat the flesh of an ally. For that little girl, this is worse than death." On the side, the old master of the Duanmu family also took over the topic and quickly exonerated Duanmu Xiaocha. Yes, my Xiaocha is the same. Sigh, that child has never eaten roasted greasy things. This time, she is really in big trouble. The person in charge of body technology originally wanted to say something, but he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Second Universe's coalition army. After meeting the murderous gaze of the elder of the Enji clan, he finally stretched his neck and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After all, anyone could see that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had benefited greatly this time. The former was even about to break through on the spot. Although it was very likely that she was forced, the fact that she had benefited could not be denied. At this moment, the elders of the Enji clan were in a fit of anger. There was nothing wrong with them wanting to excuse the younger generation, but saying that they couldn't even bear to step on an ant since they were young and didn't even eat meat was a bit exaggerated. It was clearly adding fuel to the fire. If they did not eat meat, they might as well be nuns. Which starry sky master did not have blood on their hands? They could not even bear to step on an ant, so they were probably blushing when they said this. Yi Xian and the others were completely unaware of everything that happened in the outside world, but they could guess that something must have happened. Chapter 3341. Is wolf meat delicious? Moo. This old man is going to kill him. This is too much. This is too much. Is this kid a foodie? He just finished eating a piece of the Enji clan's chicken wing, and now he's eyeing our barbarian bull clan's young master? He even said something about a big steak. Could it be that in his eyes, the young master of my barbarian bull clan is a flying steak? If that's the case, wouldn't this old man be an even bigger piece of old steak? There's no King justice here. Moo. As Yi Xian's words sounded out, an angry moo suddenly came from the direction of the Second Universe's alliance army in the surrounding space. Immediately after, the thunderous roar of one of the elders from the barbarian bull clan resounded through the air, causing everyone in the surroundings to be charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When they looked at the silver light curtain in the space trap array again, everyone's expression changed. They didn't know what to say about Yi Xian in their hearts. This guy was too monstrous. He had just eaten the Enji clan's young master, and now he wanted to eat the barbarian bull clan's young master. This was clearly the rhythm of offending all the clans in the Second Universe's federation. This kind of godly person, from ancient times to the present, no one dared to think about it before. Shunnong Cauldron, inside the cauldron space. After Yi Xian's words sounded, everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look in the southwest direction. Then, everyone, including Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, opened their mouths wide and had a sluggish expression on their faces. because in the direction of their line of sight, there was a huge blood-colored bull roaring. This was clearly a powerhouse from the second universe's barbarian bull clan. He also didn't have a human bloodline, but like the Enji clan's young master Ji Jinghong, he had the blood of the ancient barbarian bull clan flowing in his body. In front of them, the barbarian bull clan powerhouse who was roaring in the air must have seen what happened here from a distance. In anger, he immediately revealed his true body and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. From the aura emitted from his body, he was only at the 9th stage of the origin, but his true body was 1,000 meters in size. Obviously, the bloodline density of this barbarian bull clan powerhouse was extremely strong. Most likely, like Ji Jinghong, he was a direct descendant of the barbarian bull clan and had a very high status. In Yi Xian's eyes, such an important descendant of the barbarian bull clan was viewed as a giant steak that could fly. From his tone, it was obvious that he planned to have a roasted steak after eating the chicken wings. This was too shocking. Even Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the 4 prodigies of the human race, couldn't bear it. They felt like they were about to be struck by lightning. At this time, Yi Xian sighed, because he knew that he couldn't eat the steak this time. If he wanted to eat the steak, this barbarian bull with a strong bloodline couldn't live, but Yi Xian now took a fancy to the rich barbarian bull clan bloodline in his body. He planned to raise it in the internal space of the Shunnong cauldron just like Ji Jinghong. In the future, when he needed the blood of the barbarian bull clan to be used to brew the great medicine of heaven and earth, he could use it at any time. However, although he couldn't eat the steak, he could still roast a bit of beef leg. Moreover, he had to do this, otherwise, the barbarian bull clan wouldn't be able to confirm that this barbarian bull with a pure bloodline had fallen, and he was afraid that in the future, they would always be chasing after him. Big steak, tell me your name. This young master doesn't eat nameless people. After making up his mind, Yi Xian flew into the air. The huge arm of the glazed mecha pointed at the huge barbarian bull that was galloping over and roared without any trace of politeness. The key is to tell me whether you have the bloodline of the human clan or not. If you do, this young master can only kill you on the spot. You won't be able to beg me to eat you. Moo. The 1,000-meter-long barbarian bull was so angry that flames were spurting out of his nostrils. The reason he roared and even directly transformed into his true form and rushed over at such a fast speed was because he saw the chicken wing that Yi Xian had roasted before. First of all, he had a good relationship with Ji Jinghong. Second of all, even if they didn't talk about personal relationships, they were all young masters of the top 10 clans in the second universe. If Ji Jinghong was eaten by the human clan, and this person was still alive, it would be a great humiliation to the young masters of the other 9 clan. Therefore, Zhao Ri Tian rushed over at the first moment. His purpose was to kill Yi Xian. He was already so angry that he didn't even care about the words of the elders in his clan to try to win him over as much as possible. Ling Hucheng, you dare to treat the young masters of the various clans in the second universe as a delicacy. This time, even if the heavens came, they wouldn't be able to save you. Moo. When Zhao Ri Tian heard that Yi Xian still wanted to eat him, he flew into a rage and roared, "This young master is the young master of the barbarian bull clan. Zhao Ri Tian is also the young master of the barbarian bull clan. To be able to die under this young master's pair of horns, you won't feel wronged." Moo. After introducing himself, Zhao Ri Tian roared again. His pair of huge horns suddenly increased in size by half. They were almost as long as half of his body. They emitted an inexplicably sharp aura. Coupled with the extreme speed of his hooves, he actually tore 2 cracks in the void along the way. It was a ghastly sight. Zhao Ri Tian? Fuck, after all this time, it's another one who got struck by lightning. Yi Xian cried out in alarm and rolled his eyes on the spot. The one with the wings was too pretentious. Even the heavens couldn't stand it and struck him with a few invisible lightning bolts. You are even more hateful. But it's not your fault. You can only blame that old stupid bull of yours. Of all the names he could have given you, he just had to give you such a rebellious name. If the heavens didn't strike you, it would be unreasonable. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately activated the spiritual thunder and lightning technique. The sky seemed to be responding to him. Immediately, the same crackling sound of thunder resounded. It was frightening to hear, but they couldn't see the location of the lightning. The spiritual thunder and lightning technique was originally invisible and impossible to guard against. The result of this battle was not suspenseful. Once the spiritual thunder and lightning technique was used, no matter how strong Zhao Ri was, it was useless. Several powerful spiritual thunder and lightning technique directly struck its head, instantly disintegrating its battle strength. It didn't even have the chance to use it before it followed in Ji Jinghong's footsteps and fainted. After that, Yi Xian did the same thing. He took out the withered demon bloodblade and cut off a large piece of tendon from Zhao Ri Tian's thigh. At the same time, he skillfully threw Zhao Ri Tian's entire body into the furnace volcano in the central territory of the furnace volcano, where it was imprisoned separately from Ji Jinghong. All of this happened too fast. When Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war reacted, Zhao Ri Tian, who was roaring like thunder, had already disappeared. What was left was a large piece of tendon on its thigh that was pierced through by the withered demon bloodblade. It was being roasted in the orange flame of the central territory of the furnace volcano. Chapter 3342. Greedy Wolf. Young Master Lang Ganglia Wolf Meat. Wu Chenzi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's pace and were dumbfounded. Didn't they just kill a barbarian bull? Moreover, it was the young master of the barbarian bull clan, Ritian. Why was he asking about wolves? Wu. Before they could recover from their shock, a long and angry wolf howl came from the northwest direction in the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they came to a realization. It turned out that a wolf was coming. It was probably because the giant star cauldron had been refined by young Master Linghu, so even if it was far away, and everyone's cultivation was stronger than him, they couldn't sense it with their divine sense, but he knew in advance. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was the question he suddenly asked just now. Listening to his words, it was obvious that he was going to roast the wolf that was coming. He was addicted to eating. As long as it was a non-human, he would want to taste anything. Thinking like this, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others sighed. They were completely convinced this time. Although the wolf hadn't arrived yet, the two that had appeared before were either the young masters of the Inji clan or the barbarian bull clan. These two clans were both ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. If there was no accident, the wolf that was coming was most likely from the greedy wolf clan of the Second Universe, which was also one of the top 10 clans. And judging from the identities of Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ritian, the wolf that was coming was most likely the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai. Including him, there were 3 young masters of the clans of the Second Universe Federation present, and all of them were in the top 10. This was really poking the sky. In the top 10 clans of the Second Universe Federation, the young masters of 3 clans were eaten by the same human powerhouse. If this news was spread to the Second Universe, it would cause a huge earthquake. This was really a big deal. The Federation was unstable, and it was about to break up. All of this was thanks to the stomach of this glutton before them. He'd actually eaten the entire Myriad Federation to the point of falling apart. Even though they'd witnessed this with their own eyes, they still couldn't accept and believe it. At the very least, they were absolutely unable to do such a domineering thing. However, this person in front of them was so relaxed as if he didn't care about the identities and backgrounds of these 3 people at all. He was so awesome that even if he didn't want to admit defeat, he had no choice. Before Lang Ganglai, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, arrived, the beef tendon cut off from Zhao Ritian's hind leg had been roasted. After all, it was the fire from the furnace volcano in the central region, the Shengnong cauldron. Even if it was only an orange flame, it was still extremely powerful. Under the roasting of the orange flame, the huge beef tendon had shrunk by half. Right now, it was only about 2 meters long and less than a meter in diameter, but it was golden and shiny. It was still dripping with oil. The withered demon blood blade whistled through the air and brought it back to the ground. Yi Xian had already set up a bluestone table with a wave of his hand. Everyone, let's eat together. This time, it's all tendon meat. There are no bones, and the beef is chewy. I don't think it will melt in your mouth like the chicken wings from before. It's such a big piece, we can't eat it all. This time, Yi Xian even invited Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the others. These people had already stretched out their necks when the fragrant beef tendon fell from the sky. Now that they heard Yi Xian's words, they were all overjoyed. Even Wuchen Zi from the mysterious Buddhist sect subconsciously licked his lip. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the forest not far away. Xiaocha, don't remind that big bastard that I'm still in seclusion to break through. Don't leave a piece for me either. This lady will never eat the meat of a fellow Federation member again. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death. It was clearly the voice of the purplish warbler. Moreover, it was clearly a sarcastic remark. It was clearly reminding Duanmu Xiaocha to leave a piece for her. She could eat it after breaking through. At least, she should taste it. The moment the purplish warbler said this, in the void outside the great space trap formation, the elder of the barbarian bull clan suddenly looked up at the sky and angrily moaned. A pair of bloodshot eyes fiercely glared at old man Shenyuan. Even the elder of the Inji clan did the same. He finally realized that the 3 girls, including the 8 great Vajras, were all acting. Now, they were all exposed. The surroundings were incomparably silent. All the powerhouses of the human clan were embarrassed. Some of them even subconsciously shrank their necks and blushed. After all, they were allies of the same federation. But now, the young master of the barbarian bull clan was being eaten by a group of young geniuses of the human clan. They were too ashamed to go out. In the space inside the cauldron, after being threatened by Yi Xian again, Gong Wuxin and the other prisoners of war finally gathered together as if relieved of a heavy burden. The 8 great Vajras were in charge of dividing the meat. Each of them cut a large piece, and even Wuchen Zi of the Buddhist sect was no exception. They all held the meat and ate it. Their mouths were full of oil, and their eyes were green with envy. Of course, Duanmu Xiaocha also secretly hid the purplish warbler's portion. She didn't dare to let the silver light curtain in the sky see it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to refuse to admit it. Yi Xian naturally had his reasons for doing this. He originally thought that he was only eating the young master of the Inji clan, but he didn't expect that after wiping his mouth, another barbarian bull would come. Before the barbarian bull was finished roasting, a hungry wolf in the distance was about to arrive. Maybe there would be more to come. At this rate, the top 10 races of the second universe would all be eaten by him. If that happened, the nature of the matter would be different. He might not be able to handle it alone. At this moment, he was dragging this group of people into the water to eat together with him in order to tie the entire human race to his side. Anyway, among the 200 people, the top forces and powerful families in the technology and cultivation camps were included. It could be said that the forces and background behind them were basically equivalent to the entire human race. With these guys tied to him, not to mention the young master of the top 10 clans in the second universe, even if the young master of the federation of the entire second universe was here, Yi Xian would dare to stew him in a pot. Soon, when this large piece of barbarian bull meat was finally eaten by everyone, and when they were almost done eating, the young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who was roaring and rushing over from the northwest, finally arrived. Although Lang Ganglia's cultivation realm was the same as Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, which was the peak of the 9th level of the origin, after he revealed his greedy wolf form, his body was only about 100 meters long. This didn't mean that the greedy wolf bloodline in his body wasn't as strong as the other 2. In fact, it was the opposite. The young master of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, was the most powerful existence among the 13 geniuses of the second universe who entered the inner space of the Shunnon cauldron this time. Chapter 3343. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Greedy wolf howls at the moon. It could be said that with Lang Ganglia's monstrous level, he would definitely become a giant in the Federation of the second universe after he grew up. However, when he came to the third universe of the human race this time, he met young Master Linghu, who was recognized as a peerless genius of the human race in every aspect. Before this, no matter who it was, no one would have thought that the group of young clan leaders from the second universe would end up like this. But now, the facts were in front of them. 2 young clan leaders from the top 10 races had already ended up like this. This made people worry and think about it more than they should. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian's comprehensive combat strength was not as good as Lang Gonglia's, the difference was not much. After all, they were both young masters of the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. The difference in strength between them was so great that it was impossible for them to be like Tian Yuan. If that was the case, Lang Ganglai would not be ranked in the same circle as them. Therefore, when Lang Ganglai appeared in the huge silver light curtain above the Shenong giant cauldron, all the powerhouses outside the space trap array were nervous at first. Needless to say, Lang Ganglai was the most powerful existence among the 13 young prodigies of the Second Universe who had entered the cauldron's inner space. He was also the third to encounter Linghu Young Master. Therefore, the outcome of this battle was extremely crucial. It was said that things should not be done more than 3 times. Once more than 3 times, the bottom line in one's heart would collapse. What's more, Lang Gonglia's position was the highest among the 13 people. If even he could not escape the tragic end of being eaten by young Master Linghu, then how could the remaining 10 people be lucky? It meant that the 13 young masters of the 2 Universe Federation who entered the space inside the cauldron would be eaten by others, and all of them would be annihilated. This kind of tragic result was definitely unprecedented in the history of the Second Universe Federation. The intensity of the chain reaction was simply unimaginable. Because of this, when Lang Gonglia's figure appeared in the silver light screen, the vast space outside the space trapping formation instantly fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the 2 elders of the Inji clan and the barbarian Bull clan no longer clamored. They were also nervously watching the silver light curtain in the space trap array. At the same time, in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Yi Xian and Lang Ganglai, who had just arrived, exchanged a few words before they started fighting. According to Yi Xian's original intention, he had originally planned to ridicule them a little more. Since he had nothing to do, he was not in a hurry. It was rare to come across such a good opportunity to anger those old fogies outside, but they could not do anything to him. Yi Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity to solidify his bad reputation. Only by making people completely afraid of him, with his identity as young Master Linghu and his current situation of being the enemy of the entire world, would he be able to minimize the troubles in the future. At the very least, there would not be too many annoying flies coming to bother them. Even though they would be in big trouble the moment they arrived, Yi Xian had the ability to warp through space, so he was not afraid at all. His only wish was that there would be fewer Tom, Dick, and Harry bothering him. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry would delay his proper business of collecting all kinds of heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals to concoct geno potions, as well as preparing to use the Shenong cauldron to brew great medicines in the future. However, that was not the case for Lang Ganglai. He was so angry that he could not wait to kill Yi Xian immediately. Moreover, he seemed to have realized that he was not a match for young Master Linghu at all. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he did not say anything and directly started fighting. Yi Xian still fought alone, including the purplish warbler, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who had successfully broken through to the 9th Great Realm, Origin Stage 9. He did not order them around and let them fight on the ground as he soared into the sky. In the void, a giant wolf with a body of 100 meters tall and completely silver fur suddenly raised its head and howled toward the sky. Although this wasn't the first time Yi Xian had heard the howl coming from Lang Gonglia's mouth, he'd already howled many times before this fellow arrived. But this time, the howl was clearly different. It was not angry, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. Instead, it seemed to be longer, and there was a strange rhythm to it. Yi Xian was shocked, but he could not describe what kind of feeling it was. In the next moment, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Gonglia's howl continued to resound in the sky, a silver moon slowly appeared in the sky of the cauldron under the huge silver light screen formed by Gong Wuxin's crystal ball reflection technique. When this scene appeared, Gong Wuxin and the others on the ground opened their mouths wide. Even Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. This was clearly the interior of the Shenong cauldron, so how could a moon appear? Without a doubt, this strange moon had something to do with Lang Ganglai. It was as if it was summoned by this long wolf howl, or rather, it was condensed by this long wolf howl. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled and was about to ask the devouring system for guidance, Gong Wuxin's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, The greedy wolf howls at the moon. This is the legendary greedy wolf howls at the moon. This is an ancient divine ability passed down in the bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Not every member of the greedy wolf clan can awaken it. Sometimes, it is normal that no one in the clan can awaken it. The bright moon in the sky is not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability. It has a mysterious power. It is said that wherever the light of this bright moon shines, all the energy will be taken by the user of this divine ability, devoured and controlled at will. In this way, the members of the greedy wolf clan who possess this bloodline divine ability are in an invincible position. They are like a real greedy heavenly wolf, who can endlessly replenish their energy in battle and greedily plunder all the energy that the bright moon shines on, including their opponents. These words caused a wave of exclamations among the captives on the ground. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved when he heard these words. To be able to continuously devour energy in a large area for its own use in battle was truly heaven-defying. However, he was merely moved. He definitely wasn't envious at all. Compared to his devouring doppelganger, this divine ability was still a little lacking. The energy that the devouring doppelganger devoured could be turned into his own cultivation and strength, which could be achieved after refining. However, judging from the fact that the illusory moon in the sky was a divine ability projection, the energy that it absorbed was most likely a one-time consumption attribute. Although it was not bad, it was not perfect. It didn't solve the fundamental problem. Moreover, whether the power of this bright moon was as powerful as Gong Wuxin said it was still unknown. As for how powerful it was, he would know after testing it. Chapter 33-44. Breakthrough in Battle. Catcher. With a thought from Yi Xian, the crackling sound of lightning could be heard from the sky. Everything was exactly the same as before. Both Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ritian had fallen because of this strange invisible lightning. It was simply too difficult to defend against. Lightning was fast and powerful to begin with, but it was also invisible. Who could defend against it? Following the sound of these lightning bolts, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the others on the ground immediately showed a look of relief. They had basically gotten used to it. It was a conditioned reflex that once the sound of lightning came, someone would immediately fall. When Yi Xian first shouted at Ji Jinghong, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't think much of it and just thought it was a coincidence. However, when Yi Xian used this move to kill Zhao Ritian for the second time, even a fool would understand what was going on. Before this, Yi Xian had never used the spiritual lightning technique in the third universe of the human race. Therefore, even if he used it now, it wouldn't be like when he used the fallen skybow, which immediately made people think about his true identity. Although this spiritual lightning technique was indeed strange and extraordinary, this was after all the space inside the giant star cauldron. This giant cauldron had been refined and collected by Yi Xian, so it was naturally under his control. In the eyes of Gong Wuxin and the others, it really wasn't a big deal for Yi Xian to create lightning bolts with a thought. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in this space inside the cauldron, he was actually the master. Previously, Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize this point, but later they understood. Then, they recalled that Yi Xian had previously said that the space inside the cauldron had been adjusted by him, so that one could only enter but not leave. This made them regret their actions even more. In this place, Yi Xian was clearly a godlike existence, yet they didn't know what was good for them. They eagerly rushed over to their deaths and ended up in this state. In fact, they deserved it. They had guessed correctly. Yi Xian didn't want to expose the fact that he could control the central region furnace volcano inside the cauldron. Otherwise, when these invaders arrived, Yi Xian could have turned the space inside the cauldron into a sea of fire with a thought. The mountains around the central region's furnace volcano would remain unscathed in the sea of fire, but all the invaders would be suppressed. Of course, that would be too boring. In Yi Xian's opinion, this group of invaders was actually just a plaything he used to pass the time. This was something that even Gong Wuxin and the others didn't realize. Otherwise, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have in their hearts? At this moment, as Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique appeared again, in Gong Wuxin and the others' eyes, this young master of the greedy wolf clan, who was known as the #1 person among the younger generation of the various clans in the Second Universe Federation, would most likely be suppressed immediately, just like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian. In fact, even Yi Xian thought the same. He was quite confident in his spiritual lightning technique, which had already advanced to a high level. Even if it was in existence at the 10th Great Realm, the Heavenly Passage Realm, he was confident that he could injure it. However, the reality made everyone's eyes drop. The Greedy Wolf clan's greedy wolf howls at the moon was indeed extraordinary. Just as a few familiar crackling sounds of lightning were heard in the space inside the cauldron, the hazy moon hanging under the silver light screen in the sky suddenly flashed. Then, the moonlight poured down, and the outline of several thick lightning bolts vaguely appeared in the sky. Moreover, as soon as the outline of the lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed and turned into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky. They were actually swallowed. Wherever the moonlight of the greedy wolf shone, all the energy could be swallowed. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't cultivated to the extent that he could use the moon of the greedy wolf to swallow all the energy in an instant, in this moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it was that the moon would sense it and exert its divine power on it, and then the more likely it was to be broken down and swallowed. The lightning bolts were too fast and extremely active, so they were instantly captured and broken down and swallowed. This scene was so unexpected that Yi Xian was stunned. On the ground, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of war opened their mouths wide. Their faces were blank, and they couldn't believe it. Even the invisible lightning bolts manifested by the power of the cauldron were defeated. How terrifying was the greedy wolf clan's moon howls at the moon? This was only because Lang Ganglai had only cultivated it to the initial level. If he mastered it in the future, its power would be even stronger. Among the young geniuses of the 3 grand universes, who could be his opponent? Being able to swallow energy at any time in battle was already in an invincible position. Following this scene, for the first time, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others didn't have high hopes for Yi Xian. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, acted as if nothing had happened. Although they didn't dare to say that they had seen through all of Yi Xian's abilities, at least they knew that this invisible lightning bolt was not his trump card. It wasn't even his trump card. At most, it was an ability that was quite handy to use. Ha ha ha, Ling Huchong, your invisible lightning bolt is useless against me. In the area illuminated by the moonlight of the greedy wolf, the more active the energy is, the more likely it is to be instantly detected and captured. Then, it will be broken down and swallowed. The more you use it, the stronger my counterattack will be. In midair, Lang Ganglai, who was in the form of a 100-meter-long wolf, raised his head and laughed. He spoke in a human voice. Now, let's try the first round of attacks formed by your own power. Moon of the Wolf Light Vortex. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following Lang Ganglia's final roar, the hazy moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly. Many crescent-shaped light blades fell like rain, swirling and moving in different trajectories. In an instant, thousands of light blades poured down at the same time. Their target was clearly Yi Xian. It seemed like they were going to envelop him in an instant. This is interesting. He can actually swallow my spiritual lightning bolt. But this is good. Since I can't use my divine abilities and spells, and the energy is too active, then I'll just fight him with pure physical strength. It just so happens that I ate a lot of nutritious food before, and my physical strength has increased greatly. I feel like my body is going to explode. Now, I need to vent. Perhaps, I can even break through during the battle. As long as I can reach the 9th realm, origin, perfection, I can kill him with just this pair of fist. Chapter 3345. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Jin Haoyan and Medusa Puff. Little bastard, this old wolf will tear you apart. Outside the Shunnong Cauldron, in the void outside the space trap array, in the direction occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, an elder of the greedy wolf clan opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow, followed by a shrill roar and roar. Not far away, several elders from the Inji clan and the barbarian Bull clan all cast a sympathetic look at him. It was too sullen. Although Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian were eaten, at least in the eyes of that little bastard Linghu, they were still worth eating. But now what about Langang Lai? He was actually called a fart weasel, and didn't even want to eat him. The dignified greedy wolf clan, ranked in the top 10 among the clans of the Second Universe's Federation, was called a weasel. This was really bad. No wonder the patriarch of the greedy wolf clan was so angry that he spat out blood on the spot. In the void in other directions, all the human powerhouses looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. They were completely convinced by this monstrous young master Linghu. This guy was more than just a master of medicine, tools, and arrays. His combat strength was also incomparably monstrous, and he was comparable to the one who was causing trouble in the cultivation camp. However, these were not his strongest abilities. The most powerful thing about this guy was actually his mouth. Not only could he eat, but he also dared to eat, and he was good at insulting others. The dignified greedy wolf clan was called a fart weasel, and the 15th realm of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhon Tu, was also called an old bastard by him. This kind of monstrous talent was absolutely unprecedented. It was already heaven-defying. In the space inside the cauldron, boom, boom, in midair, the glass mecha giant and Langang Lai, who had transformed into a 100-meter-long giant wolf, just arrived at a place, and a huge energy explosion sounded from time to time. For a time, the two were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Of course, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had met someone who could really suppress him. The supreme power of the little invincible realm was finally thwarted. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the 9th stage, but his opponent was at the 9th stage of the 9th stage, and possessed the powerful bloodline of the greedy wolf clan. Therefore, his combat prowess was almost on par with that of a late-stage Grotto Heaven expert of the 10th stage without being defeated. From this point of view, Yi Xian was still fighting across realms. Both sides of this battle were terrifying existences. This battle was earth-shattering, and even the horizon was covered by the raging energy storm. Unknowingly, more than 2 minutes had passed, and Yi Xian and Langang Lai were exchanging blows, fighting to their heart's content. Weasel, you've made me see you in a new light. Ever since I embarked on the path of physical evolution, this young master has never met an opponent like this. To be able to exchange blows with me in such a vivid manner, this is too satisfying. In the fierce battle, Yi Xian said in a voice that only he and Langang Lai could hear, "You're strong enough, and your body is hard enough. Not bad, you're the best training partner. I've decided to keep you alive, but not to eat, but to raise you as a human meat. Bah, it should be wolf meat sandbag, for training." Awoo, Langang Lai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he was not good with words, so he could only raise his head and howl to express and vent his anger. After changing his mind, Yi Xian immediately began to move the battlefield slowly. Unknowingly, the two of them had fought above the giant central region furnace volcano in the space inside the cauldron. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 8th stage of the origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body has improved. Your current realm is at the 9th stage of the origin. He was immediately overjoyed. Previously, he had eaten a lot of nutritious food, and his physical body's vitality had greatly increased. His cells and genes had also undergone a certain degree of transformation and evolution. He had long felt that his whole body was about to explode, and this was the rhythm of a breakthrough. At this time, after a fierce battle with Langang Lai, Yi Xian's vitality surged rapidly as he warmed up. His entire physical body's vitality was mobilized, and he finally broke through the shackles of the human body's potential in one fell swoop, tearing apart 2 invisible shackles. In terms of physical body's vitality, he broke through 2 more barriers and officially stepped into the 9th stage of the origin. Rumble. Boom, the sound of energy explosions continued, but this time, it was not in the outside world, but in Yi Xian's body. As his physical body's vitality broke through 2 stages, Yi Xian's body seemed to have formed a huge river, and the terrifying vitality was surging endlessly. It seemed to have faintly caused the void to resonate with the outside world, and the rumbling of the energy in his body was about to spread to the outside world. What? Do you think this young master wants to raise you and use you as a sandbag in the future? Are you still not convinced? Yi Xian's confidence had increased by 2 stages in an instant. Now, he no longer took Lang Ganglai seriously, and if he was caught off guard, he could definitely knock him out with a punch. Awu, Lang Ganglia's response was still the same, and it was still an angry howl. Howl your ass, my eardrums are damaged. Go down obediently and accompany those 2 good partners of yours. Boom. Yi Xian threw a punch, and at this moment, Lang Ganglai just happened to raise his head and howl angrily. The 30-meter-long mecha's fist, which was larger than a person's body, directly landed on his chin. The terrifying vitality flowed through the fist and into Lang Ganglia's body, and like a roaring river, it instantly gave him a slight concussion and knocked him out on the spot. Awu. This time, the mournful howl from Lang Ganglia's mouth was abruptly stopped, and his huge body fell towards the central region's furnace volcano, and was directly engulfed by the orange flames that rose into the sky from the volcano's mouth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason for this was also Yi Xian's intention. After fainting and falling into this volcano, no matter how one looked at it, Lang Ganglai was definitely going to die. He was going to be burned by the flames until not a single strand of hair was left behind, and he was going to be turned into ashes. But in fact, he was not injured at all. After reaching the bottom of the volcano, he would be locked in another independent small cage like Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian. No matter whether it was his aura or raw, he would not be able to escape. It was also at this moment that Lang Ganglia's huge body was smashed down by Yi Xian's punch, and disappeared into the volcano's mouth below. At the same time, from several directions in the distance, there were a total of 10 people, and they were the other members of this second universe's young prodigy hunting team. The leader was the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, who was as famous as Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa. Chapter 3346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Chaotic War outside the cauldron. Following the death of the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, the surrounding void once again fell into chaos. Awu. Awu, in the void occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces, the elder of the Greedy Wolf clan was furious. The entire void was filled with his crazy wolf howls, which made people's hair stand on end. However, the human powerhouses in other directions were already used to it. They shook their heads and sighed, muttering to themselves that this time, the Second Universe's allied forces would probably be wiped out. They actually quite approved of young Master Linghu's cruelty in their hearts. At least, he didn't kill the previous human prodigies. However, he didn't show any mercy to the prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans. Those guys were incomparably arrogant. Previously, they had openly said that they looked down on the human race. Now that they had ended up like this, although the surrounding human powerhouses didn't clap and cheer, they still felt quite happy in their hearts. Based on this point alone, their impression of young Master Linghu improved slightly. Of course, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason he did this was not to show goodwill to the human race. The key was that the desire for good food was acting up. When he saw this group of animals from the Second Universe's various clans, he directly drooled. In the face of Lang Ganglia's death and the appearance of Jin Haoyan, Medusa, and the others, the elders of the Golden Eagle clan and the Colored Python clan, as well as the other 8 prodigies from the Second Universe's various clans, all had their hearts in their mouths at this moment. They had both hope and worry. They hoped that now that the 10 of them had finally gathered, they might really be able to suppress the cruel and hateful young Master Linghu. What he was worried about was that these 10 fellows would be like Ji Jinghong and the other 2 from before, being too arrogant and engaging in some kind of one-on-one duel. If that happened, they would really be completely annihilated. Fortunately, an angry roar came from the silver light curtain, which made them feel slightly relieved. Jin Haoyan and Medusa roared at the same time, and the 10 figures rushed up together. Unfortunately, what happened next was too unexpected. In an instant, the hearts of the elders of the various clans in the Second Universe's Federation were completely in their throats. At the same time, in the cauldron's space, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, and the princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, both roared furiously. This fellow is too savage, simply hateful. Taking advantage of the fact that we haven't arrived yet, he actually used his superior numbers to deal with Ji Jinghong, Zhao Ri Tian, and Lang Ganglai in succession. Everyone, attack together. That's right. There's no need to talk about mercy with these human ants. Blood for blood. Today, no one here can escape. The 10 of us will definitely suppress all of you. As the two of them roared, the 10 young masters and young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe all roared at the sky. They activated their blood and manifested their blood bodies. Jin Haoyan was a giant golden eagle that was thousands of meters long like Ji Zhon. He was comparable to Ji Jinghong, and Yi Xian's eyes immediately turned green when he saw him. As for Medusa, she was a giant mottled python that was over 1,000 feet long. She looked extremely frightening. She flicked her tongue that was several feet long, and Yi Xian shuddered when he saw her. Although her bloodline was definitely extraordinary, Yi Xian was wary of this kind of vicious beauty and didn't really like it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he directly gave up on it and decided to suppress it instead of stealing the heavens and changing his mouth to raise it himself. The other 8 fellows were basically all huge in size. Although they didn't come from the top 10 clans in the second universe like Ji Jinghong and Zhao Ri Tian, their cultivation wasn't weak either. Their blood was also extraordinary. At this time, the 10 giant beasts covered a small part of the sky. After manifesting their blood bodies, the 10 giant beasts immediately roared downwards. Jin Haoyan and Medusa pounced towards Yi Xian. Although more than half of the other 8 giant beasts did the same, 2 of them pounced towards Gong Wuxin, Wu Chunzi, and the others on the ground. They were clearly going to suppress the younger generation of the human race in one fell swoop. This is too much. What does it have to do with us? You're just from the outer realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? Don't you think you're too arrogant? They look down on the human race. They deserve to be beaten. Everyone, let's join forces and suppress them. That's right. These guys are shameless anyway. Just now, it was clearly Ling Huchong who was fighting alone, but he said we were outnumbered. Since he said that, how can we be wronged? Let's just give him the outnumbered version. Kill. As he wishes, let's torture these foreign beasts. Seeing that 2 giant beasts were charging towards them, intending to suppress them together, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chunzi, and the other prisoners were all angry. They had been holding it in before, but now they couldn't hold it in anymore. In an instant, more than 200 figures rushed into the sky together. This time, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru didn't fall behind. They also attacked. Although these guys had been injured by Yi Xian before, it had been a long time. Under the condition of taking healing medicine, even if they hadn't fully recovered, they had basically recovered. Moreover, they had all eaten some roast beef just now, which was also a kind of supplement. At this time, more than 200 prisoners, who had basically recovered most of their combat power, rushed into the sky at the same time. All kinds of treasures were summoned, and in the blink of an eye, they fought fiercely with the 10-second universe giant beasts that covered a small part of the sky above. Roar, screech, roar, rumble. Angry roars shook the sky, mixed with a lot of energy explosions. In an instant, this part of the sky was occupied by a huge battlefield. The 10 giant beasts from the various races of the second universe were fighting more than 200 young elites of the human race. The scene was extremely chaotic. Every minute, every second, there was a rain of blood pouring down. Soon after, the ground below was dyed red. This was basically the blood of the 10 giant beasts from the second universe. Their bodies were big enough that even if they bled, they would still be able to bleed for a long time. After suffering such injuries, they were completely fine. Instead, they fought fiercely. Although the 10 giant beasts all had powerful combat power that could fight above their level, in the face of more than 200 human powerhouses who were on par with them in terms of cultivation realm, they were in a situation where they were suppressed. All of them were in a sorry state. But even so, the prisoners of war had no intention of stopping. Anyway, everyone was fighting side by side. Moreover, this group of so-called young masters from the second universe was too arrogant and provoked them first. In addition, the law didn't punish the majority. Even if a few were killed on the spot, they wouldn't be punished too severely. Chapter 3347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another one tricked. Flaming Eagle Plume, Blazing Python Rainbow. In the chaotic battlefield in the cauldron, the young master of the Golden Eagle clan, Jin Haoyan, and the princess of the Colored Python clan, Medusa, were furious. They roared at the same time. This was the rhythm of both of them activating their bloodline abilities. Previously, the moon of the Greedy Wolf in the sky had disappeared after Lang Gang Lai, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, was defeated and suppressed. However, at this moment, as Jin Haoyan and Medusa activated their bloodline abilities and fully activated them, two different phenomena appeared in the sky above the chaotic battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, Jin Haoyan's falcon plume flaming rain was a rain of energy arrows formed by countless golden feathers. After he revealed his true bloodline body, Ji Haoyan's wingspan was close to 10,000 meters, comparable to Ji Jinghong. Such a huge golden eagle was covered with countless golden feathers. Right now, as Jin Haoyan fully activated the Golden Eagle clan's flaming eagle plume, a small part of the sky was instantly illuminated. Every energy feather was shining with a golden light. Not only was there light, but there were also faint flames rising from them. This was clearly a powerful area of effect attack, but in Jin Haoyan's eyes, the only existence that posed a threat to him was Yi Xian. Therefore, this was originally an area of effect attack of the Golden Eagle clan's bloodline ability. Countless golden flame feathers rained down from the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth as they whistled towards the glazed mecha giant. As for the Colored Python clan's Princess Medusa's blazing python rainbow bloodline ability, it was two intense rainbow-colored beams of light. Although they did not seem shocking, the two dreamlike rainbow-colored beams of light shot out from Medusa's eyes at an extremely fast speed. There was even a strange sizzling sound in the void. It was as if boiling oil was poured into an ice field and was rapidly melting. Whoosh! In the next instant, a young prodigy from a certain top-notch family in the science and technology faction was darting about in the midst of the fierce battle. He unwittingly crossed the path of one of the two rainbow-colored blazing lights that was heading for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's rainbow blaze, which had been aimed at Yi Xian, ended up hitting this unlucky guy instead. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he locked his attention on this fellow. For some reason, the two seven-colored blazing lights that shot out from Medusa's eyes gave him a rather dangerous feeling. However, Yi Xian had no idea how powerful it was. He was paying close attention to it in order to investigate this matter. In his line of sight, the guy who was accidentally hit by one of the seven-colored blazing lights suddenly froze. Then, his whole body began to stiffen and petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The whole process was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, this unlucky guy's entire body had completely turned into a grey stone statue. There was no trace of life in him at all. He fell to the ground like a human-shaped rock. There was no doubt that when this human-shaped stone statue came into contact with the ground below, the result would definitely be a loud collapse. The unlucky guy's body would shatter into pieces of stone. He would definitely be deader than dead. F***CK. This is too insidious. Yi Xian was shocked and subconsciously cursed. He quickly moved and dodged the other streak of seven-colored blazing light. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Medusa, who had revealed her bloodline true form, which was a huge colored python. A hint of annoyance flashed in the latter's eyes at this moment. Her eyes stared at Yi Xian tightly, revealing a strong hatred, but she did not shoot out a similar seven-colored blazing light again. Yi Xian understood in his heart. It seemed that although this kind of magic was powerful and strange, it must have a limit. Just like the cooldown period of the energy cannon, after using it once, it had to wait for a period of time before it could be used again. It could not be used continuously. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian would not give her a chance to shoot out such a terrifying seven-colored blazing light again. Boom! With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian's figure had already arrived in front of the huge colored python in the blink of an eye. After a punch, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A small part of the huge colored python's body was severely injured. Many bones were broken. It let out a wail and fell to the ground below. At this moment, the rain of golden feathers that covered the heavens and covered the earth had finally arrived. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. As if he did not see it, he allowed the feather-shaped flame rain filled with golden flames to fall on the surface of the glazed mech, but it did not leave a single mark. After all, it was a quasi-starry sky treasure level. If it could not even block the energy flame rain cast by the 9th realm origin 7th order perfection opponent, then it would be too disappointing. Now it's my turn. Seeing that Jin Haoyan's bloodline magic was useless against him, Yi Xian was completely relieved. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He whispered and rushed towards the opponent. This time, he even activated the glazed mecha's antimatter energy thruster, doubling his speed. His whole body was like a purple flowing arrow. Jin Haoyan could not dodge at all. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian had already appeared on the back of the giant golden eagle. "Get the hell down, you!" Crack, crack, boom. As he shouted, Yi Xian directly activated the spiritual source core in his brain. The spiritual thunder technique that had been used many times before was displayed again. This time, 3 invisible thunderbolts bit the tail and all of them struck the back of the giant golden eagle's head. If it did not faint after this, then it would be unreasonable. However, Yi Xian still felt that it was not safe. This golden eagle's feathers were as hard as steel. If it did not faint, then it would be really troublesome. To be safe, Yi Xian threw a punch with all his strength and smashed it directly on Jin Haoyan's back. A huge energy explosion erupted, followed by a wail. Ji Zhon's giant golden eagle, which was 10,000 meters long, fainted without any suspense. Its huge body followed in the footsteps of Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian, falling towards the central region's furnace volcano below as if it was aiming at something. This was the 3rd time Yi Xian had done this. Previously, Ji Jinghong and Jiao Ri Tian had both done this. Now, he had successfully captured another golden eagle. Very quickly, the enormous body of the falling giant golden eagle was engulfed by the orange flames that soared into the sky from the central region's furnace volcano. In the eyes of the experts in the outside world, falling into the depths of such a scorching volcano would definitely result in not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian had once again deceived the heavens and the sea. Screech! A woo! Following the fall of Jin Haoyan, the other 9 giant dire beasts roared or wailed. Even Medusa, who had been smashed to the ground by Yi Xian and had now returned to her human form, was no exception. After a fierce howl, she viciously stabbed at Yi Xian in the sky, then turned around and fled. When they saw that Medusa was already in such a state, and that Jin Haoyan was already finished, the other 8 dire beasts instantly lost their will to fight. As if they had agreed to it, they all reverted back to their original bloodline forms and became smaller targets as they scattered in all directions.